This is Stranger or Big Moose, and I'm here today with S.A. Reed and Gotta Get Swole, also known as Steve and Chandler Reed. I don't know if you guys care if your last name's there, but it's too late now. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi
Hey,
there.
yeah, it's me. It's
My
the
name,
guy.
my name,
Don't don't say.
the higher beat, the higher voice is Steven, and the lower, more masculine one is Chandler.
Yes, let me just pull up my phone. I'm gonna pull up all our notes. So,
Yeah.
we're talking here in the Alpha Chat in the Strange Matter Studio Discord. If you want to jump in and put in your opinion, you're very welcome to. So we're going to get started, and we have about 1,001 topics to talk about, so I don't see us getting through all of them. But we're going to go with the first one.
Not with that attitude, we won't. Gregory. Let's do this.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the main thing that's been on everyone's mind the last 2 days: the prices.
Yeah.
Steam package. So, they did change it up today, uh, or they changed it up yesterday. But the initial prices, hang on, let's see if we can pull them up right fast. The initial prices, unless they took them down. That's pretty upsetting. Okay, well, they clearly took them down. Let's go to Twitter.
Yep, Twitter has all the answers.
Tweeter. Yo, Twitter is
That's,
both the worst and best place on the internet.
you know what? They even took them down on Twitter, so we're just going to have to talk about it. Okay, cool beans.
Wait, Steve, I sent you a screenshot of it.
Oh, yes, you did. Here, Greg, I might be
You
able
said,
to.
Greg, they took it down?
Yeah, they took down the
You,
original.
Oh,
you
the
sent me
original.
that.
I never sent Steven the original.
Oh, they only sent the new. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's talk about it. That's fine. So the original pricing was that you had $20, 19.99. You got 5 heroes, and that's it. You got 5 heroes. You got 5 heroes, and there's two on rotation at all times, so technically you had seven. So you couldn't be outpicked because you can't be outpicked. That's crazy. There's only 14 heroes in the game going into early access, so you are getting 50% of the heroes, even though seven in total is not a lot, but 50% is pretty fantastic. Uh, so with getting what am I missing? Yeah, so it's $20. You get 5 heroes, and every hero is grindable with an in-game currency they call matter, and then they have their premium currency, which costs money, which is coins, and you can buy every hero. And they're expecting all the marketplace heroes, quote unquote, the heroes that are already made in Paragon, uh, through assets. They're expecting them to be about $5 a pop. So, what do you guys think about the original $20, $5 a hero to play the game, or $20 you get 5 heroes?
I mean, again, it's I think for somebody who's just wants to casually play, it's definitely the best option. Uh,
Yeah.
I think again, just for an early access heroes you get access to is kind of redundant in the sense that you're just getting you have the ability to play the game early and sort of have an opinion on where it goes. So
Yeah.
that right there is kind of beneficial to me. I see that being worth the $20. I mean, there's other games where it's definitely that's sort of on par with other prices, but I can see where people who they don't really have anything to really base the game off of, they might be a little confused as to why it's so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like for example, for me as someone who's on the other side, I don't want to pay $20 for an unfinished game. I spent $200 on an unfinished game that got completely shut down. So it's like I don't know, and I know that they have nothing to do with Epic, but it was just like I don't know. I
They're
just
still directly connected, whether they like it or not.
yeah.
They are. Uh, And that much I would agree to. They are directly connected. But they are moving away from that. They are trying to get away, but they will not fully get away until they are done with the marketplace heroes. And if they're only
Yeah,
releasing 6 for the end of the year, and then we say another 12 for the rest of the year, if that puts us at 18, and even then, we're still missing a few because there's 39 in total, including
Crunch gonna
boards.
be the last one they release.
Honestly, the last one's gonna be Morgosh, and
It's not gonna be that
even
Ular character.
even yes, they're gonna put Ular in the game.
you sure
Yeah,
about
Allegedly.
that?
no, they might. I think for shits and gigs, they might put in like a skin, like a tier one skin of it. But
It's
yeah,
just
it's like,
like a paint. It's not
but
even
like
like added.
I don't even understand the Ular joke. It's like,
It's going to be a crunch skin.
yeah, no one understands why Ular's funny, except unless you're like a tester, which we're not. So there's that. So to keep it on track, what I think and what I saw. So I don't know if you guys were there in the stream. So when they announced this, I must say Sylphin is pretty good. Sylphin, just the way he talks is just, uh, he sounds like ASMR sometimes, to say the least. And it's just, and so there's like, I felt like I was just like, yeah, okay, this is good. Yeah. Yeah. And then they showed the founders pack, which was 60 fucking dollars for 14 heroes. So if you're doing $5 a pop, it works out to $56. So you're already, so okay, I'm gonna do the math though, because I actually did it. Actually, on this note, I'm gonna pull out my notebook. Now, I do want to mention that all these prices did change, and they resolved the issue extremely fast. Uh, but there clearly was an issue. And yeah, so I did out the math. So if you do $20, so if you do 20 divided by 5, because in the Fault Pack you get 5 heroes, $20, it's $4 a hero. And in that hero is included server pricing, uh, more money to create new heroes and all that stuff. It's all bundled up in the cost of a hero. So $4, right? So if you
Yep.
do that, so they were going to charge $60 for 14 heroes, which actually works out to $4.30. It actually works out to 4.285. We're just going to say $4.30. Or $56 for 14 heroes plus another $4 tacked on for whatever reason. So when you look at it that way, the numbers immediately don't make sense. And like you could make the argument, well, you're getting 1,500 coins, which is about approximately $15 worth, and you got a Fault Pack. In my opinion, 50% of the people don't give a shit about the Fault Pack. And
Yeah.
the thing with premium currency is no one fully. I don't know what it is, and it's just a common thing. People never understand how good premium currency is until they actually use it. Because like no one understands what premium currency is going to get them. Like you can say, yeah, well, they're going to get you skins and heroes, but how many, right? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, when you have nothing to base it off of right now, the game's
exactly.
not finished. What 3,000 could be the equivalent of half a hero.
Yeah.
And there's no confirmation what exactly one or like 100 of those coins are actually going to cost. Is
Yeah.
there? Like, did they say
They
how
said
much the
that like
first
a
one
hundred
cost?
coins would be $1, so 1,500 coins is $15. They did say that that's what it's going to work out to, but it's still, I don't know. It's just like
Yeah, what does
until
that give you?
what
The
does that
biggest
give you?
question.
Like how much is a hero going to cost? They say it's
Yeah,
minimum $5, but is a hero going to actually be $8? You know what I
yeah,
mean? Because the average league pricing for a hero is anywhere from $8 to $20 or something. Um,
Yeah.
but they're also a AAA game, so it's a bit different. And then some people just simply argued, you're not a AAA title, you're using assets that were released. Why are you charging so much money? And now people don't understand and never will understand how much, like, the assets were shit. Like you still needed to program your own code and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like they didn't give out
yeah.
very much. And Epic also gets a premium off all the assets.
Hell
A
yeah.
royalty. A royalty. They also get a royalty. So you have that there. Um, and so because of that, like you still have to create your own game. But like the thing is though, is even though that is the case, the general public do not give a damn how long or how difficult it is to create a character. They just want a full release game as quick, and they want to play the game as quick as possible.
Yep.
And in their eyes, that's a good argument to argue that the price is too expensive for what it's giving. Simple as that. And some people just simply don't want to pay $60 for 14 heroes. Like it's just as simple
Yeah.
as that.
Because
Like
realistically, are you even going to play all 14 and have and like and when I say that, like obviously like you might play the characters every now and then, but it's like are you locking in 14 different characters consistently? You know what I mean? Like I don't know about y'all, but I don't play mid ever. I don't know about y'all, but like I'm not really a support player.
yeah.
So, I'm only jungling ADC with a little dash of like offlane. So like even then, I'm getting characters, and also too like my mains from Paragon aren't even fucking added. So it's like I'm gonna be bitter playing this game.
But
But I
But
mean
yeah, that's
they're
sort of where I'm
that
at. It's like paying for a game that doesn't have heroes you already wanted.
yeah.
You
it
know?
makes me want to wait, which is just like my initial response. But like all honestly, like it's one of those things that like when the time comes around, I'll probably get it, but I'm gonna have a little grimace on my face and my arm's gonna be folded, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll
Um
be like, where the fuck's
yeah.
Seraph,
And
bro?
this is what I consider like the first ugly moment that I've seen a part of the fault development is this. Now there's always going to be backlash the second you stick on a price and people are always going to find a reason why it's too expensive or doesn't give enough. And that's just how people are. People don't want to pay money no matter how much they
Yeah.
want to say it. And the last thing I wanted to say too on that that I was thinking about is like imagine if you're 14 years old and you had to ask your mom for 20 bucks. Like people don't want to do that, and they're gonna say, "Well, I want to." Well, you can always wait for full release. Full release, realistically, is it going to be until like February of 2021? People are trying to play Fault now, not next
Yeah.
year when they're
Yeah.
15 and in high school, or they're still under the lockdown because the coronavirus is only worse and people have less money in their pockets.
Full release of a Paragon esque game, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, and they do say it's going to be free, which is kind of fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if you think about it, contemporaries like Smite,
Yeah,
it's got to be free.
it's got to be. Yeah. Yeah. And it will get free, and I think that's like the goal. And we should also like forget that like has every MOBA had like an early access version that cost money. Like this is like a system that's like clearly adopted, and it's very important to the success of the full release that this early access goes strong and that they ask for
Mm-hmm.
money like it's a real game, but it's usually at a discounted price because it's technically free once full
Mm-hmm.
release comes out. So that's what they're doing. So I don't know if you guys saw the Discord chat after they released these announcements, but I'm telling you, it went crazy. And some and like there's some people that said like, look, it was the and when you look at the analytics, people are it was 2 to 1. There's two people that were happy with the price compared to one that was unhappy. So basically, what they're saying is 1/3 of their 1/3 of the Discord chat was pissed. Is another way I look at it. 1/3 of your gamers. That's a fuck ton of gamers. You know what I
They're
mean?
all a bunch of broke boys, anyways.
A bunch of broke bitches.
You know what I mean? Like that. That's a lot of people. Um.
Broke or salty, like me.
Yeah.
But I
So.
think a lot of people were also like, it was going to be sat down to talk about the whole thing. A lot of people just assumed going forward it would just be free. Like I think a lot of people never thought there would be a price attached to the game.
Mhm.
Because again, a lot of these people only joined in and started playing the game at the tail end of Paragon.
Mhm.
So all they've ever known about the game wasn't being free.
I
So they're
gotta
trying
find
to
the
figure out,
pack of
hey, why do I
Paragon.
have to go back, play the game that I used to play, but now I have to spend money on it? It's not finished, but they don't realize, again, like Steven said, like, there was early access for Paragon. Like, this is how Paragon started too. This is how you start a game with this. You need some amount of income. It doesn't just exist.
Yeah. the
So,
the question is just what you're getting for what you're buying. That's
yeah.
the biggest
Yeah.
thing that we're discussing, I guess.
And I asked them. I had an opportunity to talk with a lot of the developers and testers yesterday for a few hours, which was pretty fantastic. So I asked them a few questions, And some of them were pretty reluctant with their answers, and kind of gave that answer like the okay. My least favorite answer to anything is when I ask a question and they say I'll get back to you on that in their own way. It might not be exact those words, but they'll say it in their own way. Or in this case, they'll say, uh, "That's not
Shut the
even in
fuck up.
that's not even in testing yet, so I can't tell you nothing." And like I understand you can't leak like if there's going to be elder raptors. But but like that's understandable. But like there is other stuff that I think, and that's kind of like maybe that's just me, but I know when I worked with any like if I'm working and my manager would say to me, "Hey, I'll get back to you on that," and then they never do, it used to trigger me. You know what I mean? Or because they
Yeah.
clearly don't have an answer, or they know the answer they need to give is something I don't
Yeah,
like.
it's nice to have transparency, especially when you're asking the public to fund.
Yeah. But I must say, for not for the most part, Strange Matters are quite fantastic with their transparency. But there is a little bit of that wishy-washy, But that I think that comes with any company and business. But
Yeah.
if I was to give a business example of that, is the CEO of Costco. There's actually I remember reading an article for class about it, about how he sat down with all the Costco owners or Costco store managers uh, in this huge convention they held, and this is what they he sat down and he told them, no, this is not happening, and this is why. And they actually applauded him afterwards because even though he gave a lot of answers they didn't want to hear, they were very happy that at least he gave them the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's little stuff like that. We're just a consumer, so I just want to know everything, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we work hard for our money, so if we're going to spend it on a pipe dream, I want to know that it's not just, again, going to end up like Paragon.
Yeah, it's not gonna or end up like Battleborn, just end up in Gearbox's pockets to make
Yeah,
Borderlands
yeah, yeah.
3.
Yeah, just funding something so they can do something
Yeah,
better with their time.
yeah. But like I really, really, really believe in Strange Matter. Like I really, this is like my all-in MOBA third-person MOBA game now. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
I'm just, I really, really, really need this to work out, and I'm willing to support them in any way possible. I really am. Um, but anywho, so we're gonna talk about now like what they changed. So in the chat went crazy, and everyone from some of the founders to the marketing manager to the community manager to the admin to Balix, who is a high position, whatever his position is in the company, to the mods, to the testers. Everyone was in the chat about because there were some people that just were not giving up about why they disagree with this price, and
Yeah.
and then it was clearly shown afterwards. Not really with words, but with actions that internally they were having some disagreements about the price also, and and that showed. And I could not believe how fast they fixed the problem. Like I was very very impressed about that. Um, and now no one
You
seems
don't
to have
think
an
they
issue.
had like a backup plan? Like they thought maybe people wouldn't like the prices, and they just had like a backup like JPEG of like a different price
They
setting.
actually probably did have a backup, I would say. That actually makes
Well,
sense because
especially when it's one of the first few things that you're actually going public with. It's like, how do you decide
yeah,
what to use and what not to
especially
use?
especially if there was conflict inside.
yeah,
I mean, of course, like they know how much money they need to make off this. They know how much what is like a beneficial amount of money to make. You know what I mean? And so, like, I'm sure that a business is going to want to make money, so they might like jack it up a little bit and be like,
I
"Oh
guess
fuck
that's
yeah,
the
yeah."
other thing everyone has to be aware of. Like, this is a business that is trying to make money. Like,
yeah,
nobody's into any of this to just like give it away.
yeah. These people want to make a job out of this. You know what I mean? Imagine if
Yeah.
they could do this for a living, how much better the game would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Yeah.
that's like a really big other point. It's just this game would be huge if these people could truly just make have a paycheck that sustains their uh, quality of life. You know what I mean? And hopefully boost it as well. But it was kind of um, so basically what they did is they made the $30 pack. They made a middle tier package that gives you all 14 heroes for $30 plus 1,000 coins. So technically $40.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know where it started, but there was like a clear common rumor that everyone's expectation was that you're going to get all 14 heroes for $30. Um, and when I asked some of them about it, they're like, "We didn't hear about that." And I think that's, to be honest, I think that's kind of BS because like it was in the chat like every day. Um, but like but it would be said that that price is unconfirmed though. When
Yeah.
people seem about the second you people don't really care about the unconfirmed part, they just see the dollar sign. You know what I mean? Okay, I got $30 in my pocket. That's good. I got this.
Yep.
For all 14. So people were a bit stunned, I think, when they didn't have that, but they solved that very fast. Um, one thing I would like to talk about as well is so my experience now I am pretty young still, but my degree, my experience in work, all has to do with marketing for the most part. Like that's or like distribution or coordination or whatever you want, sales, whatever you want to call it, right? They're all hands in the same pot. And so if I was Strange Matter, what I would have done is I like I really do think their $20 one for 5 heroes and 7 rotation and you could grind them was really good. Yeah, but it all depends on how grindable the heroes were. Like if it was realistic to grind them, because like Smite's pretty
Yep.
unrealistic, apparently. Um, yeah, and for the $60 one, what I would have done is what I consider a good bang for your buck would be okay. So each hero is $14 or $4, right? So that works out to $56. So we're gonna make the price $50. So you're saving a bit of money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wait,
Um,
doesn't that $60 also come with the that first season pass, the season zero pass?
it the Masters pack does now too. That's a new thing.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that on their
Yeah,
initial
I think that
announcement.
was the biggest thing that they had to make, did add that, charge
Yes.
that much for it. Is that okay? Yeah, I need access to this, but I don't want to have to spend all that money and then get into the game and spend more money.
Well,
Like if
basically,
I'm going to
what they
buy
were
your top
asking
tier of anything, I want everything.
Yeah, basically they're asking for $80. In fact, they're actually asking for more than that in the initial announcement because you would get 3 heroes at 50% off. So
Yeah.
it's actually probably more like $90, let's say. Uh, that's fine. They fixed it. I think they kind of gave away the whole ship now, to be honest. The whole ship, the stars, and the moon, which I don't think is
I,
exactly the
in
best
my
idea.
personal opinion, not that it's worth too much, but I would have rather there be, let's say, like a lower upfront cost to the game, but then again, just like the money that they're obviously trying to make back for development and whatnot, put that in microtransactions, like give somebody a reason to spend that money, not like roll the dice on something that you haven't even played yet
Hmm.
that's in early access. Like
Yeah.
if I had the option to, let's say, spend half the money, but then they end up getting it from me anyways because I have the option for like a loot box type thing, just like being able to randomly generate skins and other type of like emotes and whatever. I way prefer that just because I mean people like spending money and just having chance. Like that's the only reason why all these games have the different mechanics where they have like loot boxes or something like that in it. It's because again, just by our nature, we want a payoff to spending the money.
Hmm.
So especially when like all you're really giving away is grindable things, like, and we don't even know realistically how long you would have to grind for a character. So just because you're giving me all these extra characters, but if I only sat down for like 5 6 days, grind out and have enough to have those 14, then I would have saved myself a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
Like, where's the incentive to spend it all up front?
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to kind of move off this topic because I think it does get a bit touchy if we get too into it, and I don't want to get into touchy realm. Uh, And I think Strange Matter did an excellent job of solving the situation very fast. And they also
Oh,
had
100%.
the Q&A, which they did, so some people popping in and out and answering questions about early access. The last thing I want to mention, though, something that kind of left bitter in my mouth, and this comes with the story as well. I think I told Chandler this story already, but I want to mention it again. In League of Legends, I have a friend named Brendan Arzola. He's in the League of Legends Discord. He went into the subreddit, and so apparently League has an issue this very second where the base heroes are clearly worse than the newer heroes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
and because League of Legends is so big, Riot Games has lead hero designers for each hero. Um, so he put that in the Reddit, uh, and he got a bit of gas, but it didn't get a lot. Like it got like it wasn't like anywho, it wasn't on the first page or subreddit. And then he went to play League of Legends the next day. So within 24 hours, he went to go on League of Legends itself. He got a message from the lead hero designer of a certain hero called Vayne, because that's who he was talking about. And he went out. So listen to this: the lead hero designer went out of his way to ask a random who had basically no following or no gas behind his. Well, he had a little bit, but nothing crazy behind his opinion what he would change about Vayne to make her better. And he invited them to the League of Legends Discord and they talked about it in a DM.
yep,
That right there is the epitome of we care about our community and their feedback to me. That is literally like that to me makes me want to play the game because that to me builds trust. You know what I mean? Like I believe they're really doing what they can do. It builds a
yep.
consumer uh, business relationship that is just like that is just it's so valuable. I can't even put it into words. And what so I believe Strange Matters doing a good job with transparency. However, this is one thing that I saw a lot in the chat when it was going crazy and they're getting a bit of backlash. If you have a problem, DM me, one of the devs would say. And that sounds great, but in my opinion, it should have been the other way around. It should have been the dev DM them. Took the initiative to say, look, I see your general chat. Let's try to keep it out of there. Let's talk about it professionally, civilly in a DM. See what we can do.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I really think taking that initiative is a thing. And to me, if I was in a general chat and I see, it doesn't matter who it was, and I see a dev or tester of some sort, say in a chat, if you have an issue, DM me. Why the fuck am I going to DM them when I just talked about it in general chat? Like, get off your high horse. You can DM me too. This, like, I don't know. That's just kind of my personal opinion. It's just something really small, but like this is the ugly. This is what I would consider the ugliest thing I've seen out of Stranger Matters so far. And I feel like I know it's just something small, but that further initiative to solve the issue right then and there um, in a DM, so you're not fueling the fire in the general chat is just. I just feel like that is the epitome of transparency and being for the gamers. Because without the gamers, you will not have a paycheck and a game. What do you
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
guys
think that's
think?
the biggest.
boys.
Well, yeah, it's a good point because again, like you need that income from somewhere. So we're the only reason why the game is making money. Like I don't know, especially at this early stage, it's not like that they have like the player base of Call of Duty. Like if the devs for any of the Call of Duty games had a live stream, people were randomly asking questions. I get it; they're not going to answer some random. But with how small this community is, and you have a stream that has only 100 people, 200 people watching it, like take
Yeah,
some time out of your day to like
that's what I'm saying.
answer
Especially
these
when it's
people.
the same like 100 people in chat for the
Yeah,
most part. Even though there's 12,000 Discord people in the thing, and yeah, it's a good idea. And I also think like now you're not Riot Games and you don't have a lead hero designer and like all of his assistants.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but like usually when it comes to that, it's someone's job to answer those questions from everyone from the bottom who don't get noticed to someone, whether it be a mod, a community manager. His whole job is to respond to the community. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Uh, or an assistant or whatever. So, but they are small, so I can see. I don't know. They probably feel like they have more important things to do, but in my opinion, responding to any questions or concerns about the community uh, is on par with the development of the game. Like it is essential to the development of the game.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. You don't want them working on stuff and waste their time on features that literally nobody wants.
Yeah. Steve,
That
what do you
sounds
think about
familiar.
this?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Um, you have to excuse me. Mom brought me corned beef hash, but it was
Yo,
odd corned
I
beef. So
literally didn't know corned beef hash existed until I came to Newfoundland, and that is how I know your family's from Newfoundland.
Oh man, that sounds amazing.
yeah, but we usually eat the corned beef in like the square container because like that shit is
Steve, it's the same thing here.
no because mom got this like it's in like a can like a circular can and there was like water and shit in it.
Yeah.
And she said, like, yeah, like this is like the fancier corned beef hash. And I was eating it. I was like, Mom, dead ass, I can't eat this. Like, this tastes fucking horrible.
I'm gonna have to show you. It's a red can, right?
Yeah, it's a red can, Puritan.
It's yeah. I know what you're talking about. Trust.
Yeah, but we eat
Someone just
the
joined
square
chat.
one.
Oh, you eat this. Okay, now
Heard something.
I don't know. Oh, I heard it sounded like someone joined the Discord. Is what it
Yeah,
sounded like.
Yeah.
someone came into the Discord and then dipped.
Someone was in here like uh
Damn.
Countess,
They heard they heard Steven talk about corned beef hash. Nah.
and they're fucking
They
out.
were like, what the fuck is
Go,
this?
get me out of here. Yeah,
So I missed parts of what you were saying, but
that's okay.
the end of what you were saying reminded me of Epic when they this is what's best.
Yeah,
And
we
then
were
it's
just
just like,
talking. We were just
yeah.
talking something very, very, very small, and but either way, Strange Matter still handled the situation good. So let's go on to the next topic because I only have about 1,000 written up in our Discord. So let me just go check that. Next thing, what is a good grindable amount for a hero?
I'd say a weekend.
How much is a
Yeah,
weekend?
I should realistically be able to spend. Okay, so let's say again, these
2
are
to 3
what?
days grinding to get a hero.
Mm-hmm.
I think max. I don't want to put a week into that shit. Cuz like can think about it. I don't know, like I think 3 days should be like the projected amount, right? Because like you obviously want people playing the game with the characters that they like. And I know that the shorter that time is, the lower money they're going to make.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, because they're
that's
obviously they're
3
going to
days of
price it at a
just
place.
playing Fault.
Yeah, they're going to price it in a way that makes you like
When you say
makes it just barely that inconvenient that you go, okay, I'll just buy the character
when you
for my
say
money
three
rather than
days, do you
grind.
mean like 72 hours of gameplay?
No, I'm saying like if I play for like 5 hours on a Friday night, 5 hours on Saturday, and like 5 hours on Sunday.
Okay.
And like that's all that
So
I play.
15 hours of gameplay. I guess yeah, that's what we're going to just like act in-game time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
15
I
hours.
guess how many matches? Because again, it should be a pretty like specific rate as to how that fills up.
Yeah.
Like how
Matches are
much
what,
is a
like 30
game?
minutes? So that's 30 games.
Yeah.
A lot
Uh,
of the time, if I think about myself, I don't play more than like maximum 4 games in a row. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
And then I take a little break.
Yeah.
That's just me.
What I was thinking. So my idea was, because I actually asked this in the stream. earlier today because I had a little dev stream earlier today, and okay. So long story short, I know I'm very confident in the fact that Sylvan keeps fucking teasing me about shit that's not probably going to be in the game. Like I think he's trying to troll me, like no joke. And so I asked him. So I didn't ask him. I just asked in the chat, what is going to be the grindable amount? And he actually added me and said, what do you think would be a good one? What do you believe would be a good amount? And so my answer was, now this is an immediate answer, so I've thought about it a bit more since then, and I think this is, uh, I like my answer. I believe that for the first, so let's say there's a level system in the game, right? The second you hit level 10, which is probably, let's say, 10 hours of gameplay, one level an hour, um, you get a free hero. So 10 hours, I think that's, you get one free hero. And that's to bring newcomers into the game because it's like, yo, dude, I just got my eighth hero. Wow, man. But at the same time, if you, Steve, 15 hours of gameplay, uh, there's only 20 heroes going to be in the game by the end of the year. Everyone's going to have every hero. What I'm
Yeah.
trying to say, and that can't happen for free to play games, or they're never going to make money except off skins, ever. And the hero system has been proven to be what makes the most money in MOBAs. That's why Smite does it. That's why League of Legends does it, so on and so forth. Now,
Yeah.
so what I was thinking is 10 hours for the first one and then 30 hours for the next. Because then if you do that out, that'll be 40 hours of gaming. And so, like a day, almost 2 days of gaming, and you now have two heroes. And then at another day of in game time, you got a third hero. So that's 3 days of gaming. So then by the end of the year, when there's 20 heroes, you can argue that when you have 10 days played, because I would say that's probably the average, which works out to 240 hours, you now have 20 heroes.
Now, are you thinking that basically that
200.
in-game time just grants credits, sort of like Apex,
Yeah.
where you just have the choice to spend them if you want to? Like, so you could, essentially, if you only ever play two characters and you already have them, you could just keep banking them until the character comes out that you
Oh
actually
yeah,
want to play.
absolutely. So they have an in-game currency called matter. So that will be gained by how well you do in a game, by your level,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. That's just simple. And those that matter will buy you tier 1 skins, tier 2, tier 3 skins. They confirmed today that tier 3 skins will be available with matter. That's crazy. That usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of excited about that. And of course by heroes.
I mean,
So
I still want, like, the biggest thing I want is just dynamic skins, like something that just changes throughout the match.
yeah.
But that's how you get money out of me.
Well, do you guys know what the difference is between a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 skin?
Just
Isn't
rarity.
tier one is is a recolor.
Yep.
Tier two adds some shit to the character,
It's like a new skin. New.
and then tier three is like there's
Tier
like animations and shit.
Yeah, so tier 3 would be when the skins start to change in game.
Yeah. So tier 3.
Yeah. Tier 3s are like the most difficult to make, take the longest to make, and because of that cost more money. They also are 98% of the time the coolest. So
So like the skeleton Gideon was
that's
a
a
tier
tier
three
2.
gen.
That'd be a tier 2. Oh, the
Tier two?
skeleton Gideon. Yeah, that would be a tier 3.
Yeah, the pirate.
Yes, that would be
Because
a
it
tier
also
3.
changes the ability animations.
Yeah, that would be a tier 3.
Because it turned his rock into an anchor,
Mhm. Which
which is
is
cool as fuck.
which is pretty awesome. Which is pretty awesome. So in my argument is if so when I do out the math, it's 220 hours and you gain another 7 heroes. What do you guys think? Do you think that's too much?
Too much.
So that's like 9.5 days. Or 9 days. We'll say 9 days.
9 days of in game.
In game gaming.
That may be reasonable.
Is it though? Or would that piss you off? They have to play 9 days to get 7 heroes.
Yeah, like 9 days. That's what.
I guess it just depends
Yeah.
on how important it is for you to have all those. Like Steven said, he's not going to pick any of the characters that are traditionally meant for mid. So I mean, when you're
Yeah,
looking at the
like that's
roster,
like
if
I'm
there's
only
only
buying.
feasibly only another 4 characters you would want, then
Yeah. And I actually
Yeah.
think, now that I think about it, I think it is a bit high because when I look at Matter, you can also buy skins. So the hopes is that you come up with a skin that's going to attract the consumer. So they're going to spend some of that Matter on the skin. So then they won't be able to have all the heroes. But I think if they only go for heroes, they say fuck the skins, they should be able to get them all in a reasonable amount of time. And when I say 9 days of in-game time, it seems a bit unreasonable. But
well, I
uh,
guess yeah, that's the biggest thing. If that system that unlocks heroes is the exact same as unlocking skins, like you're gonna have to make it reasonable enough that you have to choose between a character or a skin. So
yeah, and that's how it is. That's usually how it is. You have to choose like what's important to you, kind of thing.
yeah,
Because like, what's the point of having all the heroes if you're not going to play them? That's kind of the big thing with free to play. So like, it's common for everyone not to have all the heroes and just go for the
yeah,
ones that they enjoy, and then get a
oh,
few
100%.
skins that they enjoy. So
Yep.
maybe 9 days is a bit much, but like, how much would you guys reduce it by? Because like, and you have to think about the best interest of the business. Like the best interest of the business is that it takes 1,000 days. You know what I mean? To get one character. But
Yeah.
If it was 7 days,
obviously you can't do that.
like a
I mean, my
week
biggest thing
straight.
is as long as I could play again, like Steve said, those 3 days. So let's say Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. As long as I can play those 3 days and unlock at least one character. So let's say you're only playing, let's say, a total of maybe 5 hours, 6 hours at most
Hmm.
of the game each of those nights. That's how long personally I would want to unlock a character because again, you're still buying skins, still doing this, that, the other thing.
Yeah.
But
What?
Yeah,
like just for purely unlocking a character, because obviously unlocking characters is going to have to be less
So,
than
do
getting
you
a skin
think
for a character.
15 to 20 hours of gameplay, let's say, would be good
I say
would
20
be
hours.
yeah,
Let's
would
just round it up 24 hours, just like a day's worth.
a day's worth of gameplay is reasonable enough to get a tier 3 skin or tier 1 skins or a hero. Is
I mean, that's a lot of time, dude. Like, you think about people like, like me myself. Like, I mean, I don't have a lot. Like, cause me, I'm the kind of gamer that like, I like to just play like a bit, like a few games, and have like a lot of fun. And like, I find the more I'm having fun and the more I'm enjoying the content that they give me, the more I'm willing to support and like
hmm
buy shit. You know what I mean?
hmm
So I mean, like, I don't want to feel like I have to devote. Oh fuck! If I don't play 5 hours tonight, then like I'm not gonna really achieve anything. And like I bought the wrong character. Like shit. Or like, oh, this new one came out and he looks really really cool, but I can't fucking play it because like I gotta fucking play like another 48 hours
So you think
of.
that 15 hours is reasonable for a tier 3 skin or a hero?
I think a tier 3 skin has to be more expensive than a hero.
Yeah, the skins would be more money
Like
than the.
I'm all for. So let's say something crazy like you have to play 48 hours worth to get enough credits for the tier 3 because obviously nobody wants the tier 1 and half the people are going to want the tier 2. Everyone wants the tier 3 skin.
Yeah.
So the incentive is you either use all those free credits that you're building up that you could put towards a character, but instead you're going to get a tier 3 skin
Yeah.
for yours.
I actually agree with
But
that. Like,
the main mindset is that more than likely, if you're getting a tier 3 skin, you're spending actual money on it, not the free credits. But you have the option
yeah,
if you want to
you have
grind
the
to be able to.
option. And I also agree because what they're now calling marketplace heroes. So heroes that are in the Paragon assets are going to be less costly than a new, fully new hero. So that's where like a tier 3 skin especially is going to be more expensive than a new hero, which
Yeah.
than a
Yo,
marketplace hero.
what are the odds?
All the new characters
I-
are going to be the strongest.
No, what if they? I don't know. I just like I think about this kind of shit. What if they genuinely just look objectively worse Be- because
What
they're like
there?
brand new? Like,
Oh, you
what are
think
the?
the new characters will just not look nearly as polished as the assets that were already there?
You know what I mean? And like,
I mean, with the Unreal Engine, with a little minor effort, still make things look pretty damn
you
good.
don't think they should be like launching the game with a brand new character? Like
They
that
are.
could be they are?
Sparrow is the 14th character, and she's
No,
not
no,
in
no,
it
no,
yet.
no, no, no. That's not what I mean. I mean
Like
this
a original character.
an OG Strange Matter character.
I agree with you.
So that I can see, oh shit, I should start investing my money because if the new characters, these non-marketplace characters aren't good, that's not longevity to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also, and when you talk about funding, like let's talk about funding. Uh, if the second you mention assets, they might turn you down. But if you have a completely new character to prove that this you can do this, you're more likely to get a yes, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Too. But the problem is that in a company, it probably costs $100,000 to create a new character, and Strange Matter does.
Really?
Yeah, Strange Matter doesn't have $100,000. But if you do it at a startup level, uh, well, it's just
What?
about time. It's about people putting in their time, and what does that cost is more so what it is. And if you have the expertise on the team, it's more just going to cost time.
Okay. All right. Cool. I don't know anything about game
I I
developing,
I
so
I agree to you. I agree with you. Coming up with a new character
to like hype up the game, like I think that would be a
to
fucking awesome
would
idea to
be
help
awesome.
them put their stamp on shit.
It would really show what they're capable of. Because right now they're just using and what but they are showing what they're capable of in other ways. Like they do plan on kind of changing the map and stuff. But like that would be a big bang. That would be a bomb drop. Bang! Here's a new character. We told you that we're only working with assets first. Haha. This is what we got for you. You know what I mean? Like that
Well,
would.
I'm sure they have to be working on something already.
Oh, they definitely are. Like these people are maniacs. I've learned that uh, very quickly. Steve and Chandler. In the last 7 days, they put out 10 patches on the tester server.
Hmm.
No, 11 patches. Sorry. That's over a patch a day. Now, I don't know how big these patches are,
Yeah.
but to be able to
Increase the font size of the loading screen.
but to be able to fix the game in some minor way once a day is without breaking the game is pretty fantastic. Like
Well,
that's
maybe that's why they're just making such small adjustments so they don't break the game while they're updating it.
yeah, they don't want to pull an epic and once a week the meta changes and half the player base decides they're not going to play anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure it's mainly just bug fixes, anyways, that just automatically
Yeah.
get pushed as they're brought up for anyone
But
playing.
they're gonna have to come up with that big change. It's coming. They know it's coming, and they're probably a bit hesitant, and because of that, they're probably quadruple checking everything to make sure that it's gonna be better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which Epic said they did, and their quote unquote internal analytics said they did. Mr. Cameron, whatever his name was, but they clearly didn't. You know what I mean?
Does Steel's body model annoy anyone else? I'm just looking at the stream here and it's just like I have never enjoyed looking at Steel's back. I know this is the tier 3 skin, but like why is he's so hunched over? Like
He is, yeah.
and it's just I don't know. I've always thought this is such an ugly skin. Like
Mm-hmm.
I I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know, dude.
It's realistic. If you're going to be
What?
able to throw that shield around, you gotta need a lot of back. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean throw the shield around? Like,
He jumps up with the goddamn thing and
yeah, because he's a
slams down.
robot.
Steel's
This
not
is
a
like-
robot.
Yeah, he is.
clearly. Are you looking at the screen there, Potato Boy?
No, this is a skin.
I'm fully
No,
aware.
we're just fucking with you, dude.
At least I was pretty sure he was a robot.
He's called Steel.
That's what he's made of.
That's my fucking point. You're gaslighting me.
Okay, no, but
You're
that's the thing. Like,
gaslighting me. You're a fucking villain.
no, if you're going to make a human have the ability of a robot, he's going to be hunched over like that. Let's be real.
So after a bit of discussion, we have come to agreement that the average marketplace hero should cost 15 to 20 hours, right? Of in-game
I'd say
time.
at least,
Fuck
yeah,
it, sure.
Or do you think that's too much? That's a weekend.
That's a weekend if you ain't got shit to do.
Well,
But
here's
what
the
if you
thing,
got
Steve.
work?
Think about
You gotta
Apex.
have sex. You gotta, I don't know, build a shed.
Well, no, but think about
Steve,
it,
think
though.
about Apex Legends. Think about how long I've been playing. I'm level 62 in that game, and I've only ever gotten enough credits to unlock one character. There's still 4 characters.
So like what, level 40?
What?
You're what, level 40?
62.
You're what, level 62?
And I've only ever had enough credits to unlock one character, and there's still another 4 to unlock.
That's because you don't grind.
Okay, but that's the exact argument that you're making. You're saying I don't want to grind to get the character because I don't have the time.
Should a casual player that plays, let's say, 20 hours a week be able to get every character by the end of the year that's released?
I guess that's the other way of looking at it. If you play, let's say, 2 matches a day, which let's say is anywhere in the realm from an hour to an hour and a half, 7 days a week. So all of a sudden you're looking at, let's say, 7 hours a week casually that you're picking up the game, but it takes 15 hours. It's still taking 2 weeks for a casual player to unlock one hero just to try out.
That's pretty good.
So that's what you kind of have to look at. That like that's casually playing 2 weeks, one hero. So obviously the people that play all the time, like if you're playing all the time, it means you're not playing other games. That's kind of what Strange Matter wants, is you playing their game, not someone else's game.
That's
There's
true.
another thing to keep in mind as well. A lot of the people that are going to no life this game are just gonna get all the characters without buying them.
That's me.
You make a lot more money off of the short-term players that just want to try out the cool character, right?
That's true, yeah.
So I mean, if you
But
make
that's
it,
where the skins come.
yeah, and because like I'm a lot more apt to like buy a skin
Rather than
as
a
opposed to
character.
character.
And that's what I was talking about. Like those tier 3 skins have to be at least double, if not triple, the price of a hero.
Yeah.
So say a hero, again, a hero's $5. But
Like,
premium skin should be $15.
Like in Smite, for example, like making comparisons like this is one thing, but like, for example, like it's 5,500 in-game currency to unlock a hero, and a lot of the skins you can't even unlock with in-game currency. So you can buy heroes for 200 premium currency, but a lot of the skins are minimum 400.
Yeah.
And a lot of the really popular heroes, there's one like Thanatos, for example. His most expensive skin is 8,000 premium currency. And I think like 200 is like $7 or something like that, if I remember correctly. Or I don't know, might have butchered that, but I know it wasn't super cheap. And so like that's the whole thing, right? Like they give you 300 premium currency once you reach level 15. You'll have amassed from leveling up 300 premium currency. And there was a skin that I got because another thing that they give you is like a coupon for like a percentage off of a skin. And so I got a tier 3 skin for Thanatos for 200 premium currency. And it's one of those things where it's like Thanatos is like, it's a character I really, really like. I enjoy playing him a lot. I want to style and show off when I'm completely destroying the enemy team. So I'm a lot more apt to like, yeah, I'm gonna spend my premium currency on this skin because it's flair. It's changing. You know what I mean? But it's like when it came to actually getting Thanatos, it's like I'm not gonna spend $200 on like base Thanatos. Like I'm gonna spend my in-game currency on that because that I can like grind up and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. This is just at least how I always thought about it. And how I've kind of gone about when I spend money in a game, it's because I'm committed and invested, and I don't know. But here's the thing: I'm also always going to be a person that thinks about the shadiness of microtransactions. So and that's why I'm not a game developer because I wouldn't make any money. Because I know that if I just make enough money to live and keep the game alive, as well as like if I'm putting in this time, like I want to be able to like, take care of myself. But microtransactions are all about capitalizing. Okay, the average player is going to spend this much time, so like we should, make them have to pay this and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, like I just think it's more so like if you give me a reason to want to spend my money, um, then I think that goes a lot further than like fuck, like I'm just sick and tired of grinding to get this. I just want it. But
And I guess that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So, what incentivized you to spend the money that you did in Paragon? 'Cause
I
you
thought
spent
they
a
were
lot of
gonna
money.
finish the fucking game.
No, but okay, so like, but what things in it were you willing to spend your money on, and why?
Crunch skins. Because they never fucking made any. So I'd buy chests to try and roll crunch skins because they didn't let you buy skins. Now, see, now that's the seediest shit. When they started doing the chests, and like I'd get like Decker skins, and I'm like, fuck, like our team's gonna be no good if I'm playing Decker and Greg has to be, I don't know, fucking like uh something like I don't know.
Fucking Murdoch.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like so it's just like, bro, let me spend money on the character that I want to invest in. Give me a reason, make the character cool, make it powerful, make it feel like it's fair. You don't have to make the character OP. Like I was saying to Greg, I thought Thanatos was OP, but like genuinely I've gotten to the point like he's not OP, he's just really strong. He has a really good kit. He has really good like his voice actor's good. His abilities are cool. There's a lot of reason for me to want to play him, so I'm more willing to spend money on a character I'm going to play often, and I just want to look at something different or feel cooler while I'm playing.
Yeah, so with that mindset, would you only spend premium currency on skins, or what other things outside of skins would you ever spend money on?
That's all you could spend money on in this game. In Paragon, though, was skins.
I would spend money.
But I'm just thinking, like,
on
going
an
forward,
enemy
like, you have to have
team's debuff.
options.
Can
A
you
what?
imagine you can buy debuffs that you can activate at the beginning of the game that just like makes
That's a
the enemy
Roblox
team
mod.
like they receive like 2% less gold.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I'd spend money on that shit.
everyone would, but everyone would be triggered because we pay to win.
And they can stack. And at the end,
That's
when
like
the game
some.
actually starts, everyone's receiving like 90% less gold, and the game goes on for 2 hours because no one can
Oh,
get enough gold.
oh
Like,
boy.
I don't know. I'd spend money on that
Um,
shit.
I don't know if you guys know this, but Fault has already shown a sketch for ward skins. They're gonna have different kind of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 wards.
Yep.
It's pretty cool, I think. The more and more I play Smite, the more and more I feel like Fault is adopting the model of Smite. I don't know if anyone else
Well,
feels that
because
way.
again,
That's
it's
that Chinese
Smite's
ingenuity.
always been in the shadow of all the other MOBAs. Like, it's so niche, and it's not.
I'm
They
literally
tried so
playing it
hard.
because I'm waiting for fall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the thing, like, not a lot of people play it because they are passionate about it.
Oh,
Again, it's just something to play.
okay. Do you think we're done with that topic and we can go on to a different one?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So next topic I wanted to talk about, and I really want to hear your guys' opinion on this, is I just wanted to, for the viewers, I wanted to explain to them the concept that developed last journal about the concept of time in MOBAs and why it is so important and why we think everything should be basically played around time.
You say, why is it important?
Yeah, just explain what you mean when you say time in MOBAs besides, the time on the scoreboard.
Okay. Think of it like this. Call of Duty, right? You get spawned in uh 5 seconds away from an enemy. And the whole point is it's not really strategy as much as it who has the more freakish reflexes than the other, who has the better gun, all that kind of stuff. In a MOBA, the whole point is the strategy of it takes so long to get back into the fight. It takes long to get back into position. You need to be aware that every single hero has movement debuffs when they're walking backwards, when they're walking side to side, when they're using speed buff ability or something else. Um, and the whole idea of if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, then that will cost your team a character, which could cost your team a tower, which in turn costs your team two more characters, and then you have three people down, and then they're about to take an inhibitor just because you were in mid lane when you should have been left lane. And you need to be aware that it's all well and good that you got there, but you got there 10 seconds late. And so it's that fact that even if you're not strong enough, think about Narbash, right? With his thunk. Maybe his thunk is there to knock Gideon out of his ult. Maybe Steel has his ult to come in and knock up everyone so that Countess can get a kill, right? All this kind of stuff that time sometimes and placement and knowledge is for certain characters more valuable than getting a lot of money. I think something that you need to think about is the way you power up uh, is the item shop. So if you have the ability to like have a buff that lets you access the item shop from lane, that gives you so much more opportunity and options when you're actually in lane, so you don't have to leave. It gives you a lot more times, and instead of having to go back, spend your time buying there, and then you're so much further from the fight and whatnot, it allows you that time to move a bit better. In Call of Duty, you don't need to really worry about that because it's not like you need to be in a certain place at a certain time. You can get a kill super easy, super quick, and if you die, it doesn't matter. You're just like right back alive, like right where you were almost. So something in this that I feel needs to be addressed is how players are spending their time when they're not farming in lane, when they're not in team fights, when they're not, getting buffs. What kind of buffs are we getting? What is it doing to change the game? Maybe there's stuff that we can interact with the map. Um, you know what I mean? And this idea of what is a player doing for the next 30 minutes? Are we getting smacked and slammed on and there's nothing we can do? Or if they get Orb Prime and then we get the buff Raptor once Orb Prime goes down, that's another way for you to spend your time instead of just waiting to die. You know what I mean? And I feel like Strange Matter would benefit a lot from making sure that they're focusing on that fact. Um, because a lot of the time, I don't think, like when I'd think about Paragon, and sometimes I felt like, well, there's nothing I can do. I keep trying to surrender. My teammates won't surrender. I know we're not going to win. And I know that kind of sounds like, oh, you're just being one of those guys that gave up super early. It's just like, nah, man, like we're not going to win. I know what's going to happen. I know that my team is feeding. I know that they don't know what to do. So it's just like, just get me out of this match. Like, we've lost. It's been 10 minutes. Like, let's stop. And there's that feeling of like, okay, there's literally nothing I can do to at least maybe like improve my time. So, and like the better time you have and the better ways that you're spending your actual time, I think it's a better incentive for me to actually want to spend premium currency and to buy premium currency and invest a lot more of my life into the game. Because that's what you want with a MOBA. You want people to play this game forever. Like, you want to be like League and have so many characters and so much strategy and so many game modes, that people are always having a good time. Like, I felt like Paragon really lacked in that because there was no proper training. There was no proper database of terms. There was no training on like ward placement, team comp, why it's important to not have 3 casters and then 2 ADCs. So it was like late game, if you didn't farm well, then you can't kill anything. Like, you know what I mean? And just these concepts of like, you need to, mitigate damage, penetrate armor, build mana, all this kind of stuff, so that you're actually using your time better. And it's more than just like a common everyday person's understanding of the team deathmatch, big man hit stick on small person head. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think, and then like having ranked modes and different types of game modes, and I don't know, just that kind of stuff. So that's why I think time is something that people need to really think about how they're spending their time in these games.
I think you said it pretty well. I just wanted to bring up that concept because I think it's something we can over time we can really elaborate on and really get in depth. Like I'm like full in depth of what it means to be a MOBA. And I think that's going to be more so when early access comes out because at the moment we don't have access to the game, right? So we'll be able to talk about concepts of time and why we think it's important and how it's beneficial to certain heroes and to every hero too, uh, to get there faster and stuff. Because the last thing you want, for example, is what, as you said, when you're 10 seconds late to a rotation. And it's like, well, I rotated, man. Yeah, but you weren't there right away. And there's so much in a MOBA that can stop you from rotating late. Like maybe your lanes are pushing on, maybe the enemy minions are pushing on your lane, on your tower, so you have to kill them before you rotate, or you just have to give up a bit of your tower damage. You know what I mean? Tower health, um, and so on and so forth. Uh, yeah. So what I was thinking now, Stephen Chan,
Yup.
is Chandler there?
Yo, Chan.
Oh, yeah.
So what I was thinking is we're about to be an hour and a half in to the stream. So an hour of discussion, an hour and 10 minutes of discussion. So I was thinking about why don't we just do like a 10-minute intermission, come back, stretch our legs,
Yeah, sure.
if that's okay
Yes.
with everyone else. Kind of like act. We're going into Act Two.
Yeah, sure.
Two. There we go.
We're going into Act Two. Okay. So oh, there's someone in the Discord. Did you guys realize that?
Yep.
Hey, Kenny. If you
How's
want
it
to,
going?
pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Uh, we're just talking about some stuff. You're welcome to join us, but we're just going to be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Cool. Is everyone here?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chandler.
Do I sound all right?
You sound fantastic.
Okay, I had to switch over to the wireless because phone was dying.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So we are back. Hey, what if we flop though? This is Stranger or Big Moose, and we're here with Act 2 of the Faultarian Journal, where we discuss all things fault from a perspective of a consumer. We are not a tester. Have nothing associated with fault. We are just passionate Paragon players and believe in fault and its success. Everyone, please
Hell
reintroduce
yeah.
yourselves.
My
Hey,
name
me.
is
Don't
Steven.
say Jeff. Jeff.
My name Jeff. I'm Steven.
Yep.
Uh,
And there's
S.A.
I'm gonna
me,
give you a bit more.
Chandler.
I'm gonna give a bit more on Steve. Steve is the one that introduced me to Paragon. He's a crunch main. He's the best crunch I've ever seen. Better than everyone. For anyone that
Pretty sure
might be
it's the only
listening.
crunch I've ever seen.
Fuck you.
And we were all console players. We all know each other in person.
Hey, I
And there
used
we are.
to laptop.
Chandler used to use a laptop. We don't talk about that because console's better. Chandler,
Yes.
who are you?
Chandler, good friend Greg's. And, porter of all things fun.
Awesome. Just to give a bit on Chandler. Chandler and Steven are brothers. They're quite fantastic. We all played Fault or Paragon, and we all played a different amount of time, different levels, all that jazz, and it was just fun. Kenny, are you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Kenny. Kenny, you may not know who we are, but I'm going to tell you the
I'm
situation
new
right now.
here.
I'm gonna tell you the situation. Basically, we're talking in this voice chat right now, and this is actually being streamed. So we're here to talk about fault from the consumer perspective, and we're calling it the Faultarian Journal, and we're here to talk about it from consumer perspective, as I said. And none of us are testers or have any internal connections with Strange Matter at all.
Yeah, I
Uh,
got the gist of it.
okay, awesome. Kenny, who are you? Please introduce yourself.
I am Kenny. I'm new here. And I don't think consoles are the best.
Ooh, Jeff.
Okay.
There you go,
Kenny
Greg.
didn't sign up for this,
Yeah, PC
but
Master
he hasn't
Race
left. So
is the PC Master Race is in the building.
yeah, hell yeah. I mean, equality. You know what I mean?
Gotta
Anyway,
respect both sides.
yes, yes,
Hell
you do.
yeah.
They both have their benefits, and yeah, we'll leave it at that. Kenny, how did you hear about Fault and Paragon?
Too Burdick, most likely.
Britick,
Yeah,
the
but
streamer.
Paragon, I just found out. I don't remember how, but I played it a lot.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Who did you main?
Ooh, mostly jungles,
Yeah,
like Grux, Chimera, all those
yeah.
types.
Nice.
The
you
meta
f-
picks.
Did you
Yeah,
follow any of the
the
competitive
actually
scene?
good picks.
I tried, but it kind of didn't go as planned.
Okay, cool, cool. Alrighty, so we're gonna hop on to a few more topics, guys. For anyone that's listening into the stream, if you want to jump into the Discord, just join the Strange Matter Discord here, and we're gonna be talking about it. We do have our own Discord of our own, but it's a bit small and a bit unprofessional and amateur at the moment. But that will change. Just give us time. And here we are. So far, just to give a little recap, we've talked about the ugly that happened over the last few days, which is when Strange Matter announced the prices, and there was immediate about 30% of the 33% of the player base had some kind of backlash, whether they were very vocal about it or not, about the pricing. Strange Matter was pretty fantastic. They changed it within 24 hours. So we have that. We talked about grindable heroes. How long should it take for you to grind a hero without paying any money for a character? We came to half of an agreement, I would like to say, about approximately 15 hours a hero. So over a weekend, without playing the whole weekend, you could get a hero. Uh, yeah. And what else did we talk about?
I think it should be more, but whatever.
I think it.
How long do you think?
At least 24 hours. 15's too low.
15 could be too low, I think, from business perspective because they're only going to have 20 heroes in the game. Like, there's 6 more
That
coming out.
that too, yeah.
Right.
Like there will be people that are stupid active in the game, and they will get them really quick.
Mm, that's true. I feel like we talked about something else, or was that all we talked about? Am I
We
forgetting
also
something?
you asked me to sort of like go over time
Yes, we went
again.
over the concept of time, and to just keep it brief and short, the concept of time, in our opinion, is basically what makes a MOBA. Because, for an example, let's say you're the jungler and you rotated to the safe lane, but you're 10 seconds late to the engage. Well, you just let your carry and support die, for example, or you miss the kill. So we're talking about a concept of time and everything from laning, minions, why you choose a certain character, how you win games, why it's important to some characters, some heroes, and some that, and more so not to others, and why, as the player, why are you giving your time for this game, and why do you keep coming back? Because the one thing you have in the world that you can never get back is time.
Yeah, and then there's also like that idea. When we were talking the other day about like potentially like what a giant raptor would be, or like different river buffs and placement of those and stuff like that. Like the idea of like, okay, at what point should you give up all hope? And I mean, I sort of thought about the idea of like, yeah, you could easily say like when the enemy team gets prime,
Mm-hmm.
like you should just be like, fuck, and then you just like sit on an inhibitor for like 5 minutes and you just hope you don't get your shit pushed in. But like, what if there was a way to create a little bit more engagement for the player? Okay, like if they get prime, what if when prime dies there's another buff that spawns on the map, so it would increase map awareness. Okay, we know they're at prime, we probably can't take, they're probably all there, what if we try and go and make sure we get that buff? And so like the buff, like the giant raptor wouldn't like, so like prime would be a full team buff that like, let's say for example, increases everyone's stats by 100%. But what if this giant raptor like gave only one person like 150? And so that way it would at least give you a little bit of a fighting chance, where like if the one player that got that raptor buff could probably take each prime person down in a one-on-one, but like if multiple people in the prime, you know what I mean? And like
Mm-hmm.
it's that idea of like at what point should there be no more objectives, and at what point is time irrelevant in a MOBA, and should it ever be irrelevant, I guess. And just
I
like,
don't think there should be a camp that counters Prime. It
You,
doesn't make sense.
you
it
don't.
should end at prime.
You think that pretty much once you get prime, unless you have the best defense of your life, that's the end of the game.
No, you can still defend against it. It's not overpowered when you cannot kill the other team. We've seen a bunch of games where a team had Orb Prime and the other team killed them all.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Like it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Orb Prime is supposed to be a buff for the winning team to end the aim quicker,
That
but the
is
other
true.
team can still do something about it if they communicate better.
Yeah.
Like if
So
they all die, yeah, obviously it's game over.
Okay. But what have you ever played uh League of Legends, for example?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so what about like the dragons, and how after you kill a certain amount of dragons, they do evolve into an elder dragon. So add a second secondary objective in the late game other than Prime itself, or Baron, sorry. Do you think
yeah,
Isn't that what Raptors for?
yes, but Raptors only give gold, and after a certain point in the game you're at a full build.
yeah.
So they're
So
more of
like,
a
yeah.
bef- they're more of a before 30-minute
Well, there's the red
objective.
buff that gives you more damage.
There is, yeah, in the jungle.
Yeah.
Hmm. We shall see. We shall see. We shall
So
see
yeah.
what they're gonna do. Uh,
Yeah, and I guess
just
that was the only reason why we ever mentioned about a response based on
mhm.
hint to the fact that an Elder Raptor of sort or some derivative of a buffed raptor has already been
Mhm.
sort of mentioned. So that's
Oh,
sort of the main
oh,
talks about that is the
oh,
concept of how do you go further with the raptor since they're were.
Yeah, it may or may not be a good idea, and I really enjoy the debate. I want to hear a no because it just adds a different perspective on things, right? Just
Yeah,
because we say yes doesn't mean it's a good
yeah.
idea. Who are we? We're just another customer, really.
Well, that's the big,
Because at the end
the
of the
open
day,
conversation. That's the beauty of it.
at the end of the day, it's all about like, are there other ways to one? I'm sure Strange Matter is kind of hoping to. I feel like every single time you make a game, you want to try and revolutionize one thing. And if they could try and put a different spin on objectives and stuff like that, and like, at what point is you are you dried up of objectives?
Hmm.
And obviously, like, there's been a ton of MOBAs in the past that have tried certain things, and hypothetically, like, like the perfect formula, but it's always that thing of like, okay, what else could be done to try and shake things up a little bit that could just provide a different, I guess, game and experience and all that kind of stuff.
Cool. Yes, Kenny, sir, you can go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
I mean, there's always the objective. The main objective of the game is to destroy the towers and then the core.
Hmm.
The buffs and the orb prime just help you with that.
Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
means to get to the core. Okay.
Yes.
So on that note, let's move on to the next thing. So the next topic that we have, hang on, I'm just going through it all. We're gonna go talk about the new favor system. So I don't. So if you played Alpha 3 Weekend, or if you played Holiday Access, you would have got a chance to play with the favor system, which is the new a system the Strange Matter has developed themselves, which coincides with the item system. So we're done with the cards. We're done with everything past version 41 and after version 42. And that's eliminated. I think there was something in Legacy that was different, but I didn't play at the time, so I couldn't tell you exactly what that was. And so Strange Matter has created a favor system. And basically what it is there's an item shop similar to Smite, League, Dota. Like, it's pretty much the exact same thing. Um, and the favor itself is you choose two factions. You choose two factions. So you can choose double green, double red, one green, one red, purple, blue, white. And each gives you a passive ability, if you may call it that. Uh, and
It's a bonus
a
to your
bonus.
character
Yeah,
roll.
it's a bonus to your character, yeah. And these uh, aspects is what they call them, can really change the kind of character you're going to build. Like, for example, red is more for carries. It's meant for basic damage. However, you could, if you wanted to, throw a red aspect on Greystone if you want to be able to do a bit of damage, and instead of just being a one beast tank. Uh, so
Greystone can be great jungler.
he can be, yeah. And so that is what the favor aspect system. And on top of that, there's a few things that add favors. So you can actually gain favor in the game and put them into your faction. And when you put them into your faction, it gives you bonuses. And at the moment, it gives you bonuses on certain items. So there's certain items that say uh, plus each favor, you get plus 1.25% damage, let's say. Um, and you can get favor in a few ways by killing 50 minions, by killing a raptor, by killing orb, of course, or getting a tower, and that will give you one favor. However, Strange Matter has confirmed that they are changing the favor system because there was a few issues with it. Number one, I'm a support main. I've always have been. The support buffs are one of them's good. The other two are pretty mediocre for the most part. So, but they still haven't touched the support. But that's just my personal opinion. The red faction is completely wiped. It is gone. One of the buffs, one of the aspects there were too broken. And it literally said every time you deal basic hit, you deal 15% true damage over 10 seconds or something. Uh,
Good.
oh, yeah. So that is gone. And there's another red one, another purple one that's gone. So now they're only down to the one purple one. And they changed the blue ones up a bit, and they plan on changing it. So what they have, so I asked in a dev stream a few days ago, how are they changing it besides, adding more purple aspects, of course. And what they're going to do now is instead they don't want the favor to work on the items. They want the favor to work specifically with the aspects that you have chosen. So what they're going to do now is you're going to have one major aspect and one minor aspect. So one big bonus, one little bonus, and you can have, same thing. You can have two in one faction or one in each, or two in different factions. And the favor is going to work more directly with the aspects that you choose. So the aspects themselves are going to get buffed, if that makes any sense. Um, yeah, so that is what is going to happen. So what I wanted to talk about is I want to talk about a few things. I want to theorize what would be a good few purple aspects, new purple aspects to put in the game, and how do you think major and minor aspects is going to change the dynamic of what Fault currently is? So,
Did you guys like the old card system,
uh,
Paragon?
I'm going to be honest. I liked it, but I can see why objectively it's bad. And
Can you explain it a bit?
yeah, why I think it is objectively bad is because it was giving you a recipe for success. Like my deck was literally meant for specific character. I just had a deck for every character, right? So, and that is what I played every game. Didn't matter, and I'd throw in a few cards if I had to, counter something or whatever. But the problem is that there's a recipe for success for certain heroes is what the game started to transcend into, and that is not what a MOBA is. They really want to leave it up to the player's decision and focus more on uh, not the hero itself being the reason why a team comp is better, but how well the player plays with that hero. So with eliminating the card system to create decks, you're now giving more counterplay, and counterplay is a good thing. You don't want to end up like Overwatch where there was like a god where in competitive there was a god stack of 5 characters and that's what everyone played for like a year. And like if you didn't play those, you were bad. You just lost. You were at a disadvantage, at like heavily disadvantaged. So Fault wants to try to eliminate that. So that's why
Why?
they went to the item system.
Yeah, you
I
never want to feel like your role is completely invaluable to the game.
something that I thought about. I don't know why they never thought to just one add more cards or two add more like passive abilities to cards.
Hmm.
Like you know what I mean, and like create situations in card alter cards and stuff to make it to a point where like objectively if I put this card in it complements how I want to play as a character as opposed to this is what this character needs and then any dummy can use it, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
I don't know, like because like they
Are we
never
talking
really
about Epic or are we talking like Strange Matter?
epic. I'm talking epic. I'm just
Okay.
talking in hindsight now. They were just like, no, card system's broken. We're gonna go to 3 cards, and then they added in the abilities, like the attack, the health, and then the mana, and you put and you built that way. And I was just like, I don't know, it's just like the same thing, just less interesting and less
Yeah,
strategic
well,
to
they
me.
just tried to dumb it down to the general public. 'Cause at this point, the player base slowly going down, so they're thinking, okay, how do we make it more accessible? And they made it as
Yeah,
simple as
but
possible. That's the problem with any sort of system that's too simple is that it becomes easy to like. There's only one viable option. It doesn't matter about player skill. It doesn't matter if you're objectively a better
but
player. Like
what?
somebody who's been playing 5 minutes could have the exact same outcome in the game
I
as somebody who's been grinding a bunch of time. And then you sat there with frustration.
I just don't know why they never like this just goes back to the whole thing of um like tutorials and training and assistance and stuff. That was something that Epic Games never did is they never actually implemented a good way for people to learn the game. And I understand that like you can go onto Google, you can go to the wiki, you can play other MOBAs and you can learn MOBA tactics from that, but like what's so wrong with implementing ways to teach how to use your game and creating like, yo, until you get to this level, you can't play the high level ranked stuff.
They were probably saving the full version game.
I remember because I remember being
Fucking
in
full
the Epic
version.
Games forums, and I remember watching the community corners, and I remember them explicitly saying, "Ranked is coming. Just wait, it's coming." I fucking
Wait,
waited, and it never came.
wasn't there a system where you cannot play the actual game until a certain level? You had to play bots.
Uh, I think there was for a bit. Like I think there was, but they definitely eliminated it. And I think it was till like level 3 or something like that, and you had to play
Yeah, it
bots.
was really low.
Yeah.
I thought I thought it was not every hero, like I there might have been that, but what I do specifically remember was like not every hero was unlocked
Mhm.
until you got to a certain level. Like I remember like, and that was really dumb too, because for players like myself, Greg, and Chandler, we played like hours and hours and dozens of hours of this fucking game, and then they come out with this new update for new players like, yeah, we're just gonna not let you play like auto lock Sevarog on your first match in a ranked game. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
no, like that's probably a bad idea if you know nothing about MOBAs and like how to, you know what I mean, like
Your first
jungle
time booting
with a
up the
brain.
game. Yeah.
So like, you know, but and so they were like, no, we're just gonna not let you play it, and like, I don't know, taking away opportunity as opposed to giving knowledge, I think is a really good way to alienate players and to gatekeep and say, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what to do. And I remember it was even, like before Ranked never came out, they were teasing a PvE mode. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? What's that? Like,
Yeah,
I
it was a
don't
lot of not listening to community. Again,
teach
doing
teach
whatever
people
they
ward
want to
placement,
do.
teach people deck building, teach people how to build a character, and like, I don't know, they just never did that. And they're like,
Because the biggest thing with any of those
Fortnite.
mechanics, you have to actually see why it's viable.
Yeah.
One thing to read an item description and understand why it should work, but if
Yeah.
you never get the opportunity to actually go through that movement and why it's been part of the game, you end up never using it. And now, if you're a person that, let's say, you weren't using your wards right or whatever, now all of a sudden you have these people in the lobby with you that are not playing the game to the optimal standard, and you're getting frustrated. There's only 5 players, so if you have 3 people who have no idea what they're doing, you can't have essentially a 2v5 in a game like because you're just going to lose and you're going to waste the next 45 minutes of your life.
Yeah. So like, I feel like going forward, I think the item shop is a step in the right direction, going back to like the idea of what the decks were always supposed to be. I felt was like that extra level of, I guess, strategy and planning, and let you build around a character. And this whole recipe for success thing, I feel like you fix that with like, I don't know, make more cards, make cards less broken, add more passive abilities.
And again, that was
like,
always it added to their history of, instead of trying to make something better or buffing it or adding,
The problem I think
let's take away, let's nerf it, let's constantly take
the
away,
problem I
better
think
rather than add.
sorry. The main problem I think Epic has with everything uh, from Gears of War, Fortnite, Paragon, is they always try to create something new, and sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. And they used to do that every week, and literally, you can see it statistically. The player base would literally go down every week because of
Yeah,
the
Paragon
every single time
itself
competitive.
there's a new
was
update.
unique.
Sorry.
Paragon itself was already a unique game. Didn't have to do anything more.
yeah,
That's what I mean, and you can see it in the
Yeah,
way
for how
Gears work.
beautiful it was. That's part of the reason a lot of people got in, because you were looking at other MOBAs and you're like, you can't have this experience with any other game.
Yeah, and you can see that in everything. Like Gears of War 3 was super popular, had a huge competitive scene, and then the game just like fell off for like 6 years, and then they were like, "Well, I guess we'll make Gears of War 4." And now there's no competitive scene for that game anymore. Like there is, but like it's turned into like the Smite level of competitive. Like it's almost non-existent at this
It
point.
exists, but it's kind of in the back.
Yeah, and I think that's just a problem Epic has. So just to try to get back on track, we're gonna try to talk about two new purple aspects that you would choose, and you have so
What does purple do again?
purple would be see purple's kind of in a weird spot. So like white support, green is health, red is basic damage, blue is mana and ability damage, and then purple was that weird faction that was even in Paragon that Countess used that was more like ability penetration, but also ability damage, if that makes any sense. Um, so I always found purple was kind of in a weird spot, like from the get go, because like I couldn't. When you ask me what does purple do, I can't give you a concrete definition, but I definitely can for the other ones.
Is that
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
armor penetration type of deal?
It's not
Or-
armor; it's specifically abilities.
Yeah, that penetrates armor.
Yeah, ability armor. Yes. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so what I was thinking is if we would do that. So if we try to make a purple aspect, if we are strange matter, I would think about doing something such as I just said, ability penetration. So I would look into an aspect that says your hero gains an additional 2% ability penetration upon ability hit and plus 1.25% for every aspect, for every favor in that faction. Like, what do you guys think of that?
If I was Strange Matter, I would increase the package price to $100 and season pass to $100 as well.
May as
Yeah,
well.
whatever makes them more money, right? But uh they yeah they clearly can't do that because 30% of their player base will literally shoot them.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is understandable, right? They're here without the people. There will be no fault, so they gotta do the best to keep
Yeah.
everyone
I
happy.
just being sarcastic because the drama is funny.
Oh, do you think they're still too high?
No, I'm saying I'm sarcastic because it was funny with the drama that people had with the
Oh,
prices.
it was crazy. They were
Yeah,
yeah, that was a rough day in the Discord to say the least.
Yeah. Well, and again, that was just a bunch
okay,
never
we can go
had
back to
to
the
pay
topic again.
for early access.
Yeah, that's all right. So what do you guys think? Like off the top of your head, when you do this, what do you think would be a good? Let's start with a major aspect. What would be a good major aspect to be given? Like when you picture, and I want you to picture, like I'll give you a few characters that usually fall into the purple buff category. You have Revenant, you have Countess. Uh, sorry, I just kind of lost my track of mind. Revenant, Countess, Zinx, um, and characters like that. Kalari is another good one.
It's a bit hard to judge without knowing the cards by
Yeah.
heart and what
Um,
they do.
buffing basic attack. I don't know exactly what you're asking. Like an
Yeah. Again,
aspect
it's
of
hard to picture a perp buff when it's really some more
What would
unique
be
rather than traditional.
what would be a good bonus that you would give a hero that applies to all heroes?
What about movement speed?
Movement speed, just like a movement speed bonus.
Yeah,
that'd be a big
just be
one.
faster.
Yeah, closing the distance because a lot of those kind of killers are kind of like assassin kind of
Yeah.
characters.
That actually might be really good for them, especially where when you think about like Kalari, Countess, Revenant, like they need that movement speed, and also benefit
Yeah.
the whole thing and the concept of time and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
It
Uh,
makes the squishies dodge shots easier type of deal as well.
mhm. Which yeah, that is true. But then that also brings up the point though. Should there be a cap on movement speed? We talked about this last a few days ago. Like do
Yeah, I think there should be.
The animation.
like do
That
you
should be
want
the cat.
do we want characters electric scootering around the map, as Steve put it, or do we want there to be a cap? But then if there's a
Definitely count.
Yeah.
but with a cap, you do run into the issue where let's say you reach the cap. You're uh, what?
Who would even do this to max their movement speed?
There's some crazy people out there. There's some crazy people out there. They will do it. I'm telling you. You give me a countess in my hands, and you telling me this is the cap. I'm reaching that cap and still building ability damage.
Yeah, but you're
Guaranteed.
gonna be missing a lot on power spikes.
And I guess yeah,
Like,
that's where just how high is that cap? Like, is it attainable in the game, or is it just a hard cap? Again,
And
just
yeah, and the whole something that Kenny's bringing up is like, to what end does putting, I guess, resources towards movement speed, when is that feasible for also not like making you
because again, this
outdated
isn't
in
Call of
terms
Duty
of
where
your
you're running
damage?
around the map with just a knife shot.
You want that balance
That's
of
where
you need to be fast
movements
enough
be
but can
overpowered.
still kill.
Hmm.
yeah,
What I think would be another good aspect for that idea is let's say we stick with that true damage idea in the purple faction kind of. Remember how I mentioned earlier there was an aspect that did this? Now 15% over 10 seconds is a bit high and it makes it really fucking hard in the off lane when someone's running that purple faction. Like it was
someone salty.
oh it was crazy. I'm telling you I was a Narbash running that faction. Like why do I care? Well, because a Narbash just did an additional 15% damage off of one basic? Okay. Or one thunk? Yep, good. Of course I'm going to use it. You know what I mean? So if we thought about it as a true damage faction, so true damage can get very temperamental because it means that you just ignore their defense, you just do true damage, and uh, which is kind of what it seems like they're going with, because instead of ability armor penetration, we're talking about true damage penetration, sort of. What do you think would be a good one? Like I would like to see, for example, if you hit if you hit two abilities within 4 seconds of each other,
Okay,
you up.
here's one idea.
Okay.
How about you lower their armor temporarily?
Hmm.
How would you lower their armor though?
Yeah, like if you hit them with an ability, damn,
Yeah, if you hit them with
then
ability, it lowers their
yeah,
armor and they take more damage for a few seconds.
Oh, okay. Okay.
it's
That's like a
fine.
very concrete, very direct. This is what it does. You might fuck shit with this kind of thing,
Yeah.
which is really nice. Which is really nice.
Yeah, because
Shredding
then
armor and
even
stuff.
more benefit to, let's say, Thunk,
But
slowing
people
them
like
down.
Crunch,
Now someone junk gank now is
uh,
hitting for that much more.
character like Crunch with low cooldowns might be OP with this ability.
Fuck yeah, we need that shit, bro.
you're
I'm
you're
working my
talking
ass
you're
off here,
talking C's language here, Kenny. Don't make him excited like this. Oh man.
bro. That would be
Maybe
fucked.
maybe have the debuff on cooldown or something.
That's something I was sort of thinking about, like a way that it could be like, what if it was if you hit if you actually land an ability or something like that, it makes your next basic maybe have more damage, have more pen, and it can only activate like once every like 4 seconds or something like that. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because with crunch, I was rolling in left crunch, hit him with the basic, right crunch, and then re crunch. You know what I mean? Like, so if I'm hitting extra pen on each basic, that's a little fucked. But it's that thing of like I begin the combo with that extra pen, and then I'm building up the combo again, and it encourages me to stay in the fight a little bit longer. But then it also can allow those players that did get the extra, like the early picks, or maybe they farmed a little bit more comprehensively, if they have just intense pen for one hit, and then it allows them to, I guess, spare their mana a bit more because they're dealing that damage and getting those kills a little easier.
Mm-hmm.
It can encourage being present in like team fights a little bit more
Mm-hmm.
without actually like getting super out of control and just completely dominating everything, because you do have to wait that like 4 or maybe even, I don't know if 5 seconds is too long. I don't know. Seconds are weird in MOBAs. Like 1 second too long or too short can be game breaking. I don't know, but it's just an idea I had.
Sorry
But
guys,
here
I'm
comes
just
the
talking.
problem.
I'm just talking to my chat. So I. Anywho, I was
Here
listening.
comes the problem, though. Why would you use something else besides this?
Hmm.
That is the thing, and that's where Strange Matter is trying their damnedest to make it so that every character is different. So I don't want every character using the same aspect, and that's where they're going to the major minor aspect idea, which we haven't seen gameplay for. Not even the testers have. It's just confirmed that they're at least on the development side, they're at least trying it out.
What if I mean if you're a character that focuses like you don't use your abilities that often, maybe you wouldn't use it. But what if there was a downside that came to it? Because like if you think about like black mana in Magic the Gathering, it's kind of all about like sacrificing and like equivalent exchange and all that kind of stuff. So like
Mhm.
what if it made like abilities cost mana and
Yeah,
health
because I
or
mean
something?
that's definitely when once
Oh.
Greg started talking about all the different colors, that's the first thing I started thinking about was the guild. It's like the different base abilities you're thinking you're gonna major in green and minor in white. Like
Mhm.
you have a very, I mean, you have a very good idea as to what abilities come with that type of character.
And it would
So
encourage
you
like
easily start going, okay, clearly this is going to be most viable for type of gameplay based on ability.
yeah.
That's the first thing I always started thinking of this whole system we're about.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah,
but definitely.
I actually really like that. Um, at the ability of equivalent exchange, we're talking like Full Metal Alchemist here now. Um, um, I really think that'd be cool. So and the idea of a glass cannon, for example, that's like a thing. Like that is a thing that was in Paragon, and it's in every MOBA. You just have some characters that when they roll up, you better watch
You
out.
need your CCs
And I guess
on
that's how
deck.
you end up balancing that, let's say, movement speed for those characters that are getting buffed. Because again, you just have way too much movement speed to get yourself out of those positions. Again, you're not buffed damage, so you don't end up being able to be as effective as a glass cannon. Again, way too much.
This is why tanks should be effective.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
Because right now the tanks don't do shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
and there's actually, I can tell you now off the top of my head, I know that there is an aspect in the green faction that reduces crowd control.
Okay.
Yeah, so to try to keep tanks still, tanky, which can be really scary for an ADC. Excuse me.
Yeah. Again, with me not having played early access yet in any way, it's kind of hard picturing some of these. So again, any of purely
Mhm.
on
Which is
Paragon.
understandable. Just to touch on this topic, there was 10,000 keys. They in Alpha 3 weekend, they literally disappeared in 7 hours. And you guys are probably thinking, whoa, 10,000 people got a key? That's pretty awesome for a small little startup. No, it's not, because I'm going to be honest, I had 3 of those keys just on my own. And that's what was occurring. It
Hey,
was
hey, are you selling? Are you selling?
no, I'm not selling. Yeah. But that's what I'm talking about. So that's what ended
Yeah,
up
it was just a
happening.
number to hype it up rather than
Yeah.
what actually occurred in
Um.
the game.
Yeah. What I would. So if I took off the top of my head, if I took the idea of equivalent exchange, a living, breathing map, which is something we haven't mentioned, but it's just something that came to the top of my head, and the idea of ability penetration, and I created a minor aspect that did all of those things.
Okay, define ability penetration. What does it do?
So there's physical armor and ability armor in the game. So ability,
So it goes through armor,
yeah, it goes through armor. Yeah.
but percentage-wise, yeah,
Yes.
not through all of it. Okay.
Yeah. So if I was to put that in a thing, I would say, let's say something crazy. Maybe a bit tuned, but we're gonna go crazy because that's where my mind is right now. 30%. If you use 3 abilities within 6 seconds, so we're talking ability heavy characters, um, if you gain a stack, and each stack gives you a percentage, X percentage of ability penetration at the expense of mana.
There's already an issue with this. Gotta look at Gideon Ultimate. It's a tick. It's a tick ultimate, so it's gonna keep stacking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Gideon would technically be using multiple abilities, so that would make Gideon broken, and he's already kind of in a weird place in the tester realm right now. If you watch the gameplay, let's just say if you're not, just choose Gideon when early access comes out. I promise you, you'll be happy. uh,
Fuck that. Fucking purple bastard.
Got them with this black hole.
yeah. So with the exception of Gideon, do you think that would be good? Like at the expense of mana, you do more damage.
An exception of Gadget, because she also does tick damage.
Look, and we might as well throw in Howitzer while we're at it. Yeah. So okay,
Yeah.
there's 3 characters. I'm just gonna wipe it. My idea is fucking awful. I'm out.
It's not awful as long as you have a way of countering it. So I guess that's the argument. How do you figure out how would you feasibly count at any point?
You know, Chandler.
What would you put into the game to count?
Chandler, do you remember a character named Aurora?
How could I forget?
And you know what a lot of people always said to me? You just gotta
That's what
counter
nightmares
it,
are
bro.
made out of.
It's not broken if you can counter it. It's like, bro.
No,
mean-
but it's about adding something to the game.
All you're gonna
It's
do
all
is
about
stun
adding
her.
characters break.
It's like,
I mean, I'm
Fuck.
gonna be
All you have to do
honest.
is infinitely snipe.
This is how hard it was to stun Aurora. She would
Just
slot.
jumping around.
She would literally roll up ice skating in the air, and then she would jump. As she's falling, she pauses midair for a second because she just hit her R button. Does a little spin, so when you think you're about to hit her, she just stops,
That fucking
and then she ults the whole team. That literally happened when she first
and
came
then
out.
you explode, which damages your the teammate, and then when that explodes, it freezes them, and when they explode, that freezes you, and it just this stupid
But
fucking
this
chain
again, this is also
reaction.
in the era of every
Yeah.
new character just breaking the game.
Yeah,
so-
but Aurora was a very special exception to breaking the game.
She was fun.
Yeah, if you got to play her, which when she came out, you would have to dodge every lobby if you tried to play
There
her.
was a whole 3 weeks that I hated my life.
She was so fun.
I know it's
At
funny.
least it was only 3 weeks.
Who was after Aurora?
Seraph. No,
Seraph was
Seraph
before.
No,
before.
wasn't
She was
Sarah's before.
No, Seraph was the first.
I honestly think it was Morgesh after
It
Aurora.
was either Mortgage or Rev.
No, it was Morgash.
So we
Hot on
Fucking
heels
dark.
of one good
We
idea.
we went from Aurora finally getting nerfed to Morgesh coming in the game, which
I'm actually-
she wasn't as broken, but she was pretty good. Yeah. And she's very
I'm
easy
looking
to
up the
use.
timeline of the
Okay.
hero release.
Getting the Google fact.
Mhm.
Okay, so the very last character that they released before they went to Monolith was your boy Crunch, and then the very first was Seraph, and then Aurora, and it wasn't Morgesh, it was Shinbi,
Oh, gee.
my.
Okay.
and then it was Yin,
Oh, 'cause they were all worried
Shinbei.
about jump.
and then it was Yin, and then it was Morgesh, Revenant, FaZe, Wukong, Wraith, Zinx, Drongo, and then they stopped releasing characters.
Mhm.
Going
Um,
down the memory lane.
yeah, bro, Wukong, man, fucking Wraith, dude. By the end of the game, Wraith was such a problem. This because people with like sixth senses started playing the game and
Yeah,
just like
shoot at
demolishing
whatever.
me, and I was like, okay, great, like nice. I don't know, but
Um,
whatever. Maybe I was bad. I don't know.
So I just wanted to retouch on this on the concept. One thing, so I don't know if you're aware of this, Kenny. So I'm just going to reiterate it, and this for all the viewers if you just tuned in. We're going to discuss. I want to just reiterate about how Strange Matter Studios is located in somewhere in Quebec, Canada. Quebec being a province, Canada being the country. And I'm a Canadian, and it was a part of my
I can
job.
tell because of the moose.
Yes. Actually, to just go off on a tangent, you know why I call myself Big Moose? Okay, so I had a few friends that called me Big Moose. I think I'm getting rid of Big Moose now, but why I did it is because I live in Newfoundland, Canada, and moose are not native to Newfoundland. So that means someone once upon a time picked up a fucking moose,
Imported them.
put it on a ferry because I live on an island that you can only get here in a ferry at the time, and so there had to be
Now,
two of them. Put it on a ferry, took the
yeah.
ferry, and just planted it in the fucking woods in Newfoundland. And there's now 150,000 moose here, and there's only 500,000 people.
I mean, more meat for you, right?
I mean, I'm telling you, moose meat here is pretty exquisite.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Bloody
but they're
moose jerky
fucking
is ooh.
dominating the populace, like
And you know what's funny? That's
fucking
like
killing
that is
people.
like that is a true story. What I just told you, like that was not an exaggeration. I don't know. Anyway, so that's why I just call myself Big Moose.
Atlantic
Well, it's
Canada.
kind of like how all the horses got out on one.
Okay, so what's the point about Canadians and
Yeah.
strange studios?
Yeah, why you
Okay,
bring that
so
up?
what I was saying is there's a lot of government funding here in Canada. And it was used to be a part of my job to do some of these funding stuff. Not for video games in particular, but I would do it for film industry. And it's kind of like two sides of the same coin is what it really is. Because it's the same fund that you get it from, but since it's video games, film, it's different. And there's just a few different details. So I know that with certain, I know if early access pans out properly, Strange Matter can get quite a bit of money from the Canadian government and the Quebec government.
Hmm.
Uh,
Do they
but
have to pay it back somehow?
no, they don't. That's the beauty
No,
of this funding. You don't pay it back. We pay a lot of taxes in Canada, and that is why.
Fuck ton of tax.
For shit like this. And and but because they're using quote unquote assets that Epic Games gets a royalty on, by the way, uh, they can't really go to the funding and say, look, this is what
Look
we're
what we
doing,
did.
because nothing, like, yes, a few details are new, like you gotta, like, you know what I mean, but there's nothing super impactful that is new. Like, so we were discussing about how important it might be for them to create their own original character during EA. And like, I know they want to keep to their assets, but could you imagine if out of
What
nowhere they
about
just dropped the bombshell, bang, first SMS character right now?
don't custom skins count? Like they already have a custom skin.
They do count, but I don't know. How do I word it? It all has to be approved by someone that really knows what they're talking about, and that person may not approve a custom skin being good enough or enough value to really show what the company's doing. Because Canada will not invest in you if they think you're going to fail. Even if you do fail, doesn't mean you have to pay it back, but they will not invest in you if they
Um,
think you're going to.
those free assets that Epic gave away, I don't think they require royalty, by the way.
If you go on the Epic Games Store, anyway, that's another story.
Okay.
Um, but so what? So now we're talking about custom characters. So if you had a custom character that you could create, if you were Sylphin, an Omni9, who would you create and why?
I have one.
Okay.
I'm an Iron Man like idea.
Good
Okay.
crunch.
Yeah.
So I can just chill out a little bit. Man, every fucking game of Crunch, I felt like I was on cocaine. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, I got the kill. Oh fuck.
All right, Kenny. What's your idea?
Kenny?
Well, just a character with accessory type of deal with different abilities. Well, kind of like Howitzer, I suppose. That's already existing. Never mind.
Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna come up with someone that I would love. I saw it in the Discord chat earlier, like literally 2 hours ago, so I gotta mention it. What if there's a shape-shifting character? Same thing, same thing like Artie and Smite. You know, Artie, if you don't know, she's a support main, and I'm a support.
So a spy from TF2.
Look, yes.
Wait, Greg, do you mean because Artio, she has two ability sets where she shapeshifts into a bear, but
Yes.
what Kenny's mentioning is like because Spy would like turn into one of the characters on the other team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh, I thought you
That
meant.
changes the game a lot. I would love to see.
Yeah, you two were thinking of two different things.
Whoa, I just had like a brain blast, like Jimmy Neutron ass shit right now, and I probably shouldn't swear that much. Anywho, too late now. And imagine if there was a character that their kit was about stealing the abilities of the enemy heroes. Their whole kit besides their ult.
Almost like a Kirby.
Yes. Like a Kirby.
Yeah, but that
was gonna
sucks.
make
If
the
you're...
meta. The
Yeah,
meta
that would,
character.
we kind of. I don't know.
Like everyone would pick that character.
Yeah. And then, like, what happens if you steal that? Like, if you're in the mirror match, what would that become?
You steal the
No, but
ability
what?
to steal.
Okay.
You steal the other person's house. Like, you steal their monitor.
Let me help you visualize it. You know that Pokemon that's a blob that shapeshifts into everything?
Okay.
So that blob, how do I put this? The character in Fault would not steal abilities, but would copy them. So her Q would copy another person's Q. Her W would copy another W, but it would add a little twist to it to make it her own. So let's say this blob that we're calling it for now decided that. I think this is a really bad idea now that I'm thinking about it, but we're here now. What if this ability twisted it? So let's say you're this blob and you take Narbash's E, which heals for them at expense of your mana. It would change it though so that it would heal. Oh no, this is difficult now.
Uh oh.
Yeah, you gotta.
deep down the
deep
rabbit
Your
hole
hole
right
brain
now.
is like taking a shit.
You're in the deep hole right now.
Oh boy.
I think the concept of having a character that like one of their abilities changes them is kind of cool. Like, because Smite has a few characters like that, like Uller and Artio,
Have
where
different stances.
they're all
Depending
gives a
on what
different
stance
stance.
you're in, you get different ability.
And like, was there a character like that in Paragon, like with stances?
Is that
Wukong?
Attachment, whatever. I think that was Wukong, right?
Wukong. Oh, yeah, he had yeah, he sort of changed stances. He had like the wind mode and then the fire mode or something.
Yeah.
But like Artio transforms from a human into a fucking bear, and like Uller in one of his stances he has a bow and he has lower movement speed, and the other one he pulls out axes and he like runs stupid fast. You know what I mean?
So you think we were talking about stances? You think that's a good thing, like a shape-shifting kind of stance?
More characters that, because like with those kind of characters you get a higher skill ceiling.
Yeah,
because you instead of having 4 abilities you have 6, right?
Kind of like Devil May Cry.
Yeah, in Devil May Cry,
We could just have Dante.
Yeah, but in Paragon,
Let's get Dante.
In Paragon, we did run into an issue where at the highest level, Wukong was, without a question, the best character in the game. He was.
Eventually.
He was.
I
Like,
think it was balanced.
Yeah, I never felt that like Wukong was like fucking.
He was just annoying. That's all. It was just
Yeah,
gruesome
but
character.
I think it was balanced well.
I think the type of
Um,
character I think would be real interesting is, again, sort of like a nod to Apex Legends, just like a tracker character. Like their ult would literally just be like show the position of all characters on the map. It's like 60 seconds or something fuck like that.
oh, that would be awesome. So basically, like how Wraith makes your team invisible, this character makes the enemy team visible.
did you just say,
Yeah,
Chandler,
like
make the enemy team visible for 60 seconds?
yeah, just something like absurd
Bro.
like that.
Can you imagine? You
Like
The
you
literally.
can just wall
ultimate.
hack your entire team. For, okay, let's 30 seconds. That Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like again,
30
this isn't
seconds
always
still
going to
too
be
high.
viable. Like it doesn't do
Like
any extra
That's a good
damage.
idea.
It's purely just to support
Not
the
60
it,
seconds. Oh my god,
again,
bro.
it's throwing a number out there so you had.
Yeah.
yeah. No, that's because like if it
And
was
again, it's
60
an
seconds,
alt.
you'd
Let's
have to
say
get
now
it
all
every
of a
5 minutes.
sudden, well, that's getting. It's not dealing any extra damage, so you have to have it be spread out like that.
Yeah.
Well, how
But
about
then again,
this?
something smaller, it's like you're able to, I don't know, you're able to tag a character, and because you tag them in your site, you're able to doing more damage to them. Something.
Hmm.
Or like the
Heroes?
idea.
Yeah.
Um.
I don't know. I feel like taking influence from other games definitely has play because it's easier to tell what works, what people enjoy doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that's a really good idea. So if we went off that, so we said the alt was Widowmaker from Overwatch. Uh, and which is basically you see every hero on the map for a certain amount of time, for an X amount of
Yeah,
time. Uh, and Widowmaker's a sniper.
yeah.
Um, what the concept of sniper is pretty cool. By the way, we don't have any of that. Well, I guess if you consider Wraith, but you know. Anywho, what do you think would be their kit? Like so we got their all. We don't got no. We're not sketching anything. But what would be the kit? What would be the Q, W, and RMB ability?
Um. Maybe like a. I don't know. I mean, Murdoch already has this, but like, what if like like a trap that gives like a movement speed debuff? You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Then like maybe like if the trap is in the jungle, it gives like a
Yes,
bonus debuff or
I think
Or
something.
like
movement
an
speed.
actual bear trap that just does like damage over time.
Hmm. I,
And
So like they bleed.
I think that's a good idea, and I actually, personally,
DOT,
in
yeah.
my opinion, I think Murdoch's trap is uh 50% of the time it's useless. It's actually probably less than that. But I saw
It'd
something
be
in
nice if they like set it off and just launch across the map.
yeah. Imagine if you could set a trap, but it has like an extended range. So without leaving lane, I could set a trap at the doorway to the Raptors. Or is that just too
Mm.
broken?
Kind of remember when we were talking about time and stuff like that?
Yeah,
This completely circumvents time for a non-ultimate ability.
that's true. That's true. Okay. So you think uh
Maybe like something that has to do specifically with the jungle. I mean, but like I wonder if that would just become redundant by the end. Or maybe like in the early game, like you know how because like the more you upgrade an ability, the stronger and stronger it gets.
mhm.
What if like in the early levels of that ability it does bonus damage in the jungle and then at end game it just does the exact same amount in the jungle or not? You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it could like encourage
And we're
like
still
better
talking like
control of
something
the
similar
jungle.
to Murdoch's trap.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Okay. What if? So let's say that's the W. That's the W ability of this yet to be named, completely made up character off the top of our heads. So we got this person's alt, and we also have this hero's W. So now we're talking about the Q, and Q is usually it's the Q because it's usually the most used ability. It's usually pretty concrete and great, but it usually has a low cooldown time. So what would be the Q of someone that can see the whole map for a certain amount of time? What would be the Q? What would benefit that character to be able to see the map? I think the idea of just making it a sniper, simple as that. This person, just like Murdoch. Oh my gosh, we're basically making Murdoch now. The
The better
ideal,
Murdoch.
uh,
What about like a line attack or something?
yes, someone that, but a snipe that can go through walls. Maybe not as crazy as Murdoch's alt, but some,
So like race.
Yeah, that would be like Wraith.
yeah. Maybe not a
So
sniper
it
then.
would so maybe like not like a hit scan thing. What if it was like I don't know, this is the first thing that popped in my head, but like like you have like a slingshot where it's like an actual projectile, it's not like a bullet, like that kind of line attack. And it could like because like I'm just going off the whole idea of like a bloodhound inspired character like Chandler brought up and
And
like
that's
really
kind
like
of like the exact image, something like Bloodhound from Apex.
yeah,
Okay.
like kind
Whereas,
of like a
like,
nature woodsy based. I mean, like you have Chimera, but he's kind of like caveman. You know what I mean? Like
Awesome.
he's not
yeah,
really like
it's like the
focused on
what do they call them?
tracking.
The technological tracker or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Hmm. So could you guys just break that down for me again? So how exactly would it be different than Wraith and Murdoch?
So Wraith is specifically an ADC.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or no, was he even? He
He
was
was
supposed
a
to be.
mage.
No, yeah,
He
he was
was
supposed to be a mid lane, but people
yeah,
started playing him as
I
ADC.
would call him a hybrid carry is the
yeah,
word I
he's
like to
pretty
use.
hybrid.
Yes.
Yeah, he's hybrid. But his main thing was laning.
Okay.
He never really had abilities for like taking down
Do we
minions
agree
or
this
like
character would be in the jungle?
movement. Like movement alteration. So like a jungle would have. So like for example, Chimera has his lock on jump. You know what I mean, and
Okay. Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. Um, and Sevarog has like his dash and his root and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Murdoch is just kind of weird with his trap because it seems very odd for his kit. It seems great for the lore, but it just seems odd for what he's
Well,
actually trying
the
to
trap
achieve.
is to reroute them so they don't go the regular escape route.
Yeah, I
What?
guess.
Okay. So let's say that's that. And Chandler, I heard Chandler mention right fast, or gotta get swole. I heard him mention right fast about he thinks they should be like a main jungle. We don't wanna specifically make them a jungle, but that's probably where the majority going to be played. So let's
Yeah,
say
like that's kind of where I'm trying to think. Just
okay.
kit like
So
with the jungle in mind.
yeah. So let's say that. Let's say we're going with the jungler. So we got the ultimate, we got the Q, we got the W. Now we're on to the RMB ability. So this is the right mouse click ability. Uh, hmm.
I think right click should be the Q.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. However you set it up. You're,
Oh
but
yeah.
yeah.
I'm just being
What?
picky.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm being honest. I've been on PC for this is like I'm going on to my third month now, so I'm a bit like I'm only now remembering that it's called RMB to be honest. Uh,
Yeah, what's the circle?
uh, that would be the W. The circle would be the W.
Okay.
Anywho, so if we're doing this, so now we're talking the fourth ability, the fourth ability or the RMB ability. So the RMB ability, it's usually something you can use immediately, but it usually has a bit of an impact. Like you'll see something like Narbash's Thunk will usually no, that's a Q ability. You'll see something like Narbash's Heal is on the RMB ability, even if you might not have it set up that way on your PC. But the reason for that is because it's usually a continuous ability or an ability that has a great impact but has a sort of longer cooldown. I might be wrong with this, but that's what I've seen over the little bit of stuff I've seen. So what would be a good jungle ability, and it has to synchronize with.
What about some sort of CC?
I think that's where we're going with this. I think I
Yeah,
kind of set it
yeah.
up. I think we're talking if we're talking jungle, we need some kind of CC. I think the reason why Boris is not a good jungler at the moment is simply because Boris has no great CC. And if you look at all the great heroes, I just want to touch on this. Sevarog has a fantastic CC. It's difficult to hit. Grux has a good CC. Crunch even had a good CC. Who's the other main junglers?
Do we?
Chimera has one. So when it comes to Boris, I just feel like, I mean, technically he has something. Like he has this like raw claw attack, but like I would call that like a soft CC.
Do you
He
guys
doesn't
know
have
the
hard.
kit of Boris? Because I don't know it.
I can try to tell you it off the top of my head. Okay.
Okay.
You
Okay.
pull it up on screen.
I can do my best. I don't think I got any Boris gameplay. You know what? I'm probably gonna screw it up, so we're probably gonna leave this alone. Actually,
Sure.
yeah. So we're talking about CC. So what would be a good ICC for that kind of character? This made-up character.
Um, I'm inclined to say root.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it has to be a root. I was kind of
I
hoping.
thought
I was kind of hoping someone would say that. To be honest,
I was thinking more of it like a big slow,
a big slow. You think that might be?
maybe AOE slow.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
An AOE slow. So it's still soft CC, but it affects an AOE. So it actually might be very
Yeah.
beneficial. Ah,
Maybe
actually,
even like adding some DOT to it.
some
I don't
damage
know.
over time. So what if we said we have an AOE ability? And this ability we're expecting this ability to be a great impact and have a long cooldown compared to the rest of the kit, except for the alt, of course, it's going to have the longest cooldown. Um, and we're talking this ability now is an AOE slow that decays over time. I'm just going to add that in. And what exactly did you say there, Steve?
Damage over time.
DOT. Also, just add this in, because I'm getting horrible flashbacks from Morgesh. Can it be a melee, not a ranged slow?
Yeah, I think that's what I think it has to be. I think that's a good idea. It has to be a melee.
Fuck
You
those
just club
hives.
them with like a
Because
spiked
no
baseball
one's
bat or
trying to
something.
create a character that has two abilities that don't miss and a third ability that is an AoE that basically doesn't miss. I'm talking about Morgesh, everyone, who is the easiest character to ever play ever in any MOBA ever. And she was
Ever.
fucking broken for 3 weeks and was still good at every level after that. And yeah, anyway, we're just going to leave it at that.
What, easier than Aurora?
It's so
Aurora,
fucking-
you still had to
I
aim.
haven't done the science to quantify that yet, but they're hand in hand. I'll tell you that much. Is my opinion.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna call it melee and it's damage over, what about literally just like a Negan,
What? Sorry there, Chan. Your mic cut out for a second.
A
like
Negan
a
bat.
Negan bat?
Yeah,
What
like
is
a
that?
barbed wire bat type thing. Where it's
Lucille?
And you just slap them with it, and they stagger a little bit or something.
Oh.
yeah, that could even
That
be
has
like
to be a
then
big
it's
ass
a little
bat.
Yeah,
yeah,
then a bit of damage over
That'd
Could
be
be
cool.
like
let's
a-
say, or whatever.
That'd be cool.
like a-
That makes me think of Ymir in Smite. I don't know if you can call it a bat, but he basically is this big frost giant that has a baseball bat with a bit of. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
and you know, like, so that idea of like it could be, you know, like kind of flavorful where like the bat like staggers them. It doesn't root them, but they can still like wander around kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives that damage over time because the barbed wire or some kind of sharp thing gives like the piercing to it. And it couldn't be long range.
Okay. So we're just gonna recap all the abilities, and this is just a completely made up character, folks. We have an alt that for an X amount of seconds lets you see every character on the map through walls. Simple as that. We have a queue. I'm going to leave the queue for last because I'm still not fully understand it. We have an RMB, which is like a CC slow that does a bit of damage over time, and it's an AoE slow. And what do we say? And we have a W. Can you guys help
Ranged
me out?
attack.
I forget the W and Q.
One of them was like a ranged attack with slingshot. I don't know.
Yeah, like a line, like a slingshot kind of where it's a projectile, not like a hit scan thing. Like Murdoch's ultimate is a hit scan. You know what I mean? Like the bullet goes where he
Yeah.
aims.
Okay.
But a projectile is you have to actually like aim it, and it is like a thing that enters the map. Also, Greg, really quick,
Yeah,
Reverb,
introduce yourself to chat.
yeah, Reverb wants to know which voice is yours.
Let me try to show which voice is mine. Let me just jump in the Discord right quick. Also, chat, we graciously got a bit of gameplay from Reverb. So after we're done with this topic, we're just going to take a short 5-minute break so that I can bring up the gameplay and put it on stream. And then we're going to go back and we're going to talk and we're going to mention what the topic's going to be right now on our comeback so we can think about it. And that is going to be... I got a list. Just give me a second.
Greg,
Greg with
Reverb said it's
chat.
not gameplay.
What?
You just got scammed.
Fucking bamboozled. Either way, we're gonna take the 5-minute break, and we're gonna still look at what he sent me because he sent me it, and I appreciate what he did for me. We're gonna talk about a battle pass system, so similar to the season pass, but we're gonna talk about a battle pass system that would be in the game as basically a way to keep you engaged and want to keep playing the game. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break there. And Kiragu, I see you're in the chat. You're welcome to talk and come in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Where's the commercial at?
Fuck now, because I told my family I'd watch an episode of
Sounds
a
good.
show with them. So I am going to take my leave from the stream. We've been going for 3 hours. They've been waiting.
Okay, sounds good.
Kenny, it was fucking dope talking with you, dude.
Just
Hopefully,
have fun.
yeah, hopefully we'll see you in one of the Faultarian streams again. Alrighty. I'm out.
Peace.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. We are back from our 5-minute break, and we got to start with our intro, which is, "Hey, what a flippity flop, though! This is Stranger or Big Moose!" And we're here with the Faultarian Journal number 2, and today we have a few guests in our chat, and they are just community members of Fault and the para zombie world. So, Kenny, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm Kenny. I'm not a zombie.
He's not a zombie, but he loves Paragon. We
Yes, I love Paragon. Or
we
used
have
to.
we have Gotta Get Swole, otherwise known as Chandler. We went to high school
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
And Chandler, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's me. I'm probably the most casual player that has ever played Paragon. So
He is the Chandler.
don't take any of my opinion more than opinions.
I disagree. Kiriagu, are you there? Would you like
He
to
can't
talk?
hear you.
He can't hear me.
He's fully muted.
He'd only hear you stream through
Oh,
Discord.
okay. So Kiriagu's in there, but he is not talking. Okay, so it's just the three of us. Sounds
Yeah.
good. So before we went on our little 5-minute intermission, I dropped the topic of a battle pass. So Strange Matter has hinted at the idea of a battle pass. So how is this different than the season pass? Well, so the season pass gets you characters and gets you a few skins, but a battle pass would be an in-game system that helps you progress in the game with achievements, similar to what they do in Call of Duty and what they do in Fortnite. But I don't think there's going to be a price associated with Battle Pass. Um, as right now, they don't have enough developers, we'll say, to make the Battle Pass worth it. But it is there. It is an idea, and I actually have a quote from one of the devs uh, that talks about this. So, from Strange Matter Studios themselves, don't know who it was, they said, "We thought of doing a Battle Pass system, but we believe that would be very hard to create enough content to make them worth it. So perhaps later on in the development of the game, we might introduce them." So, there is an idea of the Battle Pass becoming a thing. So, what I want to talk about with the Battle Pass is I wanted to talk about what should be the level 10 achievement, the level 20 achievement, so the milestones of the battle pass. We're not going to talk about the individual levels because that we don't have 8 hours, but I would like to talk about the big, minute milestones that'll be in the battle pass. What do you think they should be? Should they be heroes? Should they be skins? Or should they be something else? Should they be 300 coins? A bit more matter. What should it be?
I mean, they've been talking about weekly quests, and I think that's plenty enough.
Okay. So you think that the weekly quest is good enough and that
Yeah, they can make custom quests as well per week to make it more rewarding, I guess. They can put different rewards for it, like a skin, for example.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, some skins, and you think that the weekly quests are good enough. So you're just saying, uh, screw the battle pass. I think the weekly quests are good enough, and when the weekly quests give me matter, I will use that matter
It's
on
basically
my
the
game.
same thing,
It
so
is, yeah.
yeah.
It is, yeah. What about you, Chandler?
Cause, yeah.
But I guess yeah, the only difference between a battle and weekly challenges just be the feeling of working toward one big reward rather than kind of predetermined boosts of, let's say, matter or other type
Mm,
thing
mm,
just on a weekly basis. So again, on just a weekly basis, a little less like, since again you're not paying for it and you're not really as invested in it. It's not a huge deal if you don't meet those criteria.
mm-hmm,
But again, I don't know. I guess it would have to depend. Like if it is that hard to get matter in the game, and the only real way to get to those characters faster or those skins faster is through the matter boost that come from the weekly challenges, then hell yeah, you need it because again, if
mm-hmm,
it's just too slow without it, great thing to add. But if you already from regular grind game get a matter, I'd want a battle pass or let's say $10 for the season just to
mm-hmm,
be able to get things such as voice lines, be able to get emote, stuff like that, that let's say are only available from that battle pass. Like they'll never be in any in-game store. There'll never be any other way of getting them except for just through the battle pass. So that's the only thing that I find as a benefit to creating a battle pass.
oh, okay. So,
It would purely have to be though you couldn't be able to get them from anything else but the battle
mhm. so,
if they were going to make it.
okay. So let's say Stranger Matter said, yes, today we're eliminating weekly challenges. We are implementing a battle pass. That's just whether you like it or not. That's what we're doing. So let's say level 10, level 20, level 30 in the battle pass, you get a big milestone. What do you think they should be? I already have a few ideas, but I want to leave it up to you guys first.
Well, I guess how
Like
many
the
tiers
last
do you think it would
reward?
be?
Sorry?
You mean the last reward in Battle Pass? Like
Yeah,
the end game?
yeah. What would be the awards at level 10 in the battle pass, level 20, and level 30?
Is there only 30 total?
No, there should be more, but we're only going to talk about the first three.
Okay, well, sort of a concept I could think of is let's just say it's for throw a number out there, 100. Let's say every 10 is a tier 3 skin for a different character.
Mm-hmm.
So again, then through the battle pass, you're getting 5 tier 3 in. Again, I mean, kind of probably mess up their situation, the whole charge so much for them outside of it. So maybe let's say 4 tier 2, 1 tier 3 at the end,
Hmm.
or 10. You know,
Well,
10 for 100.
uh,
Uh, that could very well be an just yeah the first 6 of them, so up to tier 6, you're getting tier 2 skins for all of those, and then it's the 70, 80, 100, you're getting tier 3.
mhm. I like that idea. Kenny, do you have anything to add?
I just think it's gonna be such a pain for them to create so much content.
I think it will be a pain. I think at this point in their development, I think it would be a bad idea. Uh, and
Oh well, this is obviously like the
did
game leak for them to put it out. Like
yeah,
a battle pass is
Yeah,
for the free to play players that are looking for a little bit of an incentive to get something,
yes.
that
Uh,
aren't willing to, let's say, drop $60 on in-game.
mhm. I think if I was Strange Matter, what I would do is level 10, you get a free hero. You because in the full release, the expectation that well not expectation, what Strange Matter has said that they're going to do probably there's no confirmation is that you're going to get 3 free heroes with 5 on rotation when on upon full release. So I think it'd be really cool if at level 10 to really get the new players in, and we're talking like the first 10 levels, you only need like 5, 6 hours of gameplay, maybe. You get a free hero. And then at level 20, you get a tier 3 skin that is exclusive to the battle pass. You cannot get it in any other way. And then at level 30, you get a abundance of matter to because now that you're level 30 and you understand the game, you can use that matter towards whatever you so choose.
do you get to choose the hero to unlock, or is it
Uh,
predefined?
it's we could make you could make it either. I would say usually it would probably be they choose for you, but it would probably be smarter to choose whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say you couldn't really make it so that they choose for you, because again,
Yeah.
what happens when you already have them unlocked?
Yes. 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 But yeah, at the same time, from like a business perspective, you don't want to be giving away the new heroes. Like if they just
It
came out
kind of
with them.
defeats the purpose of grinding for unlocking new heroes, though.
Well, it would be this is kind of how you would grind. So this would be like an incentive to grind for the heroes and for the skins and so on and so forth.
So this is the only way you can get matter then?
Not
No,
the
well
way.
you would get in-game matter too from like completing games and doing well in
Yeah,
games.
because that
But
was the other thing I was thinking of, just as tiers through a battle pass, is multipliers for matter gain in game. So the
oh,
further you venture down that, so let's say it's every 50 levels, you get an additional multiplier to the amount of match matter you get.
okay,
So
okay.
again, that's another incentive. Max out your battle pass, because then every game you play, you're getting absolute optimal amount of matter
Mm-hmm. That would be actually pretty
in game.
cool. So, any more ideas, thoughts, final ideas on the battle pass? Because I got a pretty juicy one coming up next.
I don't think they should give too much away. It's gonna defeat the purpose of progression in the game.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a good balance. Like, not every no everyone's not gonna be happy, and people are always gonna threaten. Oh, I'm gonna go play Overprime then because you're making me pay money, even though they're bullshitting and they're gonna play Fall, whether they disagree or not. Uh, but uh, the thing is this company needs to make money. Like at the moment, that like and first and foremost, they need to have money to pay the servers. That's not out of their own
Yeah.
pocket. And then second to that is they get a paycheck. And then third to that is they have enough money so that if there's an issue, and then fourth to that would be heroes. And like they're all like super important things. You pretty much need all of them to be like a really sturdy company that has a game that continues to be relevant. But if I had to put it in like a priority order, right? And at the moment, they have none of that. They really do have none of that, and that's why they have some prices on early access. So I do agree with you. I think uh, a battle pass could give away too much of the ship to put it
Yeah,
into
because that
tournaments.
the
I
biggest thing, the only reason why I would put it in, and again, you're only putting it in when the game fully released and the game is free. I'm not talking about putting it in when you're already paying, let's say,
Hmm.
$50 to play the game. I'm talking about, hey, how do you make the people who literally go in and only want to play
Oh,
for free? How do
yes.
you make them pay for?
So we're talking about Battle Pass full release. These are the players. This is more directed to the players that want to only play the free aspect of the game, and the
Yes,
Battle Pass
free to
is an
play members? How do
incentive.
you incentivize paying?
Yes.
Because I remember a lot of people if paired, you didn't really like
that's what I was
genuinely, you
thinking
did not
weekly
need
would
to
do.
spend money ever.
Hmm.
Like, what? Why would you ever spend money if you just want to play the game? Like Paragon, that was
Okay.
flaw.
So let's say there
There
was like
was no.
week. Let's say there was weekly challenges that changed every week, so it's like a little event in a sense.
Yeah,
What would
didn't they
be?
have that in Paragon
I think
What's
so.
that?
towards the end?
I think so.
I know they had daily and a weekly. Yeah.
Yeah. What would the awards to this weekly challenge system be the same as like as
It
we
could be literally all the rewards that Battle Pass could have. It
but
just changes each
it's
week.
just the system is different. Just the system is different.
Yeah, like you have a set of quests you need to uh, complete to get a special reward each week that is exclusive to that week, basically.
Oh, so then yes, and then that would drive up their weekly concurrent player base and so on and
Yes,
so
that will
forth.
make
Yeah, and
them
then
play as
obviously you
well.
Hmm.
season as well. So all of a sudden it's getting close to Halloween.
This
Obviously, your
way,
weekly is going to give you something.
because if they introduce Battle Pass, they will consume a lot of a lot more money by creating more content in a way.
Hmm.
But if you do it weekly, it's more economical because it's more rare-ish, I guess.
And the weekly challenges, from the way you're describing it, it sounds like it would be a smarter idea for smaller companies to do uh, that
Yes,
don't have the
and it doesn't
staff to do a battle pass.
that too, but mainly because it doesn't give away too much like
It,
Battle Pass would do.
yeah, and a battle pass could get a bit crazy if you're
It's
not
a lot
careful.
more time to develop it, a lot more time to create the content for Battle Pass. But
Well, a
for
lot of
weekly,
battle
you
pass
could.
just content they already have created that they're kind of. They make it seem like they've created it for you as something extra, but they've already had it on the back burner. They're just it's just income to them. That's all it is about anything other than
Why are you
taking
saying that
dollars out of your
you have to
pocket.
pay for Battle Pass, or?
Yeah, yeah, you have to pay. So it's just again, it's
Oh,
the
I see
Oh,
what.
incentive.
oh,
It's
so
the
what if they?
incentive for a free to play member.
Yeah, so what
Uh,
if? And then
okay.
what would be smart to do then is like if you took the season pass and battle pass and combined it together, right?
Yeah, that could
And
work.
again, this is all at full release. Like I'm
Yeah,
just purely thinking of income for a free to play game.
yeah, yeah.
I thought we were talking that Battle Pass would be for free. Okay.
It
No,
could
no,
be
no.
something like Fortnite where there's a free version and a paid version of the battle
Yeah,
pass,
yeah.
right?
Well, even with Apex past level 25 in their battle pass, you don't get anything free.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
It's yeah, it's something. It's super low. It's definitely under 40. It might go to
Awesome.
that, but even at that point, it's every
I know
5 levels
Father
you're getting
has it.
something for free.
So, we got something a bit juicy next. Most people I don't think know this, and I made sure. Now I'm gonna say this now because this is kind of a spoiler. It's not really a spoiler, but I think it's a spoiler to most people. Uh, it was confirmed in the yesterday stream by Sylphin. I didn't go back and check if this is true, but it did then get
Should I
confirmed.
cover my ears?
It did then get confirmed by a tester and by another developer who the next heroes are going to be. The next three, in fact.
Oh, okay. Please tell
Who?
me Grox is there.
Oh boy. Now it's also on
Better
their
be.
Trello page, so that's what I'm talking about. So they have a Trello page, and that's also talking about who the next heroes R. Uh, so this anywho,
Are they in development right now as we speak, or?
I think so. I'm pretty confident. Number one, howitzer. Number two,
Wasn't he already in the game?
not in fault. No.
Oh, okay.
Number two, gadget.
I mean,
Number three, everyone's favorite hero for whatever bloody nose reason, Kalari.
oh, okay.
I mean, if they bring back the ult from the old days, he might be fun.
Yeah, so that is their plan. Is they want to bring back the old legacy alt of Kalari, which, to be
Yeah.
honest, I've actually never seen gameplay of, and I actually don't know what it is. But I know that everyone talks about how that ult's just better than her monolith one.
It's more
Yeah.
satisfying because it's a skill shot,
Oh, okay, cool. To where her monolith one was, you just teleport to an enemy, smack them,
pretty
they
much.
run away and get away anyways. Uh, so yeah, so
No, Grux though feels bad.
no Grux, no Grux. No phase. I want phase, even though she's lower skill. I want phase. Uh, so
Phase is fun.
maybe disappointing to some. Really happy to others. I can see why they did it. Strange Matter seems to be getting into a routine where they're just choosing heroes that are mages for whatever reason. So why I brought this up is because every hero has a passive now. So I wanted to talk about what do you guys believe would be the passive for Howitzer? How is his kit changing?
What was his passive in the legacy time?
Don't I have sweet baby no idea.
I don't remember that at all.
I have no idea. If I was to say Howitzer's passive off the top of my head, so he has a really cool kit. So I wouldn't change his kit because I thought Howitzer was always in a good place and he's always a good character. So just to enhance his abilities, I would make a passive that works with. Hmm, uh, maybe for every ability that Howitzer hits, he gains mana regen. So something simple, just something uh, simple as that. I don't know if that'd be really good with the factions they currently
You
have
know,
though.
his missile thing, the nuke.
Yeah.
What if he gets multiplied mana the more people he hits with it?
Oh, so and that would work really well with his ult too. The more
Yeah.
people he hits, the more mana he gets. That actually might be really cool. Chandler, do you have
So
anything to weigh in?
you end up saving that for when there's a bigger group rather than just soloing
hmm hmm
Why would you ult in solo though?
sometimes have a
Sometimes
grudge
it's
against
good. Like,
someone.
for example, orb dunking was really cool when you used howitzer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So that's where stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure orb dunking is coming back in the game.
Good.
Yeah. You know what? I know like it might have not been like some people will disagree with it, but do you know how awesome it was to steal orb prime? Like
Bro, it was
You
so
still have that video
satisfying.
on
it
YouTube of
was
Steven doing it.
yeah, it's literally the most satisfying thing in the game. Like
Say, bring that video up on stream. Kind of know what we're
Literally,
talking about,
dude.
just because it is on
When I
your
was,
YouTube.
I do have a little
when I was,
small, pretty poor quality video somewhere. Yeah.
What do you mean? Everything was beautiful back in Paragon.
Yeah, but my skills.
every time I play with people in voice chat, they just scream when we steal it or prime.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Yeah. Um, and
These were
why
the days.
and why it's called orb dunking is because you literally would go on the wall and dunk. You would literally jump in like you're Donkey
Yeah.
Kong and just skadoosh, you got him. And then you just. I remember being Quag. Okay, I remember being Quag. You throw the sword on Orb, and you know because you know you're about to lose this team fight or whatever, and then you just wait. And you have a ward there so you can watch him, and then you see the health, and then you just wait. Jump in, steal it, and then you just look at them like, whoa, yeah, I took it.
Oh, it's so annoying watching Sting go into this.
It is, yeah. I just don't understand. He just literally rolls up with a Countess
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just steals it. And like, but that's a good play. Like that, I'm pretty sure he dies afterwards. That's definitely worth it.
I think towards the end, but
Yeah.
again,
No, he's not dead yet. Look at that. He's
Dude,
not
I
dead. He
miss
has like
Richter.
1 health. What? Okay,
you
now
don't remember this?
I don't remember this. He literally had 1 health and walked out. Not only that, the whole
Dude, it's
team just
insane.
came in and we just rolled up and just destroyed the whole enemy team. Steve has
Yeah.
literally a flicker of health and he's still alive.
And mind you, this is all on console doing the controller.
Yeah. Countess was good on console though.
Yeah.
Like that's where heroes like Morrigesh were kind of beneficial, was because like it really did cater to the console players. But you know it's still Morrigesh, and you know it's Morrigesh. So let's talk about now what Reverb sent me. So Reverb, he's a tester for Strange Matter Studios, and just a little bit ago he sent me a little document. I thought it was going to be some gameplay, but I got smoked. But it's still pretty awesome. What it is. So
Yep.
actually, what it is it's only a few characters. It talks about Kalari, Wraith, Bellica, and Fang Mao, and it actually says what their abilities are with a passive. So he actually has a few documents drafted already. So let's start with the first one. Fang Mao. We have the Q, the temporal dash. Fang Mao flashes forward, ending the dash with a basic attack guaranteed to crit. Colliding with an enemy stops the attack. It's literally the same thing. E, hamstring. Deal damage at a melee range AoE. Targets hits. Targets hit deal reduced damage for X seconds, diminishing returns for each additional target after 2. Uh, yep. I think the diminishing returns part is new, but the first part definitely isn't. The RMB, absolute focus. Shield and Fang Mao generates a shield that blocks incoming damage. The shield is increased based on the number of enemies near when casted.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm. No, he always had a shield. He always had a shield. That like nothing's new.
Yeah, but you get more the more people is around you though.
Mhm. That's really cool. You get more, and like this is all drafted. None of this is confirmed. It's just drafting. We're not talking about anything. I want to mention that. And his R.
Wait, this is his ideas or this is info
This
from
is
the game?
this is Reverb's ideas. This is what he.
Oh, it's his ideas.
This
Okay,
is what he thinks would be a good idea. But we can't. But
I see.
yeah. So we have the alt. Fang Mao leaps into the air and slams his pole arm onto the ground, dealing damage in a line in front of him. Gains armor for 6 seconds while slash after alting based on how many allies are nearby. You have to use the animations. Oh, okay. So Reaver just came in stream and he's just saying, if I'm correct, uh, he's saying that because the assets come with animations, that is one of the benefits of the assets. The abilities have to
Yeah,
work with the animations because they're not trying to create new animations.
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So actually, I think it's really awesome. So for the most part, we haven't got to the passive yet. The kit looks the exact same, but it adds like an extra ability on each of the abilities that makes them a bit better. And I really like the idea of Fang Mao. The more team oriented he is, the better bonus that he gets.
Okay, but he's a jungler, right? How is his Genki gonna work?
Uh, I wouldn't say he's a jungler. I saw him more so in the off lane, but like he's definitely a jungler as well.
Often.
Yeah. Um, there's some extra animations. Okay, so there is a few extra animations for the characters, but I have not seen what the extra animations are. I have literally no idea. Actually, that would be a good idea. We might want to look into those. Um, Anywho, let's go off your issue. He's a jungler. How is he going to gain these buffs? Well, when you're jungling, when you go for the gank, you're always meeting up with someone, right? So there's always going to be one ally around you. But then, so I think this would benefit, and it also definitely benefits in the team fight. Like once you get out of laning phase, this is perfect. This is super fantastic.
Doesn't he get buffs off enemy that allies?
He gets buffs. Oh, it's based off the number of enemies. I thought it said number of enemy
Yeah.
heroes. Oh, so he gets more shields based off the number of enemies. No, that'd be good because once you get into a team fight, it'll be very useful, I think.
Yeah, it will be, but if you gank one person, it's not going to be as
It's not going to be
strong.
as useful. But that's what's kind of cool about this in a sense is because the first ability is the ability, but then he has a second effect essentially that becomes better and better as the later the game gets in. But it's still very skilled because you want to um, yeah, it can change. The only problem, if I was to say an issue that I have with this, the only issue I have is I come from Call of Duty competitive, and in Call of Duty Black Ops 4, which is last year's Call of Duty, there is an issue where for some reason Treyarch decided to make the characters have 200 health instead of 150, and it's usually at 150 or I might have said the numbers wrong, but either way, the characters took a few more hits to kill. That just your character with the gun. And there was a health regen option. So if we consider this shield, quote unquote, like a health regen, even though it's not a health regen, it's a shield, but it can do the same thing if used properly. Uh, there is a thing in Call of Duty where even though in every other COD it was a smart idea to do a flank, or to do a certain gank from a certain angle, uh, you just stopped doing that in Black Ops 4 because it was even smarter to just hold your uh, teammate's hand and just push forward because you had a shield or you had a health regen thing, and because you had that extra little bit of health. So I can see where that could be an issue because no one wants to just AFK push up a lane, let's say, with the rest of your team, and that's the smartest play because Fang Mao is broken now because there's four other people around him. That's where I think there could be an issue with that. But that's a testing thing, right?
I also have an issue with him that he has no CC anymore.
He has no CC. He doesn't, yeah.
Back in the day, he had a slow, big old, big AoE slow.
Yeah, his hamstring ability would be a slow.
Oh,
Is that with the
okay.
diminishing returns for each additional target hit after 2 seconds? Reverb, what exactly do you mean by diminishing returns? If you don't mind me asking, if you're still there. But while we're waiting for that, I'm going to talk about the passive. Passive, Master of Arts. Fang Mao gains attack speed for each ally around him. He also gains health regen for each enemy around him. I'm going to be
Okay.
honest. That sounds.
It's interesting.
I'm going to be honest. That ability sounds broken. It sounds really good, which is a good
It
thing.
depends what numbers
Yeah.
it's gonna have.
But that's what's good about that passive is it's not going to be a kit issue. It's going to be a number issue, so it's going to be really easy to balance. Oh, you're in game. Sorry. Chandler, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think about this idea? Do you think there's anything? Do you like the idea? Do you think there can be a bit of tweaking? Well, what is your opinion?
I'm going to be completely honest. I never played Fang Mao 1, so I wouldn't be able to tell you with Kit what would actually feel proper.
Okay. Okay. Cool. What did you think about? What do you think about his? Silver Koi says, "I want CC." So some people are a bit pissed about the CC, and as you said, Kenny, he was clearly using the jungle a little bit. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if people are may disagree with me, but for usually what the trend seems to be that a jungler has to have some kind of hard CC, or definitely a soft CC, but hard CC usually makes the character a bit better. That's why Grux and Sev are always like at the top. Um, well, Sev a bit more than that, but that if you don't have the CC, is Fang gonna be viable in the jungle, or is he only gonna be an offlaner?
He sounds like it's an offline character now.
Yeah. And I do think majority of the time he was an offlaner. Like especially when you watch at the pro level, like he was never played.
But
Never
if he
never
has
played.
so many buffs around a team fight, it kind of defeats the purpose of offline a bit.
It does in a sense. It does. I can see that. It's kind of uh but I do think it's a good idea. I just think there might be a bit of an issue. And my biggest thing is that from experience, I've seen abilities like this that cause an issue where instead of ganking, which logically makes sense that it should be the smarter play, just AFK pushing with your head down is the smarter play in a team fight
Yeah.
because the characters are gaining too much from having allies around them. Simple as that. Um, instead of,
Sometimes it's the best call to push in that fight.
yeah, sometimes the best counter push is just to go forward.
Exactly.
Yeah. But anywho, we're gonna move on. So we got a few more characters. We got Bellica, Wraith, and Kalari. So we're gonna go on to Bellica. So we're gonna start with her main abilities and go for the passive at the end. Bellica's already in the game. Already in the game. So this is what Rebirth thinks would be better for Bellica, because it is clear, if you're following the Discord and the dev streams, that Bellica, uh, it is clear that Strange Matter is not satisfied with the changes to Bellica's kit. It is clear that that is the case. Um, as I brought up an issue of my own, and I brought it up last Faultarian Journal, that she went from being a utility mage to what felt like more of just a damage mage. And uh, when you're trying to increase a niche, it's usually better to keep stuff like that. But they argued that taking away the mana is too broken. It's too good. That riot drone ability that she had. So we're saying okay, riot drone taking away mana from enemy heroes is not fun to play against. I can agree to that. I can agree to that. But I
I don't think it was that OP, but I don't know.
yeah,
I don't think it did enough, to be honest.
you don't think it did enough.
Yeah.
Okay, Chandler, what do you think? I don't know if Chandler's there. Maybe he's not
I
there. Maybe.
mean,
Okay.
again, I'm kind of in the same boat that I never found it
You never
that
you never found it.
overpowered or that annoying to play again.
You just found it not as impactful as
Yeah.
they seem to be making
Exactly.
it
Just
out to
dodge
be.
the attack.
Yeah. No, but
Just don't get hit by it.
you can't you
Done.
couldn't dodge her riot drone though. If you were in the AO, well, I guess you could. Like if you were in the AOE, you were losing your mana. It's
Dude,
just as
a
simple as
carry
that.
could have one shot the drone.
Yeah.
That's true. That
You
is true.
have ways playing against, like, it's not like it was 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
You're fucked out of luck
It
and you
was
won't be able to any of your ability.
it was a two-shot drone. So okay.
That's why people have to be smart and put it behind walls.
Okay. So what Reverb's idea is that her Q is seismic assault. If you don't know what that is, because it doesn't say here. He just has a few suggestion notes in his opinion. Um, the her Q was a root. In a straight line, you get rooted, you get shot up. It's pretty fantastic. It's probably literally her best ability, even though her alt probably should be. But this Q is probably her best ability. And his idea is that he thinks the Q should be a bit faster. So he's saying that you should be able to root people even faster than you already do.
So travel time faster?
Yeah, make the travel time of her Q faster.
I guess. I mean, the travel time is what made her unique, though.
It
I
is, yeah.
think
Yeah, it looks cooler
it's a lot
animation
more
wise.
skill shot than just the
Yes.
basic move.
Because if you make it faster, um, well, how are you dodging that? Imagine if I said to you, every time you run into a Bellica, you're gonna get rooted because you cannot move fast enough to dodge it.
Well, I could have dodged it in Paragon a lot of times.
Yeah.
I don't I don't know.
Yes. And
I,
and and as yes, it's a knockup. Yes, it's not a root. It's a knockup. And of course, this is subject to change. This is just we're just okay. Reverb just said in the chat that even if he did speed it up, it would still be dodgeable. So there still is, and like it would be reasonably dodgeable. So it just
so
makes.
he thinks in Paragon version it was too slow.
Uh, I think he's not saying the Paragon version was too slow. I think he's saying the current Fault version is too slow.
I see.
Because
Okay.
I'm going to be honest, and everyone that's been watching gameplay can agree to this. Bellica is worse in Fault at the moment than she was in Paragon. But that's a problem because every other character just got a passive and they got better. And Pelika also got a passive, but she is still worse. So there's nothing that and like I've talked about this in the past. There is nothing that makes Bellica anymore, is what it feels like. Besides her Q, her Q is unique to her. Um, but you know, anywho, uh, the E or the Riot Drone. So this was changed on Strange Matters End. They made it so that it's like the you put a drone down, and instead of it taking away your mana, everybody that uses an ability in the drone's radius um, gets dealt ability damage by her drone. And then this is kind of the thing and that seems pretty reasonable, but that's where she falls out of her utility into a damage, in my opinion. Or like I guess you can argue she's an anti-ability mage, but it's not clear. I don't see that clear anti-ability idea with
What I think
this.
would be cool
What?
for the drone is to increase cooldown of enemy abilities.
Reduce or
No,
increase the
increase.
cooldown?
Yes, but like a
Ooh,
second for every ability.
or increase the cooldown of enemy abilities that use abilities
If the
in the
drone
drone
is up,
if the drone is up. That might be really cool because that's where that's a clear anti-ability mage idea. Uh,
yeah.
and that sounds kind of broken in theory.
No, that can destroy it.
Oh,
Obvious.
and you okay? And this is the part I didn't get to mention. Stranger Matter has at the moment that the drone is indestructible but it
Uh,
lasts for 4 seconds. So you're saying get rid of this it deals damage ability because that doesn't suit her kit very well, and I agree to that. Increase the cooldown of enemy heroes' abilities for each ability that they use within the drone's radius, and the drone is killable, but it doesn't take one
yes,
to two hits. Let's say it takes 4 to 6. That's what
sure.
Kenny is saying. That I think that's awesome. Uh, but what does Reverb say? What is Reverb's opinion on this? Drone turret that prioritizes targets you auto attack. Short range, but can be repositioned by holding E. Retarget to new destination. The drone must reach its new destination before being sent to a new location. 4 to 6 hits to destroy.
I'm kind
Drone.
of confused.
Okay, so what I think he means is you use your E. You put your drone down, and every enemy hero or minion that you hit with an auto attack, the drone also does ability damage to them. If that makes any sense.
To the same target you hit?
Yes, the same target that you hit. And that the drone actually like moves. So instead of just placing it, you say you're gonna go here, and the drone you watch the drone uh, come out and actually walk slowly to that position. And then once it reaches that position, you can reposition it again with your E. and it takes a few more hits to destroy since it'll be a bit easier to destroy because it takes a few seconds. So the drone moves with the character now. Is what his idea is. That's actually really unique and really cool. I I got my heart set now on the anti-ability mage idea. But
Yeah.
if Strange Matter wants to go the direction of damage Bellica, uh, I actually really like this ride drone. I think it's way better than what she currently has.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it's basically like it's based because I don't know if you knew. So the Fault passive that they came out with is that the drone sits above her, and every basic attack that she hits deals ability damage. So
So
basically,
it's
what
always there.
it's always there. But what Reverb is now saying is, what if we made that her E still, but the drone followed her, and it's not, and it is destructible, but it just takes a few more hits than what it did in Paragon.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And then you got the RMB, the Void Bomb. Uh, basically, Reverb's note on this idea is that so the Void Bomb, it's still just an AOE bomb. But Strange Matter decided that it's going to give Bellica mana. That's the secondary ability of her Void Bomb. Which now, if you look at it, hang on, I just want to point this out. We haven't even talked about her ult yet, but her ult has something to do with less mana. Her ability drone has something to do with using abilities and damage. And now you got a Void Bomb, sorry, that deals damage and has something to do with mana regen. So what is Bellica? Is she an anti-ability mage? Is she a gain mana mage? Is she a damage mage? Like, what is she? Like, I don't get it. I don't know what she is. And,
I think her passive needs to be changed
yeah. Uh,
to. So if you hit enemy or even minions with your ability, her passive regenerates mana around the teammates in the radius.
oh. So, could you just say that again? Sorry?
So if she hit things with her abilities, even minions or enemies, her passive is a mana regen around her for the team as well.
So, you think that, off the top of your head, you think it might be a good idea to make her passive ability more so about mana regen for herself and her team than dealing that basic energy damage that they currently have.
Yeah, only do that if you hit things with your abilities, not basic attacks.
Okay. Oh, with abilities. So the more abilities you use, the more mana regen you get. So then it gives you
Yeah,
incentivizes you to use more abilities. Uh,
yeah,
okay, that can be. And the kicker is that it helps enemies. It helps your allies gain mana regen also. So then
yeah.
characters like Crunch, behold Crunch whenever he decides to jump in the game, or uh, well, they're probably going to rework him a bit because he was pretty trash. But we're talking about Paragon Crunch. Uh, will actually have a bit of mana to keep Wombo comboing people with his two big fists. So
Yeah,
that actually might be, and that's like very easy counterable.
it's
Mana
a
regen.
sustain for your team a bit in
Yeah,
team fight.
yeah, and uh, and it would be good in team comp. That's a good idea. Okay, and now we're on to the alt, and then we're going to talk about the passive at the end. We're leaving the passives for the end. So the current alt in Paragon and Fault that Strange Matter has, it's the exact same alt. You pull out a pistol, you look at an enemy target, you shoot him, you look badass doing so, and you do 1% additional ability damage depending on how much mana they do not have. So what Reverb's idea here is he's just given a suggestion is the empowerment of abilities, kind of like Heimerdinger alt. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know who Heimerdinger is. Uh, uses
I
the
don't know either.
uses the emote where she looks at her wrist or the animation. Oh, so apparently there's an animation that I have not seen that's in the Paragon assets, where she looks at her wrist. Um,
I remember it was an emo
okay, it was an emote. It
actually.
was an emote.
Yeah,
Okay, so his idea is her alt empowers her abilities. It makes her abilities better, so they do more damage. I kind of like Heimerdinger's alt. I don't know who Heimerdinger is, but we're gonna just uh, go on Google right fast. See.
I don't know. I like her current ult because it's so satisfying to pull off.
Okay. Heimerdinger is a League of Legends character. Okay. What's his ult? Heimerdinger. So let's see. We got passive, active, blah blah blah. It must be lightning. No. Okay. Heimerdinger empowers his next ability, placing it on the same cooldown as its basic form, modifying its damage and making it free to cast. Oh, so what he's saying is that make Bellica's alt empower one of her other abilities so that it's free to cast um, and it does more damage, whatever that ability is. And there's a bit more to Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger has an upgrade active for 3 seconds without using another ability. He can reactivate to cancel the empowerment and put on a 3-second cooldown. Upgrade only goes on its normal cooldown if Heimerdinger uses an empowered ability. Okay, cool. I don't think that last part's very helpful. Uh, what do you two think? Do you guys do you think that giving Bellica a new ability is like completely new ability, different emote? Do you think that's the way they should go, or do you think they can quote unquote salvage what has happened with her alt and keep it the same so that it still works with her kit?
I kind of like her current.
Okay. Her alt modifies. Oh, I see. Oh, so he has more. There's more to it actually. So there's actually more to this upgrade. I'm glad. Thank you, Reverb. I really appreciate it. Cause I wouldn't have looked at it. Okay, so so if we're talking this upgrade ability for her alt. So an upgraded an empowered Q ability would be a trident shaped Q. Oh, I see what he's saying. So instead of doing one line, you do 3 lines of knockups. Kind of like
Okay,
it
so
kind of looks like a cactus a little bit. This little drawing.
I understand that.
An empowered E, which is her riot drone, shoots each target. You auto attack and each enemy that casts ability damage inside range. Resets aggro if enemies walk out of range. Buff drone health maybe. So shoots each target. You auto attack. So instead of hitting one enemy, you hit all enemies when you hit an auto attack, and each enemy that casts ability, and it also hits each enemy that casts an ability inside the range, which is what Strange Matter currently has on the E. And maybe make the drone take a few more hits than 4 or 6, make it more like 7 or 8, 7 to 9. And her power.
Yes, not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I,
And then
I like it.
And then her old empowered RMB is her old art. Her an empowered. So instead of having a void bomb, her RMB ability simply becomes her old alt. Lock on ability. Lock on ability. Simple as that. What do you guys think of that?
Uh, does it do the same thing basically?
Yeah. So instead of having a void bomb, an empowered void bomb would you would just get rid of the void bomb entirely, and you pull out your pistol, and you do the old alt. What do you guys think of that?
It has the wave clear.
It does. Does it have to?
I mean, she's a mid laner.
Yeah, but like you still have the wave clear with the regular void bomb. It's just that the empowered version of that ability would be
Oh,
her old alt.
empowered. Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
yeah, yeah.
I
Um,
suppose. Yeah.
what do you?
But what if someone is low and you're just stuck with 3 abilities? Or 2 abilities?
Yeah, and that's actually really cool. And a really good point is that each empowered ability gives gives a type of utility with Bellica. So then you're saving the nostalgia of what is Bellica as a utility mage, plus you're making her better, and you're taking away that mana, because Strange Matter is. They've essentially said we're wiping the hands away with mana takeaway. They don't like it. They wanted to get rid of it. So maybe we're keeping all.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And for everyone that is wondering, Uh, so what we're doing here, I'm just going to do like a little plug. What we're doing here is doing a Faultarian discussion, as what we're our Faultarian journal is what we're calling it. We're doing a discussion of all things Fault. We're trying to take ideas and concepts and debates among the community, and we're actually taking in people from the community that are not that are just a consumer, just like myself and Chandler, and and um, and they're also giving their opinions. So what we're trying to do is try to get the opinion of of the mass amount of people. So more so what you see when you watch the dev streams at the moment or listen to a podcast is you see a lot of internal tester opinions, but you don't really get to see the opinions of the public. So yes, we might be throwing out a tester's idea, but we're getting to see the idea and thoughts from the public point of view.
I think mainly it's a lot of people who just used to play Paragon and what they want to see in a game that success is
Yeah.
mainly looking at the state of this game and then thinking about what we had in Paragon and what's the happy medium between the two and
Hmm.
what you really want going forward.
Yeah. And one thing that I just want to commend Strange Matter, because I know there's a highly good chance that they've probably tuned into this because of who they are, and they're probably writing down what we say because that's just who they are. And I know that they're probably really considering this valuable information, and it's that kind of commitment from Strange Matter Studios that makes me want to do this kind of thing. Because I want the community itself to have a voice, and I think Strange Matter is allowing that opportunity to do so, and I commend them for that.
They changed season pass overnight.
They literally changed it overnight because 1/3 of the population, they won't say it's 1/3, but it looked like it was. 1/3 of the player base said "fuck that," and we're talking everywhere. We're talking from the top devs to the testers to the general public. There was someone somewhere that would disagreed with it, and they changed it literally in less than 24 hours. Like that's how good they are. Like, I just, I'm just
You're a
so
fanboy now,
impressed.
huh?
Yeah, so impressed. So, Chandler, do you have any thoughts about the Bellica thing? Are you looking up at the stream so you can see what's reading it, or do you need?
Yeah, again, just it's hard
It's been too
me having
long.
any opinion of any. Well, it's between being too long, not playing any character that.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, just look. I can have objective based on what I'm seeing, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if I had a preference between what they currently have and what could be changed.
And what could be changed. That's true. Yeah, unfortunately, some of the public, such as Chandler, who is a console player and still is, hasn't really had the opportunity to uh, be in an alpha. It just that's the reality of things. They only gave out 10,000 keys, which
I haven't tried it either.
which in per exact yeah, and in perspective, those 10,000 keys didn't go to 10,000 different people. That's not what happened. Because I had three of them myself. You know. Anywho, that's beside the point. So we're gonna move on to Wraith. So Reaver's idea for Wraith, and this is all subject to change, of course. And this is just an idea. This is not anything. That this is not confirmed. This is not Strange Matters idea. Is so Wraith. Wraith was so good in Paragon. Actually, the heroes of that time are just very good. Revenant, Wraith, Zinx, Wukong. Shimby.
Revenant was the only carry I played.
He was awesome. He was actually awesome. I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed a good Revenant. Um,
Yeah.
so what he has is we're gonna start with the Q. Is the Q? He's calling it tripwire. Invisible if tripwire is tripped. Gain vision for X seconds, as well as damage and slow. Invisible if tripwire. I'm just trying to visualize that. Okay.
Invisible?
Invisible. Oh, so it's kind of like putting. This is like the character we talked about earlier. Anywho, like our made quote unquote made up character that we
Yeah.
theorized. So put down a trap like Murdoch, and if the tripwire is tripped, gain vision for X seconds, as well as damage and slow the enemy. So
I don't know
they're
if it should be invisible.
yeah. Well, what if it's only like a 3 second invisibility? You know what I mean?
Uh, no, I don't know. I
You
don't
just
understand.
you. So imagine Murdoch put down his drone, and the second that drone or puts down his trap, the second someone jumps into that trap, Wraith immediately goes invisible for a few seconds. That could be 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. We don't have that worked out yet.
Wait, he goes invisible or the
He
trap?
he goes invisible.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and as well, it does a bit of damage and it slows the enemy hero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
you can see them be deployed, but go invisible after being casted. Oh, so no, he okay. And so he is saying
Uh,
you see the trap be put down, but you can't see the trap after that. That's what he's saying. So it is an invisible trap, and if you get caught in the trap, you get dealt damage and slowed. That is
yeah,
what
that's
he's
what I figured.
yeah. Similar to Teemo, Sentry Wards show the traps, and Sentry Wards. Oh, and Sentry Wards will show the trap, so it's a bit of incentivized for. And they would also expire just like Murdoch traps. There's a character in Smite that I'm very new to Smite. I've only been playing for a week, and I remember playing her, and every time she puts down a trap, it doesn't expire. And I think it's a carry. Artemis. Maybe I'm getting this right. Artemis. Anywho, um, I think they should expire too. I don't think you should have unlimited traps because I would just throw them down everywhere. You know what I mean? And
I
if
would, I
and
would not care about expiration. I just don't think invisible trap is a good idea.
why do you think it's a good idea?
It's not.
Oh, why do you think it's not a good idea?
Um, I mean, it's hard to explain. It's like a free stun you don't see coming, basically.
Yeah, that
So
is true.
if you're in the lane and you try to run away into a jungle, there's a trap there. You don't know about it.
Yeah, but
You're dead.
what about Kalari though? Because like Kalari can go invisible.
Yeah, but not every team will have a Kalari.
That's true. That's true.
And Kalari going invisible is fun because if she attacks once, she's visible.
Yeah, but there is also an item, and there was in Paragon as well. It's a bit different in Paragon, but there is an item in. I remember using it in the Alpha weekend. There is an item in Fault. I don't know if you're aware of this. That um, if you sit still for I think it's 3 seconds, you become invisible until you move and attack again. So, the idea of invisibility is really cool because it really incentivizes wards, but I can see how it can leave a bad taste in players' mouths. Um, because I'm going to be honest, I thought Kalari was trash in Monolith, but she was a bloody nuisance. I was not pleased with placing wards in lane. I didn't like doing it, but I did it.
Even the item you were talking about that makes you invisible for 3 seconds, you can still
Look at that
uh
shadow.
not see them, but you can still they're still collision to the character, right? Because every time somebody did that to me, and they walked up to me, I could feel them colliding with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Um, but I do think it can be really cool. Um, and it's not meant. What Reverb just said is it's not really meant to deal a lot of damage and slow. It's more about being able to see where someone is out on a map. So it's kind of like you can kind of consider it a ward in a sense. Uh, if if you would do that, but it is a tripwire. It is a tripwire.
It still has a slow though.
Yeah, but that might only be very small. So Noxus trap because he said something about Timo. Timo stores Noxus trap chard periodically up to an amount of once. Active. Timo tosses a mushroom trap on the ground, which stealths and arms after 1 second, lasting up to 5 minutes. While armed, mushrooms grant sight around them. Okay. Mushrooms bounce forward if they land on top of another mushroom. This can happen an infinite amount of times while Timo is alive. If Timo dies before the mushroom lands on another mushroom, the mushroom will disappear. Wow. If an enemy steps on a mushroom, it detonates poison all nearby enemies, slowing them, granting sight of them, and dealing.
Does it say it's invisible?
Uh, it looks like it is invincible, yeah, because it is.
No, invisible, not invincible.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you could be slowed. Yeah, you could be slowed by 1%, right? Like it could be a small slow. I actually really think that's cool. So it's kind of like having a ward in the kit, but it's a bit more than a ward. You know what I mean? And it also could add a lot of dynamic because it might be worth standing in the trap if you know it's there as the enemy hero, so that quote unquote they lose that vision around the trap. Or or it could just be as simple as, you see within a few feet of the trap.
Every time you try to run away, anxiety level is gonna rise.
Yeah. And race old Q was literally just a ward. I don't know if
Yeah.
yeah. Uh okay. So his active camo round, his E. Cloak allies by shooting them with this ability for a short duration. Cloak allies by shooting them. Okay, so basically shoot an ally, they become invisible. Can hold E to stealth self instead. Okay, so you can maybe stealth yourself for a few seconds, or shoot an ally so that they gain health, so that they gain stealth. I'm gonna start saying invisibility so I don't get people confused. You shoot an ally to make them invisible. What do you think of that?
I mean, where is his gonna? What lane is gonna belong to? Mid lane or carry lane?
I would say he's a hybrid carry, and they're probably gonna keep that. Um, so it's looking.
So
Uh,
support or mid.
yeah, yeah, he's a support and mid. Yeah, and that's what Reaver said. He had support and mid in his in his mind when he created these ideas. Chandler, do you think that there's a chance that there might be too much invisibility in race kit, or do you think this is good?
I think it's fine, but if the enemy team communicates really well, I don't think he's gonna be strong enough.
Hmm.
Well, not like can't attack while you're invisible, can you?
No, you can't attack while you're visible unless
So I
like the
mean,
ability
all it
says
does is
so.
give you position. It doesn't really, and I mean, it depends on how important, how powerful position. Again, I wouldn't all do really move around the map without having to worry about someone directly
Hmm.
looking at you. And again, like Reverb saying in chat, it's like passing that on to somebody else for a few seconds. Allow them to, let's say, they're running away from somebody in the jungle. You have no idea if they turned left or right, so you could literally save them just because now you have that distance and nobody's going to be able to catch up. So I mean, invisibility, I wouldn't imagine being too overpowered,
Hmm.
regardless if
Yeah,
like duration or thing.
and I'm just pulling up Wraith's old Paragon kit because I did kind of forget it, to be honest. I didn't use a lot of Wraith. So her RMB in Paragon was a long range. That was her sniper shot, or his sniper shot, that penetrates geometry and deals ability damage. Remember how? Yeah. So her, instead of Kalar, oh my gosh, instead of Wraith dealing damage with a sniper shot through walls, he now is able to make an ally invisible, and this is really important, or can be really beneficial, because you can't lock onto a target that's invisible, for example, right? So it can really save an ally. And the last one, rewind target marked with RMB. Oh, so if I do believe, if I'm correct in saying this, so race ability alt in Paragon was that he basically sends everyone around him invisible. He makes them all invisible until they start shooting, right? So what Rever's saying is that's broken as hell, and instead of doing that, you rewind the target. His E was overpowered. You rewind a target with the RMB. So let's say I shoot you, Chandler. I make you invisible. And
Yeah.
you're just about to die. So I hit my alt and I rewind you so that now you're back. So now you move backwards 3 seconds in time, and that's how much health, and you're back at that health, mana, and all that. Rewind target marked with RMB.
I
I'm
think
gonna
he
be
means
honest.
enemy.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I skipped one of his abilities and just
Yeah,
completely,
you didn't read the arm.
and I completely got wrong what he's trying to go with there. Okay,
You were
so
looking at the old arm.
yeah, sorry. Uh, we're gonna go with his R&B first. Same as before. Snipe through walls. Gain vision for X seconds when you hit hero, and mark them for rewind. Okay, gain vision. So snipe through walls. Gain vision for X seconds when you hit hero, and mark them for rewind. Rewarded for last hitting with this ability. Mm. And his R&B here. Okay, so he's saying still snipe through walls. Uh, but you gain vision of them when you hit them, and you mark them for the rewind ability where you make them go backwards.
Yeah.
That could be
He
really
could be a
cool.
great ganker.
Yeah, Ray sounds pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
If
His
he could jungle, that would be great.
and and what he says is, so it still pops people for damage. His E is on the same targeting as his RMB. It is just a support. Okay, so you have to hit the skill shot to rewind. It's not free. Rewind was really toxic. I can agree to that. So what his idea here is try to add the rewind, make it a bit more uh, make it a bit more difficult to use. Um, because you have to hit that skill shot with the sniper first, and his E is the same.
I'm
Oh,
okay with that.
yeah. Actually, uh, Reverb. I'm gonna be honest. If you have it, please pitch that to Strange Matter. I actually think, especially with like you got some really good ideas, but when it comes to Wraith, I think like you're really,
It's just a
I
balance kit
you
compared
it's
to
just
anything else.
such you really got a good kit right here. You really got a good idea. I would like to play this character. I really think, yeah. I think it's fantastic. And then the passive. When Wraith drops below 35% health, they go invisible. Simple as that. When Wraith almost dies, he goes invisible. Which is something similar to Kalari did, if I'm not mistaken. I did not play a lot of Kalari, so I can't.
I'm pretty sure it was an item that did that, right?
Was it an item? No, a Kalari. Because I remember, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I did not use a lot of Kalari, but I remember being in lane, hitting her, and then she would go invisible, and then be like, "Well, we're gonna."
Oh yeah, I remember. It was for
So that,
passive, you're right.
yeah. So that's what Wraith's passive would be. Which
Yeah,
that
okay.
and that's fair. That's like it's fair. That's a good passive. Yeah, and the big thing that we need to remember that Reverb just tried to emphasize there is it all the passives have to work within the assets that they currently have. They're not trying to build new
Yeah.
animations for the characters. They're trying to, you know what I mean? They're not at that point in their development yet that they want them all to be within the realm of animation that they currently have. Okay, and on this note, we're on Kalari, the last one. So we'll start with the passive because it seems to make more sense. Double jumped and marked for death is applied. So Kalari has the double jump. Simple as that. It is. Uh, Kalari just has her normal double jump and her marked for death. Her marked for death. Uh, was that similar? I think that came from her old alt, but we're just gonna pull it up. I'm just going to pull up the old Paragon Kalari kit so that I can see exactly what it was. Basic attack. Kalari throws a dagger. Okay. Yeah, so Kalari's E in her old kit in Paragon was a passive. After jumping, press jump again to flip into the air up to 2 times. Upon landing, Shadow Dance will go on, and you gain health regen in the Shadow Plane. So what Reverb's idea here is that you just move her E to her passive. Don't reference the old kit. Okay. 1 stack per auto attack. Okay, so mark for death would be a new idea. So you got to double jump, and then you mark them for death. And then Mark for Death does 1 stack per auto attack. Each stack of Mark gives you Bloodlust. At 4, 6, 10 stacks per champion, get a damage boost against the target. Stacks last for 20 seconds. Timer refresh if new stack is applied. So basically, her passive says, okay, I'm going to attack you, and for each stack that I get, I'm going to do more damage against you. So for consecutive attacks, I'm going to do more damage. What do you guys think of that?
Makes sense.
That's pretty good. I don't think there's really much more to say about it. It's a fair ability. Seems pretty good. Simple as that. Her Q,
People always build her attack speed anyways.
they do, yeah. Her Q, stealth, increased MS, and health regen while stealth. So increased mana regen. I think what MS is. Stealth
Movement
increased
speed.
increased movement speed. That makes more sense. So her Q is that she goes stealth, increased movement speed and health regen while stealth, applies 3 stacks when attacking a champion out of stealth. So when you deal damage out of her stealth, out of her Q, you immediately get 3 stacks of the marked for death of her bloodlust. Her E spins once, applies 2 stacks. Simple as that. But it does say Darius. I'm gonna assume Darius is League of Legends again.
Yeah, Darius.
I think I know about this guy, to be honest. Yes. So Darius Spin.
The older legend.
Hi. I was gonna say your name, but I'm not going to, Crispy. This is community idea. So what we're doing here is we're talking about from a non none of us are testers, and we're talking to the community. So, for example, I just met Kenny today, uh, and we're just talking from the general public perspectives of ideas. So we've theorized a brand new character. We've talked about what we think should be the amount of grind time for a few characters uh, in the early access. And now we're talking about Reverb, who is a tester, about his ideas that he has for a few characters and what we think about those ideas. And that's where we are now. And yeah, it is pretty cool. If you want, I don't know if anyone's noticed, anyone that's been watching, but we are currently in the Strange Matter Discord in their voice chat called the Alpha Chat. I feel kind of cheeky being in here, but anyways, we're here. And if you want to join in and pop in and contribute, if you have anything to contribute, or just come in and say hi, come on in. We're welcoming everyone here. Anywho, on that note, let's get back to it. So, Darius, what were we talking about? We were talking about Kalari. We were talking about her E ability, a hypothetical E ability for Kalari. So, her E ability would be she spins once, applies 2 stacks. Those 2. Don't be scared to talk to us. We're pretty friendly people. But I'm glad you're in the stream and I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope you enjoy more. So, and the Darius spin. So Darius is a League of Legends character. I have no idea what he does, but let's find out. Darius hefts his axe. Okay, so I don't think it's Decimate. Crippling Spike. Maybe it's Crippling Strike? Crippling Strikes is an active ability that says Darius' next basic attack within 4 seconds become an unstoppable basic attack, giving a bit more bonus range, dealing bonus physical damage, and slowing the target. So maybe don't be scared of Kenny. Kenny's a pretty cool guy, I must say. I
His
appreciate
spin is decimate there, Greg.
it's his Decimate?
Yeah,
It is his
hey,
Decimate. Okay.
I gotta help you out because I'm in game, but I can tell you quick.
Okay.
So essentially,
Oh, God.
all it is Clary spins around and does damage. It's like Counter Strike click kind of. Like, he just spins and does damage. And the whole point of the Clary kit, this one I wrote like an hour ago, so it was like kind of really thrown together.
Yeah.
But when you auto attack people, you get more stacks on them. Okay, so
Yeah.
and then all your abilities apply stacks, right? So if you're keeping up on targets, you can maintain stacks to them, and there'd be some sort of like UI element, so like you could tell how many stacks are in each person, and then you'll see how the ultimate incorporates like working with the stacks. But just know it's the old ultimate, it's like the windmill kind of propeller thing.
Mhm.
And if you hit the whole team while they have stacks, you'll see why this kit could be kind of nuts. But I gotta go back down. So see
Okay.
you guys.
Thank you for the explanation. So let's
Okay.
get okay. Well, there you have it.
Kalari is a fidget spinner.
Kalari is a fidget spinner. Imagine that as an emo. Actually, I think that's pretty awesome, and I think Kalari in Paragon and Monolith, we can all agree, was in a bad place. She was loved by the community, but she was garbage. So I actually think this kit with Kalari could get. It's just awesome. It's a great idea to make Kalari viable at all
With
levels
this
of
kid,
gameplay.
she seems OP.
She seems a bit OP. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's,
but that's sort of the other
it's-
side of it.
yeah.
You're never super tank or be able to take a whole bunch of damage. So that's sort of the payoff of actually
Yeah.
sticking in the fight and getting those stacks on.
Mhm.
Because again, you're probably not going to. That's why there is so much movement speed added. Ability to double jump is getting away. Again, once you try jumping in with Kalari, it's super easy that if you stop paying attention to your position and you can easily get rooted and then over.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
can see someone play Kalari and
Yeah,
kill the whole
and,
team.
The thing I just want to mention too, in my opinion, it is easier to tone a character down than it is to bring a character up. And if you want to give, and I'm going to give an example of that. Remember Iggy and Scorch after version 42?
I miss Iggy.
I have nightmares of I remember
I
playing
miss her
Iggy,
so much.
walking up feeling like the big kid on the block against a 5-stack, pushing lane, and they could not stop me. I was one person against 5, and I was still going. They weren't doing nothing. They were. Now I am over exaggerating a bit, but she was good. Um, and,
Iggy
and
was my main for main lane.
okay, and we had someone come into the chat. Welcome, Tiger EXE. Do you like Grimmix? We can maybe talk about him. Who knows? Uh, so, holy crap! I just got some crazy sound. Hang on, let's go look at what that was. Silver Koi has followed. Thank you for the follow, Silver. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And Tiger as well. Thank you, Tiger, for the follow. Okay, so I'm trying to get back to the chat because we're trying to take a few community chat things. So Tiger underscore EXE says, what about Countess? Can you bring it back to lock to cast blink and alt? So what about Countess? So they did change Countess, and he's saying, what if they brought it back so that it's a lock-on ability for her alt and her blink? If I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, Tiger, just let me know. Uh, I don't want to talk about version 42. Something that I honestly have nightmares. That was the beginning of the Dark Ages. Kalari one-tap damage with Red Zone. And Reverb, of course, just wants me to reiterate, and I will do that. This is all hypothetical, number one. And number two, all stats are subject to change easily. Like, if for some reason someone's doing too much damage, it's easy to just change a number and they do less. But what's not easy is changing someone's kit. So we're trying to get a good kit down, and the numbers come after, if that makes any sense. Yes, you're right. Tiger, as well, we are in the Strange Matter Studio Discord at the moment. If you want to join in and talk and have any ideas, you're very welcome to come on in. So let's keep on going. So her RMB ability, range skill shot, same thing from before that everyone loves. You just throw a dagger, and it does damage. But it applies 2 stacks, and we're working off the idea of this marked for death, where every auto attack deals some bloodlust, which means you do more damage for every consecutive auto attack hit.
Pretty
Excuse
sure
me.
it used to slow people as well.
Did it?
Yeah, it used to
Oh,
slow
okay.
people.
Okay, awesome. And now we're on to the alt. Kalari's alt. Old alt. And when he says old alt, I want to clarify. We're talking legacy Kalari alt. We're not talking the fucking monolith alt. That was bullshit. I remember doing this. Oh, I'm getting alted. Looks like I'm going to get away today. And I just kept walking. Because, like, yes, you would get stunned or slow, but you still got away very easily. It was very, very easy to still get away.
Did you know you can stun her out of her ult?
Wow.
Yeah.
Anywho, so you can stun her out of her alt, so... Chimera hunt ability. Old hunt ability. What do you mean, Tiger? Do you mean his new passive? His stacks? Or do you mean his new ability? So old alt consumes all stacks, dealing 1% of max health per stack on target, max of 20%. Okay, so the percentages are subject to change, but basically what Reverb's idea is that we go to the old alt, which looks a lot cooler and is a lot more satisfying when you get a kill. It consumes all stacks and deals 1% of max health per stack on target. That's pretty awesome. What do you guys think of Kalari? Do you think that would make her viable at all levels?
Just the stacking is making her viable.
Yeah. And just for the show, I'm going to look up Kalari's old alt. And, maybe turn off.
Yeah, like Reverb said, the ult can hit multiple people at a time.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see. Maybe this is the video that we're looking for.
The nostalgia is real.
This is old legacy right here.
Just release that game, really. Re-release it. Fuck. Game we didn't.
Seeing this, you can see how much damage you used to do.
Is that her ult, that little spin there?
Yeah, that's her ult.
Oh, so that is the ult. So this little spin right here.
So if you're at
Awesome. Cool.
You think you hit multiple people.
Yeah,
with
with,
it.
and it's a higher skill ceiling with that, and it also well, it also just looks more fun, to be honest, and that's pretty much all what it's about. Alrighty.
Yeah.
So okay, so apparently Kalari's old ult, the legacy ult, did true damage when their HP was low enough. So that's kind of like a part of that bloodlust, and I just think that's awesome. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I was not a Kalari fan, but with this idea for a kit, thanks to Reverb OP, please go follow him on twitch.tv/ReverbOP. I really do believe that this is a fantastic idea. So we have a few requests. Right click mouse, right click mouse. Right click mouse is RMB. So we have a few requests to go over a few heroes and hypothetically talk about them, give our ideas and the chat's ideas. So we have Countess.
Yeah, I think everyone wants Grux. That's really the one thing that, like, with early access,
okay,
have Grux.
So we got Countess, we got Chimera they want to go over, and they want to go over a hypothetical Grux build. And we have two Gruxes, and I know Kenny's a big fan of Grux. So let's start with Grux, and then we'll go down the list of what we have, which is Countess and Chimera, as they're already characters, so it'll be a bit different. I make kits like this for every hero, and let's just say some of them are going to be in the game. You know, I believe it. I believe it, Reverb, because when it comes to what I've read so far, what you did, and you said you wrote this in an hour, I would say the Wraith and the Kalari kit, in particular,
yeah, those two are definitely.
They are spot on. They are very good. And
I don't think anyone will ever be happy with any build of Bellica.
I'm going to be honest.
That's just going to be a con.
I'm going to be honest.
Thorn.
I said a quick comment in the Discord general chat once about Bellica a few days ago, and I said Bellica is not as good as Gideon. Simple as that. If you choose Bellica, you're at a disadvantage at the moment because she's clearly worse. And I stand by that statement. People may agree, disagree, but that's what I believe. But at the same time, I'm also only going off of what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, we also haven't seen this hypothetical build for Bellica in the game anyway, so I mean, who knows? This could just be.
Oh, Reverb, as a tester, is saying that she's actually the best character in the game. Oh, but she's not her kit, but her stats are OP. Okay. Okay. So let's go on to the Grux, and let's just get it rolling.
Do we really need to adjust anything in Grux other than give him a passive?
I'm gonna be on. Okay, let me put it to you this way: Grux was the best jungler in Paragon. And let's try to.
I don't know. It's just it had
Chimera
every
was
ability you
decent.
kind of want.
Yeah. Chimera was good. But the problem with Chimera, and it's the same thing.
It's just for X.
Chimera, for some reason, Chimera's scaling was really weird. Is there two X's in Chimera in Grux, or is there just the one?
No, it's just one.
Just the one. Okay. Good job, Greg.
Oh, there you go. There you go, big guy.
Okay. So we're just gonna pull up his old kit and we're gonna start hypothetically talking about it.
Gotta
So
miss this chubby boy.
Grux was dummy. Grux was the best jungle in the game in Paragon. Like
He was the most fun to play.
he was so good. Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, really, you could just copy and paste his old kit and add a pass. Seeing the entire player base would be content.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about it. So we're not going to talk about the basic because the basic's going to stay the same because the rule with so guys for everyone in the chat, the rule about this is that we need to use the animations given. So we cannot create any new animations, so we have to stick to those. And we're trying to hypothetically make a new kit for Grux here. So every animation that he had in the old Paragon is also going to be in Fault. We're not trying to make a new animation. We were given the assets, and Strange Matter plans on using them to their full extent. That's a good way to put it. Grux in version 42 was OP. They changed the drag. They added him a stun again. See, this is why I stopped playing. Anywho, beside the point. So what?
His ult was a stun.
You know what? There's a reason why we call version 42 the Dark Ages, and this is only one of many versions. Okay, the beginning of the Dark Ages.
That was the fun times.
Callie, to answer that question, I don't really, to be honest, I don't really have an answer, but I do know that there was some animations from Legacy in the assets and some emotes as well. So you could use an emote as the ability animation. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, but I very well could be, that there was some animations in the assets that were never actually used in Paragon. So that actually might help. And his stun was R&B. Okay. So let's go to this. So R&B, melee cleave attack dealing Grux. Okay, I don't know who wrote this, but that's not good English. Melee cleave attack dealing Grux basic damage multiplied by 1.2/1.5 times plus an additional 35 to 50 basic damage to all enemies within range. This attack cannot critically hit.
I'm pretty sure Grux wrote this.
You're pretty sure Grux wrote it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so double pain. Does anyone remember what double pain is? Because that did not paint the picture for me. I'm going to have to pull up a video.
It's basically swipes both of his axes.
Yeah.
It does cleave damage.
Oh, yes, I remember. I remember now. Jeez, that took a second.
Playing cards that initiating.
Okay, I know who. We're not going to watch this then. So, do you think the double pain, do you think that would stay the same? He swipes, does cleave damage, and if cleave damage, if I'm not mistaken, I'm mistaken. What does cleave damage do? I forget.
It hits multiple people around it.
That's what. Okay. It simply hits multiple people around him at once. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So, chat, what do you guys think? Do you think double pain should be the same? Right. So we are adding a passive, and we will be adding and maybe changing the kit, but we're not sure. And this is all just hypothetical, of course. So you got a smash and grab, which is his AOE stun or pull. It's a pull. And a stun is applied for enemies the duration of the pull. I think smash and grab has to stay the same.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing for him.
Yeah, that's probably his best.
Just pulling people back that are chased, like that you're
But
chased.
there's a stun at the end of the pull. Do you think we should get rid of the stun, or do you think we should keep it?
No, keep it.
Keep it. So we're saying R and B and Q are the exact same.
Again,
I think
like
it's
I said
either
before, the entire kit. Keep it. Just add a passive.
No, we can't do that, bro. Come on,
yes,
man.
he was perfect. Everyone will agree. No one will be upset.
He was not
no one.
perfect. Nah, brother.
Yes, he was.
Okay,
do you say he's a buff? He had a dash.
Okay, he don't need a
pull.
buff.
He had extra damage. He had an ult. I mean, what more do you want from that character? What
Yeah.
can you ask of him, really? He's giving you everything. He's putting in the hour. He's doing what he needs to. You want more? Come on. Make it a slow instead of a stun. I mean, I can almost get behind that.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Okay, now it's all in black and white.
I guess knowing what we know now, be really interesting getting Reverb's opinion on
Mm-hmm.
the old kit. Sounds like if he thinks it's changed, it's probably
I
changed.
would say make it a slow instead of a stun. So Callie's saying get rid of the stun or the smash and grab, and make it a slow instead. So
Just slow down.
instead of hard CC, we're talking slow CC. I think you can add stun if you make it cool down for 30 seconds after he uses it. Yeah, but we don't want to limit a character to. Okay, I'm using this ability once. That's it. We're out of the team fight. We missed.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you just always be at max.
that's what we're gonna do. So I actually
Waiting
like
for
that
that.
idea. Slows.
Slow
Yeah,
60% of movement
60%. Oh boy. Okay.
for 3 seconds. But it goes. You go faster over
Yeah,
time,
because that's
basically.
just the thing. If it's only slowing you, hypothetically, had let's say support that can increase your movement speed of let's say the person that was slowed, could you almost attempt to negate any effect of that?
Sorry.
Like if you had a support on the person that Grux
Yes.
smash grab against, just slowed him, be able to
You can counter a
like the
slow.
other team. Yeah,
You can
that's
counter
what
a
I mean.
slow.
The
Yeah.
stun you couldn't counter.
You
Slow you
don't.
could.
The way to counter a stun is to stun first, and that's not really a counter. Okay. So we're moving on to the E. So crush. Crush lunges forward a short distance and deals ability damage and knock up to enemies within 200 units. Wait, is this Crunch's dash?
Yeah, it was just a
Yeah.
dash.
But
It's
it
not really
yeah, but it says
crunch.
so. Wait, what you're telling me is that hang on. His old kit, he had a stun and a pull. So we're gonna say one stun, one knock up, a cleave, and then his. Okay, I'm starting to remember why he is broken. 60% is fucking crazy. You're okay. I shouldn't swear. 60%. I can see is
I don't think it is. It's temporarily.
yeah.
So
Oh, that's true because it would be over like 3 seconds or 2 seconds. Let's say. Um,
yeah.
and yeah, if you because then it would. Yeah, I can agree to that. I can agree to that. I think that's pretty good. You think that's better than a stun koi?
I also think it might be better if you go faster over time. Basically, when he pulls you, you're slowed for 60 seconds.
Oh, you mean like
For six,
a decaying slow?
yeah, decay is slow. So it decays over 2-3 seconds.
Over 2 seconds. Okay, so we just made it a slow instead of a stun. That's better than stun. That's true. Okay. Uh, so the crush. So basically, you lunge forward. And we're still gonna call it crush because that is what it's called. So crush. Do you think? I do like his dash. I do like his dash is what I call it. But do you think it should knock people up? Or do you think it should knock people
What
up, but it should be like a shorter knock up? Like it shouldn't have 250 units of space.
What's the difference between this crush and crunch's uh, move ability? Is if crunch does the move ability and he hits an enemy, he stops. This crush ability goes through enemies.
Hmm. So do you think that's too broken, or do you think we should
No, it's
just
not
keep
broken.
you think that ability's fine? We're just keeping the E the same?
It's a fun escape ability, yeah.
Yeah.
Or engage.
Grux lunges forward. There are 3 CC abilities on Q, E, and R. Okay, so if Crunch has 3 CCs, which I thought he did, but I wasn't sure, I think we need to bring it down to 2.
He is. I mean, his slide is not CC. I don't know what he's
No, because
talking.
remember his ult does stun him for a second when you slap the 2 cleaves together. It's like a very small soft stun kind of thing. Well,
Oh, I see what you mean.
yeah, it does, but it does.
Yeah.
Knocking up enemies. Okay, we're just gonna leave it at that. Now we're moving on to the RMB. And chat, just so that I am aware, we just said we're gonna keep it the same. And Kenny and Chandler, you guys agree with that?
Basic attack, yeah.
Yeah.
His RMB
Oh wait,
ability.
the double paint there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the niches. That's one of the things we call a niche that really keeps him um yeah, that makes him Grux. So I think it's going to be the same. Melee cleave damage to enemy units. Melee cleave damage to enemy units. There's a bit more to it, but I think everyone gets the gist of it. So now we're going on to his ult. Does his ult need to change at all? Grux gains 50% damage bonus on basic attacks and double pain for 14 seconds, and it scales up to 150%. What do you think?
I think it should stun.
You think it should stun?
Yeah.
What do you think, Chandler?
You can only make it stun if you take away any knock up from his dash. Like, you wouldn't be able to have every ability have the ability to, like, either slow somebody or stun.
Yeah.
But, like, if you literally just switched it to his dash, just, like, being longer but not knocking people up, or I don't know. I mean, it was kind of fun being able to knock people up, and it didn't really do any damage. It just kind of, if you had to go directly through them, it was kind of nice to be able to know that, like, you had a chance of getting away.
Okay.
I don't think it's broken.
Well, let's see what the chat says. Let's see what the chat says. So we got one person saying give him a stun, but take away one if you do, and we got another person saying just give him the third stun. So we got Callie saying just no. Just
Wait, no, the slide doesn't have a stun. We
It
got
has a
rid of it.
knock up,
it has a knockup.
which, I mean, is not really a stun, but it's enough to
It-
get in the
Oh,
way.
Yeah, it's still CC. It's still CC.
If the slide has CC, then yeah, we don't need a stun for the ult.
Tiger, what do you mean? Put a freeze like a stun on Grux? Is that what you mean? He said, "What about Gid? His ult freezes heroes. Better than dragging them to the hole." Oh, okay. I think you're just talking about Gideon. You want us to get to Gideon eventually. Okay. I think that's what he means, but
No, he's talking about the Grux ability where you pull them in. Oh, yeah.
Oh, instead of
mind.
pulling them, you just freeze them.
Or maybe I interpreted that wrong.
Okay.
Always a chance.
Okay, so we're going to say no stun, as that's what the chat said. So this is where it
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
juicy. This is where it gets juicy. Now we got to come up with a passive, guys. We got to come up with a
I
passive.
think it's better if the slide has no knock up, but ult has a stun, because this way you can engage really well.
So you say no knock up for the dash, but
Yeah, because then
give
you're
the
more
ult.
likely to dash into a group of them and
Yeah.
then
Okay.
use your ult.
Okay, and
That's
we'll
what I
say
meant.
stuns for 1.2 seconds. It can't be 2 second stun because he already has
Sure.
2 stuns and he's not steel.
He can be steel if you want.
No, okay, so you were talking about Gid. Okay. Okay. So now we're going into his passive. This is where it gets juicy. Uh, so what do you guys
Uh,
think? I think what is unique to Grux is his smash and grab, sort of. So, well, no, okay, I said that wrong. Is his double pain, his cleave damage. So what if we took that cleave damage idea and put it in his passive? So then we eliminate it from the active ability. Does that make him too broken though? That's the question.
I was thinking putting some kind of stack ability for passive
Okay,
for the double pain.
what if we
I don't
made like his cleave damage stack? Because basically what his cleave damage is he deals a bleed, doesn't he?
don't think so.
Or he definitely did a bleed back in the day. Anywho, maybe they
He
changed him
might
after
have.
version 42. Uh,
Do you
I
remember what's his passive in Legacy?
I think it was the bleed. I think he had a bleeding effect, right? If I'm not
That
mistaken,
could be it.
he had a bleed, and it worked really well with his double pain because then he would double. So that's what I think it would be. Basic attacks. Yeah,
Yeah.
basic attacks. And I'm looking at the chat, and they seem to agree. I just want to double check what they say. Basic attacks apply a bleed to the, and we're gonna make it enemy heroes because we don't need to be dealing bleeds to minions. To enemy heroes.
You
And
can do both.
do you think that's good?
Yeah,
I'm
well,
pretty.
he's jungling, so if you're
Yeah.
dealing extra minion damage too, then you're just jungling faster.
Yeah. 2 units. Okay, we'll just say that. Basic attacks apply a bleed to units. So let me just see. Yes, I'm pretty sure. So what we have for Grux, hypothetically, is we got his smash and grab is the exact same, but instead of a stun, we're looking at a slow. I at the moment. There's 4 levels to an ability, Callie. So we're looking. So we're looking instead of a stun, because his pull. So we pulls people in stuns. We pull people in and then we slow them over 60% over 2 seconds. Now these numbers are subject to change. It could be 20% decaying over 2 seconds, right? Uh, but that's of course subject to change. Grux lunges forward, dealing ability damage. So that's his little dash. He had a little dash and he used to knock up. So it's the same thing, but we took out his knock up. And then his double pain, his melee, his R&B is the exact same. That was just a really good niche to him. Didn't need to be touched. And then his Warlord's Challenge now applies a stun for what we're assuming is 1.2 seconds. And instead of him having a knock up on his E, if that makes any sense. And now his passive is he applies a bleed. Because what the problem with Grux is that we initially faced off with is Grux objectively, now people are always going to disagree, but objectively, he was the best jungle in Paragon from the second his release to the end of the game. No, now, you can argue that some were almost on par with him or were just as good if you were really good with them, but Grux was easy to use and he was uh, objectively the best. So we're trying to make him slightly worse because just like slightly worse so that he's still fun, but he is not as good, if that makes any sense. And I think we did a really good job there. We did a slight little tweak.
I think the passive should be only for his double pain.
You think his passive should only work with his double pain?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you would only put the double pain. But then it's not really a passive, though. It would only work. You might as well
True.
just put it on the double. But version 42 using Chimera.
I guess bleed negates healing, right?
It's not that it doesn't negate healing, but it's like damage over time is really what it is. You're bleeding.
Okay. So instead of bleeding, why not just increase basic attack damage? Because this passive basically increases the damage of basic attacks.
I think the reason, on top of my head, is because the bleed. I really feel like that's what makes Grux unique is that bleed, and it's another element in the game that you now have to worry about. So it just adds a little bit more complexity, a little bit more dynamic, and
Yeah, but I think the bleed should have something. I'm saying that bleed should not be just a bit more damage. I'm saying you should do, for example, reduce healing over time. You know what I mean?
yes,
Because if you just do basic attack with bleed, it's basically saying he does more basic damage.
reduce healing over time as well. The bleed could be used. It doesn't negate heal. Reduce healing would have to be a very small amount. Okay, well
Yeah.
we'll throw it in there. I'm going to put a question mark by it because it's kind of up for debate a little bit. But it would deal like a slight, and I can see where you're going with that. I can see where you're going with that because it's very. It seems like maybe it isn't enough when you just write it out. Maybe in game it is, but when you write it out, so we seem to be on this trend of characters. So when I was looking at the chat earlier, we had Countess, we had Chimera, and we had Gideon, correct? So we can go on to another character if you guys would like, if that's what everyone would like to do. And while I'm doing that, I'm just going to check up on the chat, see what's up. Okay, pictures, yada, yada. Okay, cool. Okay, so I think we're going to go on to a next character.
Yeah, Callie does have a good point there.
Yes, that's why the one item that reduced healing was bought against Chimera. Oh, so what you're saying is that Grux could be a good counter to Chimera.
And Armash.
Exactly. So that actually adds a lot of counterplay, which makes a better
That's what I
MOBA.
was going with.
Exactly. I like it now. I like it. Exclamation point. Aha. I'm a friend. Okay. So we're gonna go with Countess, right? That we're going with Countess now. Countess is already in the game. So yes, you would still, yeah, yeah. If an Arbash is on your team, you wanna reduce the healing as much as possible. So we're gonna talk about Countess. Countess is already in the game, and somewhere there's something somewhere, a graph about Countess. So let's try to find that because it talks about her abilities. I know I saw it. I know I saw it. Maybe they never fully posted it. Maybe it's in the Discord. I know I definitely saw one though. You guys remember seeing a little picture that talked about Countess's abilities, didn't you? Jeez, I remember seeing it, but I don't see it no more. Anywho, that's beside the point. We'll just go back to it. Countess. So we're going to pull up her old and then get this started. So to put this, yes, I was talking about the reworked version, the fault version. I remember seeing like a like a like an advertisement piece that showed all of her abilities and everything, but I can't find it. But I do remember seeing it somewhere. It might have just been in like a tester stream or something. So Countess has already worked, and I'm just going to put this plainly out there. What Strange Matter has done, yeah, what Strange Matter has done is they literally kept her kit the exact same when it comes to like the abilities she uses and stuff. But they just added her a passive like every other character, and they made it so that her RMB ability is very complicated. Yes, her Blade Siphon. So we're going to leave R&B last because it gets very complicated. So what Strange Matter currently has is the passive is abilities. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Abilities and basic damage. Oop, can't spell today. Deal dark drain. Dark drain is when you kill an enemy, you gain a percentage of their health as your health. So essentially, whenever she kills someone, oh, that's right, Fault Hub should have it. Let's do that. All right, Countess. Thank you. Thank you, Callie. I really appreciate that. Countess Dreams of Bloods have her slain enemies, gaining per minion and da-da-da for enemy hero of her maximum health over 2 seconds. So basically, she drains the blood. She sucks your blood out like a vampire. And she gains her health back. So she has better sustain. Because
That's a cool website.
it is a cool website. They actually have a Discord called the Fault Hub. They're pretty fantastic. If you don't know, this website is ran by Balix, I do believe. And he is a developer of Fault with Strange Matter. So yeah, it is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So do we agree that's what her passive should be? She has better sustain because Countess had an issue where she had really, really poor sustain. She used to walk into a team fight, kill the carry, walk out, and die. That's it. That's what happened with Countess.
I was thinking her abilities do lifesteal, but there's
Lifesteal.
probably items for that.
There is
So
items for that, yeah. And the dark drain is kind of what makes her unique, is what I would say.
yeah,
Um, yeah, and Tiger EXE said the same thing. That's what makes her unique. Okay, so let's keep it the same. I don't know why everything changed, but whatever. Oh, I see why. Okay, I'm just gonna put Dark Drain. I'm not gonna write it out. I think people will understand. So her current Q is Countess jumps to a target unit. Same thing as normal. Plus 80% energy power. Okay, that's a lot. As energy damage and applies slow for 1.5 seconds. Can't be recast to jump. So her Q is still the same. It's still the exact same. Sorry, guys. Shadow Slip. Countess jumps to an enemy and applies slow and can be recast to jump back. So what do you guys think about her Shadow Slip? Do you think it should be the same? What do you think?
yeah. Since they got rid of the Chimera jump,
Yeah.
it's pretty unique to her, I guess.
Yeah. And it's also, I actually think is her Q is like the only real thing that somehow keeps Countess alive, because I remember being in a lane and using Countess, getting a kill, about to die, and I Shadow Slip to a enemy minion so that I can get away. Or I'm about to get hit, but I recast it and jump away, and now they can't get me. So that's like it's in a sense, it's kind of a part of her sustain, that the Shadow Slip, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can do some really cool brain tricks with people with that
Yes,
ability.
you can. You can mess with people. And now her Dark Tide. Her Dark Tide is the exact same. It does more damage than the ult usually, or did in Paragon for whatever reason. Yeah. Uh, and Countess is a glass cannon. She is an assassin that is a glass cannon. Like, that is who she is. And they're trying to make her more vampiric. They're trying to and give her a bit more sustain as well. So Dark Tide, wave in front that does a whack ton of damage. So what do you guys think? Should her wave, should her Dark Tide ability be the same?
I kind of want to make her more role defined because she's not either a jungler or a mid laner.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
I actually
Yeah.
understand what you mean. Yeah, she doesn't have an exact like every character, in my opinion, for the most part, with some exceptions, should be able to be played in maybe one or two lanes, but they clearly have a lane that is more preferred,
Yeah.
if that makes any sense. It doesn't need to
Uh,
be cast time since
She's
that
too
would.
squishy for jungle. Same
Yeah,
for mid lane.
she is very squishy as a jungle, and if you fall in suit with other MOBAs, the jungle is always a bruiser or tank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if we think about it that way, is Countess only off lane mid lane?
Oh yeah, I forgot about offline.
Yeah. So if we made her that makes more sense. So should her Dark Tide change? Chandler, do you think her Dark Tide should change by any chance?
Again, I never really had too much experience with Count, so I mean, really anything just like her kit. Obviously, like the most important thing, just from aesthetic purposes, even outside of anything else, is just like you need to make sure like the mindset is that drain ability, like life steal. So you
Awesome.
want to be in there, you want to be hit, so you don't die, but you have like there's always a chance if like you just misplay, you can easily be sort of punished for that.
Oh yeah, yeah, and
So and again, it's just all one of those things of just timing and just knowing, like it's just
mhm.
game sense, just knowing what you're doing and what position you're in, and all that kind of stuff. That ends up being where the skill is. So like you can do all the damage you want to in the world, but if you can be hit 4 times and you're dead, like you got to kind of understand what position you're putting yourself in. So as long as there's things that keep her alive and have incentive to even go in and start dealing damage, that's sort of one of the more important things with a character like that you want to be able to balance the two.
Mhm. 160% energy power. Do you guys see that? That's incredible. Anywho, I think her R, so her alt, I think it should be the same. She jumps at ya, screams like Bloody Mary, stabs you in the collarbone, and you hopefully die. If you don't,
Hopefully.
and if you don't die, she just kind of runs away.
I mean that ability combos really well with her.
Yeah, she has a very
Um,
good combo kit. But some people have
with
actually
the,
brought up that that's an issue that you can just face palm on your keyboard and kill someone with Countess. Um, but that's just another way of looking at it. Now we're gonna go to her RMB, and I left this for last on purpose because it is a mouthful. Her RMB. So it's the same thing. She spins with blades around her, dealing whatever amount of damage. Blah blah blah. And marking them with Vampire's Touch. So Vampire's Touch is a new concept to Countess for 6 seconds. Enemies that die to Blade Siphon give an increase of 150% of Dark Drain. So her Vampire's Touch is technically like a passive built into her Blade Siphon that if you kill someone with Blade Siphon, you get 150% of Dark Drain. So you get double as much health back with her passive.
so she does more damage.
Yeah. No. She gains more health. She gains more health. But there's kind of a balance with her. Enemies marked with you'll see what I mean. Enemies marked with Dark Vampire's Touch and are killed with Dark Tide and Stato Slip get 50% of Dark Drain. So basically what she says now is that if you kill someone with Blade Siphon, you get double the health back. But if you kill someone with vampires, if you kill someone with any other of her abilities, you only get half of the health back that Dark Drain gives you. So it's making you really want to get that final kill with Blade Siphon, which can be really hard
So
considering her Dark Tide and Feast are really her big damage dealer abilities.
that kind of makes it inferior to her ultimate.
You think what do you mean?
Because but on paper, this ability seems better than her ultimate.
Yeah, on paper her Dark Tide is better. A plus 50%. Yeah, it is a plus 50%. So 150% plus uh, for her Blade Siphon, but only 50% plus. Oh, I see what you're saying, Kelly. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So you gain, if you finish the kill with Blade Siphon, you get a whack ton of health back. But if you only finish it with any of her other abilities, you get only a little bit back. A bit more than what I was saying, though. Yeah, that makes sense.
So should this ability be in her ultimate instead?
Hmm. Uh, it used to be on her alt, but they made it a passive, and I think that's good that they made it a passive. But it's just the thing that's weird about this, uh, is that it's changing the combo in her kit. You know what I mean? Usually, Blade Siphon is usually the first or second ability you use, but now you want to try to make it your last, which is not always possible considering um, her alt. Usually the alt her alt suppresses and stuff like that. So it's a bit weird. It makes her different. You're gonna have to try to combo with her differently, and it might render her Dark Drain not as good as it could be Blade Siphon because you won't be able to get the kill consistently with Blade Siphon, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I'm actually with you, Tiger X. I believe that's what it should be. So that's what they currently have. Blade Siphon. Hang on. I'm just gonna do this. Hopefully this works. I think this is probably what I'm just gonna do. Just bring it over. So what? My goodness, do you see what I'm talking about? It's a mouthful. So what do you guys think of her abilities there? Do you think? Hang on one second. Okay. I hope I didn't ear rape everyone, but I had to do that.
Okay.
Man, that was sexy.
Hey, I don't know who you are. Let me check the Discord. Who came in and said something?
I am just a fan of Paragon.
Hello, Private. How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Welcome to this. If you want to join in and talk, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have screamed.
No, I thought it was funny as hell.
Oh my goodness. Anywho,
Is this a stream?
this is a stream. So we're currently just talking in voice chat and Discord. We're inviting anyone and everyone to come on in and. My girlfriend,
nice.
my girlfriend just looked at me and she just gave me those dagger eyes, like, don't ever fucking do that again.
She's gonna turn you into her. Careful with that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. So we're doing that, and we're inviting questions to come into the stream. We're talking with the community from a general public perspective, because none of us here are any kind of testers or have any kind of connection with Strange Matter. And currently, we seem to be on a trend about talking about heroes hypothetically going over, and we're getting thoughts and ideas of what people would like to see on our kit, and if they disagree with Strange Matter's vision or Paragon's vision, and how we can just make it better or worse.
Oh, the way I think of it, mainly I miss Paragon. I used to play Paragon religiously. It's part of the reason I actually was a super senior in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But like I'm way past that. I just miss Paragon. I've been looking into Fault more. At first I was gunning for what was it? It was a meta buff. You ever heard of meta buff?
Yes, I've heard of Metabuff.
Yeah,
If I'm
at
not
first I was
mistaken,
supporting them,
okay,
but
and Metabuff
crashed.
is their core, right?
Yeah, they're core.
Okay.
But like they haven't gotten very far with it. And then one of my friends told me about you guys, and I'm seeing that that Fault is actually making a lot of progress. They got the Fault Pack, Founders Pack, and the Masters Pack.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been looking around. Like, is the Masters Pack worth it? Are they just gonna like steal my money and run off, or because
It's
I
both.
really want this game?
It's both.
um, to put that into perspective, I am personally going all in on Fault now. Like I'm at that point, and I've been following the different pair of zombies because we got Core, Predecessor, Overprime, uh,
Predecessor is dead.
Phoenix Rising, which doesn't really exist to be honest, and Ethereal, something like that. And the only one that seems to be continuously making progress and keeping up with the community is Fault. You can also argue Overprime is, of course, because it's free to play. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm not giving up my IP to no one. No one, no one is getting my IP. You could use a VPN, but that's too complicated. I'm just trying to play a game. Yeah.
Yeah, same here, man. Originally, what was it? Core was supposed to come out sometime in October or September of last year, but it never came out, and I didn't even know that because I was at boot camp.
Yeah, I do remember. I think Core had an alpha, and like a playable alpha, and it wasn't well received by the fans.
Oh
And
hell no!
yeah, and I think apparently, according to sources, what those sources are just rumors. I don't really know anyone to be honest. Apparently, Core is still in development, but they've gone dark until they have something worth showing. Is basically what they're trying to do now. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I can't confirm or deny that, but just it's what I've heard. It's what I've heard. So
Predecessor is the same thing.
yeah, yeah. But Predecessor has a few top players that were back that are kind of backing them a little bit. So I don't know if Core did though. Anywho, uh, enough about other games. We're here to talk about Fault. So
I don't really know much about Fault. I think I'm gonna give it a little more time to see how it develops until I buy the Masters pack because it's either I love Paragon so much that it's either all or nothing. So
yeah,
I'm buying the Masters pack or nothing at all.
yeah, which makes sense there. Yeah, I'm here to support them as much as I can.
I just don't want to spend too much money. I've been spending money like
Oh,
crazy
okay.
lately.
So Tiger EXE said he messaged the devs of Core, and they said that they are gone dark and they're gonna announce once they have something big, and they're gonna come out of nowhere. That's kind of their plan. You can also buy the Fall Pack if you want. I don't know if you saw this private, but if you're just there for the characters, um, you can get all 14 buying like the middle pack. They call it the Founders Pack because they did change it. But if you want the season pass to get more characters for in a total less amount of money, you want to get the Masters Pack. Just buy it. It's the best bang for your buck, but it's the most expensive. So.
What does it say? What is this here at the bottom? Indiegogo Silver Key holders and founders will receive their exclusive rewards plus an upgrade to the Masters Pack. What is that?
Oh, so Fault had a crowdfunding campaign, similar to Kickstarter, but it was on Indiegogo.
Damn, I'm a little too late for that, aren't I?
Oh yeah, that was back in December.
Oh yeah, I was still in boot camp.
So, and if you bought a certain level, a certain tier in the Indiegogo, you get a certain tier in the early access packages. That's all. It's kind of cool.
Damn, wish I could have gotten that. I would have definitely supported them.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So what do you guys want to do? So our trend right now is we're going on to characters. I do have a few.
Let's go play Fault.
Oh gosh, I wish we could fucking play Fall. Gosh,
Damn, I would kill for some fucking fall right
I
now.
would honestly, I would cut off my right thumb to play Fall right now.
But then how would you use the macros on your mouse?
I'd make it work. I got elbows.
What the fuck?
Just a stick and some duct tape, huh?
Or I
Stick a
create
goddamn Lego onto that nub and just.
yeah. Um. Anyway,
What role did you guys play in Paragon?
I played a support main, and I'm actually from console. So until 3 months ago, I didn't have a
Nice.
PC, and I played a lot of Paragon. I was very passionate about it. Um, and if anyone cares about Elo, I made it to low diamond once upon a time.
Dude, me too. I was a rank below Diamond, but I also played console, and I mainly main support. Favorite supports are FaZe or Muriel. Narbash was up there too, but main support was Muriel. I once I figured out how to use her, I kicked ass with her. I
I'm
was
gonna be
always coming in
honest.
clutch with the saves.
I'm gonna be honest. I fucking hate Muriel.
Why's that?
I never like. Objectively speaking, I got to choose between Decker and FaZe. Like, why do I need a third support? First off, and then the third support was Narbash.
Decker with that ass though.
Like, unless I was playing with a Countess, I don't know, a Gadget in mid lane, a Sparrow. Like, why did I need why did I want a Muriel? Because like as long as I had a tank, I didn't really care. Hard CC is better.
I was annoying with Muriel.
Yeah. Did you see they added in Fault? They added passives, and they gave her a bit of a soft CC now.
That's what I've been seeing about Fall. I just want them to like remake Paragon as it was in the old ways, and then they can experiment with it from there.
Yeah, yeah. It seems that their goal is to use the assets to the best of their abilities, but then they plan on
Making it
they
better in their
plan on
own way.
making it their own game. But
That's
since they were
understandable.
given assets, they're going to use it and use it till their full extent, and then they're moving on. And then Fault
That's
is going to no
understandable.
longer be associated with Paragon. Well,
Nice.
sort of.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna go back to hanging out with my friends.
Okay, awesome.
What, we're not your friends anymore? I see how it is.
I never said that. I'll give you some love any day, baby.
Okay.
Mwah.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So we got a bit off topic there. So do you guys want to go back to the characters, or do you want to move on to a different topic between the people in the Discord chat and the Twitch chat? What would you prefer to do?
We should create a plan to riot them so they can get the alpha earlier.
We can't. Unfortunately, we can't do that. So.
Yeah,
Feels
May 8th
bad.
is a little too far away. Spending too
Yeah.
much time at home doing nothing.
I'm gonna be honest. This is such a depressing time. Like when you think about it, I got the COVID-19, so like I got laid off. Like I literally worked at an airport, so like where I worked got chalked. Like the business went down 99% in like a week. Like that's no joke. So we all got laid off. Now I'm just sitting at home collecting unemployment. I'm in university. University's done next week, and then I should be done. Never going back. Uh, and here we are.
And no Paragon to play.
And I got Paragon to play. It's 4 a.m. where you are, Tiger. What the? Go to bed. It's actually
I was gonna
12.
say it's only what 12:30 here for us, right?
Yeah. It's only 12:30 where we are.
Well, 12 o'clock for me, 12:30 for you.
Dude, I went to sleep 7 a.m.
Oh my goodness. So actually, with it being so late, maybe we'll do one more topic and then we'll move on. So I'm gonna mention
Move
this
on to
now,
what?
people. Before you leave the chat, I'm gonna mention something I mentioned earlier. Apparently, do I have any confirmation? I sort of do, but I can't confirm that it was said. Apparently, yesterday in the dev stream, um,
Well, don't tease us like that. Come on.
I'm gonna tease. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Apparently, yesterday in the dev stream, Sylphin mentioned something about a few heroes, and it like if you look at the Trello, which can pop up in the Discord chat, you already know who the next hero is gonna be if they're following that. But and I made so yesterday I was in EA Q&A in this Discord, and I asked them, and then they confirmed it for me because apparently it was public knowledge. I don't remember it being it. So on that case, I'm going to say it's public knowledge. The next hero is Howitzer.
Damn,
Here.
that's nuts.
And then the hero after that is supposed to be Gadget, and then Kalari.
Hello, Mr. Burdick.
Hey,
Hello.
Brett.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Not much, dude. Just wanted to pop by.
I was thinking, you're the Scumpy of Fault. High key.
he he does follow me on Twitter, by the way.
I know.
Weird flex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because people call me a ginger. Is that it? It's okay.
Yeah.
You could be honest.
Yes.
I won't be offended.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's more to it than that.
He
Right?
said,
like Scumpy is also like the largest
Sure.
face in Call of Duty out of all the players, right? So, you know, you can.
Well, I appreciate that.
I
I
don't
guess.
even know who that is.
You don't know who Scumper Jumper is?
Oh my god, dude! What? You don't know who Scupper Jumper is, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What, you live under a rock, dude? What the fuck?
Ah, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Also, for everyone out there, I'm saying this now. I'm not running into a fucking 5-stack in the early access on day 1 and breaking my controller. So I'm creating my own 5-stack. If anyone wants to
There you go.
play, we're
Is
doing
it
this.
us 5?
I also challenge some of the testers that in 2 days I will be better than them.
I mean, yeah, it's not that hard if you're talking about like a Gorian or Uzi or whatever. Yeah.
Not all of them, just some of them.
I don't think you can beat his Twin Blast.
Yeah, it's not that much harder. It's not that hard to be better than Armadillon or see who else. Fucking Huddy even. Huddy's alright. Huddy's alright.
Huddy's cool. I really appreciate Huddy. He's a really chill dude. Okay, so on that note, it's almost 1 a.m. where I am. I want to do one more topic, and then I want to go to bed. Because I got an assignment I got to do, and then I'm done school. Forever.
That's huge.
Yeah. So, the last topic that we got will be up to the people here. Do you guys want to do another character, or do you guys want to move on to another topic and discuss it? I'll give, I don't know, a few seconds. Look at everything, see what we got.
Has this alpha chat thing been here like this whole time?
This has literally been here for months,
Yeah.
and no one's used it, so I decided I'm going to use it.
It's like the first time I've seen people in here. Oh fuck. Yeah, like the testers have like their own secret chats and shit.
Yeah, I know.
I'm always in there. I don't come by here. I'm like, what the fuck? There's people here.
So,
Yeah.
Moose, you gonna become a certified gamer now?
Sorry?
You gonna become a certified gamer now?
What do you mean?
Good
Certified
college being
gamer.
done.
What?
With college being done.
Oh, I don't know. I've been working in film a little bit, so I've been a production assistant for a few films and stuff. So I might do that.
What kind of films we talking about here?
We're talking about. There's a film called The Righteous. I was the assistant to the lead producer too, and
That
the main
sounds
actor.
like a really weird title for a porno.
Yeah. Okay. It was a horror film shot in.
I thought you were gonna miss that for a second.
Low budget.
Yeah.
Low budget.
It was.
They say hung like a moose, right?
It was a horror film shot in black and white, and
Or?
the main actor was also the main director, and he was one of the supporting characters in the Marriage Story, and Marriage Story actually ended up winning like 6 Academy Awards this year, so it actually ended up blowing up. This film's not officially out yet, so I probably shouldn't have told you that because I signed a non-binding contract, but here we are.
So what you're telling me is there's no sex scenes?
None.
Okay, I'm not
There's a few
interested.
death scenes.
No, still not interested.
Okay, that's not as good. I'm sorry.
Wait. Are the deaths sexy though?
Depends on your taste. On your tastes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. To get back to the point, I want to do one more topic. We're going to talk about our idea
Talk
for a
about
hero.
Richter.
Do you guys want to talk about a hero? Do you guys want to talk about another topic? So I'm going to throw a few topics at people. We got the grindable, what we believe should be a good amount for grindable characters. We already talked about it, but I don't mind reiterating. We got the packs, the Steam packages. Are they a bust or are they good? And they have been fixed, and I think they're good. I'm just going to say that out there. We have Sparrow in particular, because she will be in early access. What is her niche? We have the new favor system, and what are going to be the purple aspects, because they're missing 2 purple aspects from the favor system, and they need to add them. And also how the favor system is going to be better for the aspects than is going to work with the aspects more so than it works with the items.
Well, one of the purple aspects is Plague Doctor. That's just being a moment.
Okay, yeah, well,
So.
Plague Doctor was broken.
So yeah, one more purple aspect that we don't know about.
Okay, cool.
But yeah. Like you
Uh,
guys have a good thing in here. Well, I'm gonna peace out.
thank you for hopping in, Britick. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, keep up the good talks.
Thank you.
I vibe with it. Yeah. See ya.
All right. And yeah. Oh, and the last thing, actually, I think this is a great topic. Funding. No, wait, not funding. Aim assist. Should they got customizer controllers in Fault? You can use a controller with your PC now, and their plan is to bring it to console. And I don't know if you guys know the statistic, but 70% of the Paragon players were console players. That's mind blowing. So it seems like whatever company makes it to console first, uh, is gonna be the successful para zombie, if I can use that word. So if that's the case, um, do you guys think that there should be aim assist on a controller? I know my opinion, but what do you
I
guys
say
think?
no.
Yes.
Given the amount of console player.
Yes, you can absolutely time in. I want to hear what the PC Master Race has to say and what I have to say.
I mean, uh, for competitive, it probably should be disabled, but for casual game, probably is fine.
Um, I think I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna be honest. Why PC players are better than console players is because on console you physically cannot have as good aim as
No,
PC players
yeah,
do.
that's
I
common sense.
I cannot swipe left super fast on console and expect to hit all my shots. It's not happening. That's why aim assist exists, because it's not physically possible to do that. Or I remember in Paragon, once I got up to like a higher elo, people used to do circles around me because I fucking couldn't hit them, and they were PC players, because I literally could not move my stick fast enough. So I had to up my sensitivity, which made my shot worse, but at least I could hit a shot or two instead of hitting
Okay,
none. You know what I
here's
mean?
another question. Is Fault gonna be crossplay?
Sorry?
Is Fault gonna be crossplay?
Uh,
You know what that is?
I asked them that yesterday. I was in the Q&A, and there was like a gazillion and one testers in there, and a few developers. And they said some of the testers disagreed that there should not be crossplay, and I agree with them if you have the player base. For early access, let's say tomorrow it was on PS4. That's not going to happen, but let's say it did. Um, there has to be crossplay because we don't have the player base to segregate the 2 communities, if that makes any sense. But at a
Um,
competitive level,
I'm only asking because it matters with aim assist.
it does, yeah. Because it does, yeah. At a competitive level, you should separate it, no matter how much I dislike that. Understand that objectively you should separate it, but
It makes sense to separate it, yeah.
it does. There's a reason why Medusa and Smite on console is one of the best hunters. Console players can't turn fast enough. They cannot turn fast enough. Or if they can turn fast enough, they cannot hit their shots. Oh, so Smite actually has different ranked modes. Oh, know. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Fault's gonna be bigger than Smite. We give it a year. I will bet anyone here $100. Okay, I'm being a
Well,
bit
once
too
the game's
optimist.
released in full, obviously you can't
Yeah,
base it a year after early
365
access.
days from today.
From today, okay, here we go.
It'll have the player base. We're talking 10,000 concurrent players weekly. That's what we're
Well,
talking
let's
about.
hope we don't die from Corona AIDS.
Yo, yeah, I hope not. But I'm in Newfoundland, Canada, for anyone that knows that is, and that's like the most isolated place you could be in Canada, unless you're in bloody Nunavut, if you've ever even
Well, you're
heard of
gonna
that.
get lucky. You're not
So
gonna pay anyone.
there's no, I'm telling, as long as I don't go outside, I ain't getting nothing. Not where I am. Not where I am. Well, you can't do PC to console, but you can do console to PS4. Cool.
Okay, so why do you play Paragon on console? Is it because you just lay back with a controller?
It's because at the time, all I had was a PS4, and I was a full-time university student with no job. Well, I guess I had a part-time job. I didn't have enough money for a PC.
Okay, so you
And
don't have the money for PC. Okay, so if Fault gets the game on PS4, PS5, I don't know, and implements a system where you can use a keyboard and a mouse with PS4, would that work?
it could, but it could work, but there is always an issue. Hey, Planarez, welcome to what we're calling the Faultarian Journal. If you're in the Strange Matter studio, come on in. We're getting ready to end it here because it is almost 1 a.m. where I am. And so we're getting close to ending the stream, but we're not there yet. We're finishing this topic at least in this flow of conversation. But thank you for tuning in. And yeah, so as I was saying, this is my example. In competitive Call of Duty this year, because I did play competitive Call of Duty, they actually had tournaments where crossplay was enabled at the beginning of the COD year, but they got rid of them very fast, like after a week. And why they did that is because even though people on console were allowed to use a keyboard and mouse, because they allowed that, console players could not keep up with the frame rate of PC players. And
That
you
makes
think it
sense.
doesn't make a big difference, but when the new COD is only playing on 12 hertz per second, even though it's supposed to be on 60, but that's a different issue entirely. So we'll just say it's on 60, and you got someone playing
Okay.
on 240 hertz, they literally see like a second and a half ahead. And in Call of Duty, a second and a half, that's like 2 kills. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
so you turn the corner and you don't even see them and you're already dead because they shot you. So they immediately eliminated it and said, nope, that's it, we're done. PC tournaments only, console tournaments only. Simple as that.
I guess the biggest thing with any type of aim assist is that you just can't make it too aggressive. You already have to be
Yeah.
aiming at that character. You can't be aiming like, let's say, the equivalent of 2 characters over to either side, and just because you try to focus in, it just snaps to them.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Like, there needs to be aim assist in Fault. At the moment, they're not sure
With the
because
controller, for sure.
there needs to be. There needs to be. Like, maybe not at the ranked level. Maybe like at the ranked level, you just cut it out, and like I see where the argument is there. But that's hairy. But I'm talking at the normal pub level. There needs to
But
be.
again,
There needs
if
to be.
it's just console versus console for ranked, then it doesn't matter if both teams have
Exactly.
aim assist.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
And
Yeah.
and what they should do, if possible, it might be difficult. I'm not a programmer or anything, but I know in competitive Call of Duty or in Call of Duty, they have the ability so that the second you plug a keyboard in, it shows on the game that you're using a keyboard, or it shows on the game that you're on Xbox
Yeah.
or using a controller. So if they could
True.
differentiate that in Fault, they could say, okay, controllers play controllers if there's enough of them. We're assuming the community is going to be big enough. The controllers play controllers, keyboarders play keyboarders. Because I'm telling you, from a console player that's been a console for 10 years, even with aim assist, I will never be as good as a top level PC player ever,
Not true.
ever. And now I got the PC Master Race talking.
Not true.
All right, Appy, what do you think?
I
Why?
used to be a PS4 player.
Okay.
Not true. I was pretty up there.
Yeah, but how do I word this? Like let's say in Paragon, if you're there was no console player in Paragon that was a master. There was
Me
only really.
was. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. That's news to me.
Involve.
And who?
Involve.
Involve. Okay.
Yep.
And you guys think you truly could be as good?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a PS4 player anymore, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think you have potential if you have the grind. But I feel like anything's possible, right?
Yeah.
But to be like, I guess you have a point. I mean, I agree with you, and then I disagree with you. So like,
Yeah.
there's
But
you know,
okay, or how about this? Let's word it another way. Do you think you could be as good as, let's say, Ram Riddles if you didn't have aim assist on your controller?
mm, I don't know, dude.
That see
We'll
like
just have to see.
yeah, that would just come from testing, right?
Yeah, that would come from playing the game.
Yeah. But
I
that's
guess it would also depend on the hero you're using as well.
Yeah.
How dependent it is on actual skill shots or not.
It depends on the player himself too, how good he is.
yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of factors that come in, but I mean, uh, to put it out there, I do think PC players do have an advantage over PS4 players. Yeah, just because of the controls,
I also Ram
He
Riddles
minds.
might have not been a good example because that man's good at everything he does. So
Yeah, just like me, right? Happy picker. I'm just playing, dude. No, but you do bring up good points. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's more.
it's highly
I think
improbable. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Just harder in general.
Yeah.
Just harder in general, yeah. And I think that's the good thing. Like, if it's harder, like a lot of PS4 players are gonna be like, "Hey, I want to be," it's gonna make the comp scene even better. I feel like
It will, yeah.
because people are gonna be grinding. Like, for example, like
It's a
Fortnite,
chip
right?
on your
There's a
shoulder.
lot of there's like Fortnite, right? There's a lot of fucking good PS4 players that are better than PC
There is.
players
And that's
on
actually
controller.
proven if anyone ever watches Nick Merck's stream, he was a competitive Call of Duty player and he won a lot of tournaments and he was a Gears of War
Yeah,
pro back in the day. And that man's like a huge Twitch streamer now, and he plays with controller. But he plays on PC. He doesn't play on console because of the FPS issue. But he does use a controller, and he has won Fortnite events.
yeah.
He has.
So yeah, it's possible. It's just like you said, it's highly improbable.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a lot of grinding from that person, from whoever's playing on a controller, right? It's gonna just take a lot of grinding, a lot of hours in the game, and stuff like that.
Cool.
So I mean, I agree and I also disagree. There's good points, and then there's also there's also the player,
Abby, you're a
whoever the player.
tester though, aren't you? So you.
Yeah, I am a tester. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can you actually have the ability to play around and do it. I have to wait till early access. So does everyone else.
Yeah. True.
But
True.
yeah.
I mean, the game. You guys are gonna love the game, like no doubt. It's getting there, and like I can't wait for you guys to play. I'm telling you, like this game is the game for sure.
I believe it. I'm
The devs, go for it.
I'm putting in my money with this game. This is
Yeah.
it. For everyone that just tuned in, uh, we're basically talking about now why we were talking about aim assist with controller, if it should be in the game or if it shouldn't, and now we're kind of transitioning into why Fault is going to be better than all the other games. And feel free to agree or disagree.
Well, the biggest thing is, I think, like, I don't know, being an ex-Paragon player, like, it's just that always, it's the hesitation in the back of your head, like, I don't want to get fucked over like I did with Paragon. Because, again, being a console player, when all of a sudden Paragon went all to shit, and they were supposed to get everyone's money back,
Mhm.
there was this big old loophole with PSN and not being able to transfer the funds and all this other shit where
Mhm.
I was out almost $300 into a game that never actually got out of a beta. So it's
Yeah.
it's like, what's going in place to make sure that doesn't happen again? And I know nobody can sit there in front of you and say there's 100% guarantee that that won't happen, but it's like, I don't know, it's definitely with more and more things that come out, it's
The
reassuring.
best way I would put it is you can't guarantee that any company is going to run away with your money. And to give my example is talk about Battleborn. Battleborn was created by Gearbox, who created Borderlands 2, which literally the year before or something, or 2 years before that, won Game of the Year, and it's like considered one of the best games ever. and then Battleborn came out the same day as Overwatch, and they literally did that. They literally did that to combat Blizzard. And I don't know if you guys know this. So at the time, there was 3 big companies that were creating quote unquote MOBA, and Paragon was one of them, Overwatch, and Battleborn. 2 out of 3 of them are dead. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And that is a fact. And Battleborn just ran away with the money. Paragon at least tried to keep it.
There was one more.
Yeah, but
Forgot the name of it.
that did happen. Was there another big company?
Yeah, from Bosky.
Okay, cool.
You know, the one
Appy
with
Picker and
gravity.
Planet Res. Thank you for the follows. I really appreciate it. And Appy, I think you're in the Discord with us.
Right. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about. So, Appy, as a tester, I'm going to tell you now. I've made a commitment that in 2 days, so 48 hours after early access is released, I will be better than the majority of testers.
I'm going to clip that.
I want it to be known.
Now, how are we going to gauge this?
I have no idea. I'm
Is this
really
a
putting
kill-death
myself up.
ratio? Is this a win ratio?
Nah, man.
How
When
are we
I
going
meet them
to-
on the fault line, they'll know.
Oh, they're going to know.
They're gonna know. They're gonna know.
They're going to see
Remember
you
the
in
game
lobby and go, not
Lawbreakers?
this asshole
Unless I
again.
run into a 5-stack. I'm making a rule now. If I have a 5-stack, it's fair. But if I run into a solo queue into a 5-stack, which happened in Alpha 3 weekend, I'm actually going to play Overprime. So, actually, I won't do that. But I'll be pissed. I'll be very angry.
I like it. I like that confidence.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
So you're going to do a 48-hour stream right
Okay.
after
I had a
releases?
24-hour stream for Alpha 3 weekend, and I felt like I was dead. I remember hitting the 23rd hour, and I was solo queuing at that point because I was playing with this guy named Krypton the whole time, and he was like my competitive COD duo back in Call of Duty. And he actually created Elevate, the organization, and then sold it. If anyone knows who Elevate is, let's just say Krypton was good at COD. So I was playing with him, and then I ended up solo queuing, and ended up running it in to Sockcap, Reverb, someone else. Oh my gosh. They shattered my world, to be honest. And that's never happening again. Ever. Well, it probably
Okay.
will, but I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my
I'm
best.
gonna keep
not
eyes on your stream, but
Okay, thank you. To everyone that's joining in, this is what we're calling the Faultarian Journal. This is the second time we've done this so far. It's starring me, Gotta Get Swole, and another man named what's his name in
I think
Twitch?
it's...
Is it Cosmic Castaway? Even though it goes by
something like
Nifty
that.
Nickel.
Yeah, I don't know
I
what
think
he
he goes by
calls.
Nifty Nickel. The point of this is we're gonna talk from a general public community standpoint about everything fall. We're trying to ask the community for questions, ideas, debates. I want to debate with someone. That's kind of my big thing. And I invite everyone to jump into the Discord and talk to us. And if you like it and would like to continue, please leave us a follow. And we're going to go. And we also have a Discord, but it's very new. And if you want to join it, you can. Links down below on twitch.tv.
Were we going to try and do this like once a week, were we saying, or like just so people have a general idea?
The goal is that we're going to do it once a week. That's what I want to do, but it's 3 people trying to get together at the same time. But that's like me and Chandler, Gotta Get Swole. I know we'll be able to do that because we lost our jobs because it's COVID-19. But
Yeah.
Steve, he's still in university. He still has his job. So he might he might not be around as much. But Chandler, if you want to make that commitment, I'm down. If you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
do
I
it.
think we were talking about every Saturday or something.
Every Saturday?
It was either Saturdays or Thursdays, doesn't really matter to me.
Okay. So that's the commitment now. We're going to try to do it every Thursday or Saturday, subject to change, but I guarantee you within the next 7 days we'll have an answer for you.
Yeah, we have random conversations through the week anyways while
Well,
you're just doing your regular streams.
We're
So
literally best friends. I literally met you.
yeah,
We're literally high school friends, right? So we talk, and I lived in your
oh,
house.
it'll be way better
for a
once I get
while.
my PC built finally, and we could just be doing this with actual like video. It's not just voices behind.
And for everyone that wonders, I did order a webcam 6 weeks ago, but Amazon has priority shipping going on at the moment for COVID-19 stuff. So I'll get it one day.
Everyone will get to see your beautiful face.
I don't know if beautiful is the right word, but here we are.
I love this guy.
Anywho, thank you for everyone that's tuned in. We're gonna get to the ending of the stream now. And if you'd like to jump in the
Aw.
Discord, I'm gonna sit in here for a little bit longer and talk to people, but we're gonna start ending the stream. And we're gonna leave you guys with a song. I don't know what that song is gonna be, but if you guys don't like it, let me know, because I'll never play it again. It's as simple as that. But until then, we're gonna play my favorite song for the week.
Make sure you follow this guy.
Thank you.
Big
Thank you,
things
Pretty.
coming down the pipe.
Thank you.
I like
Pretty.
this
Wait for
guy.
it.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah. I came
really
in
like
here. I didn't know what to expect, but now I'm giving the Burdick endorsement here. You better follow this guy.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Otherwise you have a small dingling.
Okay. Is Reverb still streaming? Because he kind of jumped in and helped me out.
I don't know.
Because if
I was gonna
Hi-
say, can you just host stream somebody else?
yeah,
Or
that's what I want to do. I told Reverb I would, as long as he's still streaming. He's not streaming.
yeah,
Heidi is streaming right now.
Yeah,
How
fuck Reverb.
Sorry. Reverb sent me notes and everything to talk about. I'm not kidding, like written up notes. Anywho. So yeah, guys, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna host Huddy and whoever just followed me. Callie Dooley, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I might have screwed up your name. I'm so sorry, but here we are. Let's bring it to a close. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave the Discord for